And I should have done it last week, and I forgot last week, so I sort of have to get it done this week.
Okay.
Man. So anyways, I'll be back at 10.
Okay.
Well, we
sounds good.
get out at 9:45, so I'll be back then.
Okay, sounds good.
And I can help with anything else you need.
Sounds good.
Okay. So all we need are the signs, and then we're set? Okay.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, guys? Good. Yeah, we're gonna be in this room here. Brett, what's the term? All right.
It's all good, bro. You know, we told you this. Me, Raymond, and Kevin got me here. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for word? Oh, shit. Yeah, we're nervous from today. Oh, yeah. How long is it?
It's about an hour and 15 from
Yeah,
9:45, right?
Oh,
So
perfect.
hopefully we got some- Yeah, hopefully we got some folks still, yeah, we're still waiting for them.
Do you need any presentation, or are you just gonna sit and talk, or do you need any presentation?
Maybe just, if we can get our website, that'd be cool, you know?
Yeah, just
I'll
look
do
at
that.
it.
Okay, where's the restroom?
Where's, is there mouses?
Oh, yeah,
How do you
I'm
do
right
that?
here, my bad.
I've been at the school for like 2 years. I've never been in the TSU.
Oh, no?
It's nice.
It is. Did you see the big, oh, no, probably not, but there's a big elephant right here, like the
I
skeleton.
get to the back.
Okay.
Can I get you a water?
I'm good, man. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you guys all with Project Rebound?
I'm with the sociology department.
Oh, I'm taking a sociology class right now.
Oh, yeah, which one?
Yeah, 351. Is it family sociology?
Oh, okay, sociology family.
Yeah, it's a lot of writing, bro.
It is,
It's
yeah.
a lot of writing. I'm like, jeez. Well, I'm a user major, but I had to take sociology, and it's a lot of writing that do.
What's your major, you said?
Human services.
Human services?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right on. Yeah, I saw someone with a Project Kinship beanie yesterday. I was like, oh, you're with Project Kinship, but I
Yes.
didn't get it. I didn't get a chance to talk to them.
Was it here at school?
I was right here at the event. We had a couple of people come yesterday too.
That's cool.
Yeah. Some people showed up yesterday. We had a packed house, but maybe it's too early for people.
The rain, before people were here, the rain.
Yesterday was raining.
Yeah, it's not raining today. But
I think it's the 8:30 a.m. start, man.
yeah.
It might be too early for people. Well, we're recording, so if anything, you can do your presentation to the recording.
Yeah.
And we can post that. Share that with people. Give people like maybe 10 minutes.
You made it raining, right?
Yeah.
All right. You made it for a while already now.
Yeah, bro.
So how's your school going with work and everything?
Work is killing me, man.
Yeah.
It's just a lot. It's a lot. But school's good, you know. I'm graduating already pretty soon.
Yeah.
So I'll be done with that. Just getting ready to see, apply for this master's, you know. See how
Applying
that
for
goes.
masters?
Yeah, see how that goes.
Where are you applying to masters?
I would like here,
Here?
I would like
So,
to,
in what?
human services, social work.
Social work.
Yeah, I go for the MSW, but, here in Long Beach or even San Bernardino,
Yeah.
so,
You have MSW here? You have MSW here?
do they have it here?
Yeah. Yeah? Oh,
They have an MSW program.
How long do you have until you graduate?
Actually, I only got like, after the semester, 2 or 3 classes.
Really?
So,
Wow. How does it feel?
honestly, it was surreal, bro, because it was like, I remember when I first came, Mir was all like, because I was overthinking it, I was intimidated, I was like, this is too much, like, it felt overwhelming, honestly. And now it didn't feel that bad.
Mhm.
So now I'm feeling that towards the masters now.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it's like I could imagine you learn some skills and
Yeah.
some things to get you through those hard times. But
Yeah.
yeah, the masters it's the same thing. It's just it's the same thing. You're in the classroom, you're reading, writing.
Yeah,
Just a little higher level, man.
that's it.
You know.
People are talking PhDs, I'm like, hell no, man. I'm like, I don't have that band in my head to go for that. Master level is high enough for my band.
Yeah.
See,
Mhm.
you already at your master levels, did you?
Yeah, I'm about to graduate.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
From masters,
Congrats, dude.
yeah, higher education.
From here?
Yeah, from here.
Nice.
Masters in,
Higher education.
oh, in higher education,
Yeah.
right on.
Mhm.
You wanna get into administration and all that?
Yeah, student affairs. I want to continue to get my PhD. I'm taking a break though after this. I was a lot and
Yeah.
baby and all.
I didn't remember you got into it.
Yeah?
Because I remember we were in one of the meetings at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
And you were talking about it. That was a long time ago when I first started. They started about 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Spring of 2021.
Really? Wow. Yeah. It's not that much.
No. It's not.
Now that I look back, but it's a lot. But
It's a lot,
yeah,
right?
but 2 years. 2.5 years.
And you work full time? Or you work here?
I've been working, yeah. And just in October, I took on the housing coordinator position.
Okay. Oh, with
Rebound.
JC.
Yeah, I took over his old
That's
position.
what's up.
Yeah, so it's a lot.
I know that this job here is real demanding.
Yeah.
We do a lot.
Yeah.
We do a lot in the community. It's like,
Mhm.
so not overwhelming, it's just very demanding.
Yeah. How long has it been around now?
Huh?
How long has it been around?
Oh, it's in 2014.
15 years.
Almost 10 years next year.
Yeah.
10 years. But though we started really getting big in 2018.
Yeah.
And right now it's like even got bigger. It's just like, damn. So we're like at 100 employees, I think.
Mhm. Wow.
And 30 schools too. 30 or more, I don't even know.
30 schools, huh?
Juvenile justice system, adult reentry, community based, like we're all over that thing.
Mm.
It was too early for people.
Yeah.
It was too early for me, I was like, damn. It's like, I
You normally have a class?
No, I live in Riverside, so I drove over here, I still work at 8:30 anyways, but it was, hello.
Raymond and
Steve.
Steve, yeah, meet you, Ivan. Yeah. I'm the advisor for Sociology Club. This is one of our club board members. I'm Resiliency. So, Raymond, you come to school?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be done, yeah, I'll be by this summer, by fall, I'll be done for sure. I'm already supposed to register for graduation. Yeah, he hit me the other day,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm like, damn, shit.
So when you have to register for graduation?
I kinda didn't want to, cause this kinda felt weird, but I have an appointment tomorrow with Mir.
Oh, yeah.
So just make sure that, that's right, cause I only got like 9 units left.
Yeah.
Make sure to run that, what is it, thing, audit and all that?
I know, yeah. For sure. Part of Rebound covers the fees. So
Yeah.
should be good.
I don't know if I'm gonna walk though.
Why not?
And
You
then
deserve it. You have to.
everybody's like, well, you got it.
Yeah. And you have multiple chances like you could do it for the college or like the big commencement,
Mhm.
and the Project Rebound has one, so.
So there's different ones.
You do all of them, bro.
Do all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least do the, you say human services?
Yeah.
Do that one,
Oh, they have their own.
and
Mm-hmm.
then do Project Rebound, obviously.
I think I can get excited with all the big ones. The big one where everybody goes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the big one, they don't even call your name.
No.
They're not doing that, huh?
No, not the big one, they never do.
Oh.
Cause it's like 10,000 like students.
Oh.
So you just sit there and they talk and they do a little, usually bring a guest speaker, like someone big.
Keynote speaker.
Keynote, yeah. And then on another day or sometimes on the same day, you have your department graduation. Yeah.
And that one's where you go up and you walk.
And that one you do walk up, shake hands, you receive your diploma, call your name, the department.
Yeah, I
That's
gotta
the
do
best
that
one.
That's what I don't wanna do, is like, well, right. We'll see.
And there's gonna be like 100 other, 200 other students. Not gonna be, it's not gonna be like all eyes on you, you know. Everybody's just looking for their kid, you know, their,
It happens here at
their
school.
friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this year they're doing it at like multiple places. Like, last year it was on the big soccer field that we have.
Mhm.
Yeah, they did the ceremony there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Just have to look on the website. And they'll send you emails too. And they'll send you tickets to, for the smaller one.
Mhm.
Think you get
It's
like,
worth it.
Is it?
It's worth it.
Yeah.
For exams, you know, for everyone supporting you.
Whoa.
just for the gifts alone, it's worth it. That's the only reason I have the graduation.
Yeah.
People are like,
That's
Did
Some
you
true.
know
money,
that?
the big thing with money.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on your how giving your family is.
How do you think they know?
What do you think? Are you starting?
Yeah.
No, no. I think it's
weird.
it's
We-
too
we-
early.
We have Kevin coming right now.
Kevin? I'll wait for him.
Okay, if someone's coming, we'll wait.
Yeah, he's walking up.
I think it's too early for students.
I guess so, man.
I'll tell you what, it was
But we're
short
also,
for
we're
Steve.
also live streaming it, so.
You know, it'll be recorded.
Yeah.
So tell us, because Gil had jury duty, and then Maddie had an emergency this morning.
Mm.
Tell us a little bit more about the topics this morning. That's juvenile justice. But
So we just wanted to give you a chance to give you like an overview of the program which we provide in the community, and so our talks is revolving around juvenile justice. I know a lot goes into that, and your program does a lot. So just sharing a little bit about what you all are doing, and then kind of just going a little deeper onto the juvenile justice side. Mhm. Yes. We have a couple of other orgs like OC Resilience
oh
OC.
yeah. Target?
No, Gerardo Lopez
yeah.
will be here. Yeah, will be here after you walk. And then after that will be Project Rebound and presenting on the juvenile justice work that we're doing. And then ending with C.U.R.B, which is a national
yeah.
coalition.
Oh, what's going on?
Amber Rose.
Oh, okay.
Amber Rose. So kind of starting small and looking bigger.
Cool, man.
Yeah. It's a pretty good opportunity, and kind of a continuation of our talks from last week. We had the grand opening of the Center for Open Redemption.
Yeah.
Also followed by talks with Erica Miners, with a panel of juveniles who are like currently incarcerated right now. They got a chance to come out and have a conversation with the panel style. So it was great for them, and great conversation as well.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And then you guys opened up to the school? Or
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just advertised it through social media, in our classes, departments, so everybody heard about it, or at least got the email.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
And then are you all in Project Rebound as well?
Just me.
Oh, yeah.
Just me, a student and staff.
Oh, cool.
I'm also the housing coordinator.
Oh, nice, man.
And
in the sociology department. Yeah, the advisor of Sociology Club.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
It's good to be back on campus, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
That's good.
Yeah? Did you go to school before?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So, I did my undergrad at UCI, and then I got my MSW at MSC.
Nice.
06 though, man, it's been a
Oh,
long
wow.
time. BA. I got my BA late, but so I ended up graduating in, it's a long story, but in 04. Yeah, it's been a long time, but I can't believe it. Time flies.
That is a long time.
I know, dude. It's like, it was good though, man. It was, fucking on the journey, man. The journey was, it's precious, you know.
Mhm.
It wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy.
There was no project rebound back then, bro.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
There
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
I had to live in a cubicle. Eat on lunch there, fall asleep, go back to class. So,
Wow,
you
yeah.
go to work, you know.
It is, yeah. It's too hard.
That's good, man.
It's a good word, precious.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a bonus, you know.
I'm about to graduate this semester with my master's, and I need to start thinking about
Hey, hey.
it like precious, because I'm just like stressed out.
What did you get your master's in?
And higher education.
Oh, nice.
Here, at Statewide.
Oh, nice, dude. What are you gonna do?
I'm hopefully gonna continue with my PhD and be the president of the school or something.
Oh.
You're a dean, not sure for a dean.
Yeah.
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 I have a friend of mine who, I'm proud of him, he became president of Long Beach City College.
Really?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome,
it's
man.
like, there's Mike Munoz, like, oh, this fool, like, he's good, man.
Right. Okay.
That's good at college, right?
Yeah, he goes to college, bro. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's a trip.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see him today, you know. He don't answer my calls no more, but.
No way.
I'll reach out to him.
It's been a while.
Yeah. It's gonna be like, who are you?
You still owe me $5. Spotted you, bro.
You guys have a list of questions, or you just gonna freestyle it?
I was ready to kind of moderate, but if I just kind of want to freestyle it, I was kind of open for whatever.
Yeah, well, we could just start. So I mean, this is us, right? So let's just start, man.
Yeah, start with the introduction. Talk about yourself.
Okay, well, I'll start. Or should we begin?
We should start, yeah.
Yeah, okay. My name is Raymond Sanchez. I'm part of the Rebound student as well. Here at Fullerton. Well, there he is.
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it going, man?
So yeah, I'm a student here at Cal State Fullerton, a senior. I'll be graduating this year. At my house, I was employed at Project Kinship. I am director of career navigation, and what I do is I oversee a team. I oversee a team that works at Orange County Jail, assisting individuals that are released with services. And I also do, I run a team at the home base, pretty much do the mentorship, the same thing, kind of linking people to higher needs. And we also do a big part of the juvenile justice mentoring side. So, yeah, we're just doing an introduction.
Oh, where are we going? What's your guys' names?
Ivan.
Ivan?
Yeah.
Rosie?
Sergio.
Sergio, nice to meet you guys. I'm Kevin. I work at Project Kinship. I'm also a student at Cal State Fullerton. So I'm studying like human services with an emphasis on addiction studies. The goal is to pursue like an MSW or some sort of path like that. But I really want to like understand addiction, like not just drugs and alcohol, but like really like the lifestyle and like how we can assist that and use that in the field. So specifically our population of like formerly incarcerated individuals or people that are system impacted, which is what I do at Project Kinship. So I'm a substance use counselor there, and we really tackle that, the whole lifestyle addiction. We really look at that and what it means, and how we can try to change the paradigm. So not just our youth, but our adults as well, people who are re-entering can really like challenge themselves to think of alternative ways of coping, and get out of the neighborhoods and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
Steve Kim, Executive Director of Project Kinship. And we get to work with these guys here, man. We started in 2014. And we went from 2 staff to right now, I think we're at about 90. We're in 32 schools, juvenile hall, the courts, the adult jail, and in the community. But a lot of programming is cool. We've grown. So feel super blessed about that. But I think what we're super proud about is you know, culture is important, right? So the culture of the organization in Orange County is something that I'm very proud to have established. And part of that culture includes us here because out of the 90 staff, I'd say like a good 30% now formerly incarcerated. About 80% have been impacted by some type of violence or incarceration or gangs in their families or community. And about 90% people of color, women in leadership. And so in Orange County, you don't really see that. And so I think, I know that's what makes us special in the work because for a lot of us, we wouldn't be employed in the positions we're in other organizations most likely. And so to be able to give access, for me to be an ED, I probably can't just go apply somewhere that would be like, we're not gonna hire you. But to be able to have that position and also serve the way we do together, it makes a difference, and I think that's how we've really grown while keeping the heartbeat of our organization. So we're just pushing day by day, But,
Awesome. So you talked about that your program went from 2 to 90. So what was the need in the community for your program to take that big step from being 2 person to 90 people?
Yeah, I think it's the way we do the work. I'll say one of the highlights is that what worked for us is to hire from the community. So a lot of times, a lot of organizations and employers don't hire felons. They say they might, but to do the positions that we do, you don't see it often. At least I don't see it in other organizations at the level that we're doing it. And so that makes a difference, to be able to give people opportunity and access. And my friends here, as you know, many have enrolled in higher education, and many for our following. And so I think to have that type of space and culture helps give opportunity for a lot of us who've created harm in the community to give back to the community while being paid, while having benefits, I'll take care of our families, just like everybody else, And so I think that played a big part of it. And another part is a lot of training for folks who may not have the opportunity to be on that pathway for this type of employment. Provide a lot of training and mentoring, access, and we keep our professionalism super high, and so we keep that standard really high on navigating at a professional level, but not being too disconnected from the community. And so I think that's helped a lot, man. As you know, in the work that you all do, being able to have that type of person reach back out to you oftentimes can be super helpful. And so I haven't seen it at the level that us and maybe 1 or 2 organizations are doing in the county. So what you all think? What's your special sauce?
I think he's super humble, right? I think all those things are really good, right? But the fact is that for many years, the county didn't really recognize reentry as an issue, right? And so we did Prop 47, and then the data followed up. And so what happened was the county and everybody else was seeing the work had efficacy, and it was really changing and impacting lives. And so now they have the qualitative data to back that up, besides just hey, look, we have this issue with this population, we're serving them, they're getting foundations, and maybe they're stabilizing now, maybe they're stabilizing in 5 years, but there's data behind it now that shows this stuff is working. And so now people are oh, we do have a reentry problem. So they're acknowledging that elephant within the county, you know what I mean? Because it is. If you go any street within the county, you're gonna see somebody out there suffering. And most of them, as we know, most people are displaced or formerly incarcerated.
I think, they're on it. I think one of the biggest, one of our biggest successes is that we were able to keep our culture, which was a hard thing to do. I say keep it in a professional level, like Steve was saying, and really bridging the community into the services. Because there's a lot of stigmas within the organization that, for example, example, like, our culture can't seek mental health. So it's how do we present this in an environment where they feel safe and they're able to really, embrace that. And I think that's one of the biggest things, it's our culture, because when you walk in, you feel it. So they all say when individuals walk in for the first time, like, I felt the welcome. There's like life here, and it's us keeping that culture, the professionalism, but really, is meshing worlds together. It's meshing community with like substance abuse and mental health and all that, it's just making it safe for individuals to heal.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to kind of now transition and talk about juvenile justice. So for folks who don't know what juvenile justice is, so what is juvenile justice and why is it important for people to know about the subject?
So, we get the privilege of working with a lot of youth from our YDC, as well as a lot of the youth within a couple school districts. Juvenile justice is the way in which we try to either correct or incapacitate behavior within the youth, right? And I think we're in a transitional phase where we're trying to do more restorative practices, which is something we employ at a lot of our schools within our office as well. And what makes us different in our delivery of services is that, like, we really emphasize the no wrong growth. Right? And so, like, even we have cohorts that come in that are struggling. They don't know what it's like to be in society. They may not know what it's like to go shopping. They may not know what it's like to go get clothes that like fit even, or how to talk to somebody about getting a potential job. Just like, for example, the other day we had somebody follow up. And it was great, he followed up on a job application, but he's like, hey, what's up with that Indeed shit? like, hey, I mean, like, you know, like we have to pick our language and our sentence. You know? So really teaching individuals that, and that's what's cool. Like with our team now, the size we have employment specialists, we have education specialists, so we can sit down and really re-educate somebody as far as like, hey, let's go and do a mock interview, right? To us, that's juvenile justice, right? Teaching kids things they may not know, so that it propels them for success. And they may get it right now, they may not. I mean, we have kids that they're mandated to me, they may not want to be there, but we're still going to show them the same love either way, right? And we're going to recognize when they're not there. I mean, if you are here, cool. I mean, if you're not ready for this stuff, that's cool too. But this is always going to be a safe place. Because how many of us have ever felt unsafe at home, unsafe at school, unsafe in the streets, right? So that's why we call it the safe haven. We want everybody to feel free.
Yeah, I think a big part of what we do is also not just give them life skills, really like give them the tools that they need upon release, because they're gonna go back to the community, they're gonna go back into the environments, and how to act and how to deal with the peer pressure and how to deal with like when a situation arises, how am I gonna be able to deal with this? How am I not gonna be able to be manipulated and really like take charge of their own lives? Get back. It's a restoration of who they were. And honestly, a big piece is it's just giving them the tools and bridging relationships. Because a lot of individuals, they come from different areas. They have their own views of certain individuals, and kind of like breaking down those barriers, those walls, where they could be one, where they could like, we're the same people, we're the same person. We struggle the same, we face the same challenges, and bring them to like say a safe haven where they could just be themselves. It's a restoration process to it.
What's cool about that too is like the circles that we hold in office with them, like they get to see that employed by us too. So like you have people there, like you said, like a lot of us are formerly incarcerated or other lifestyle. We're all sitting in circle together, and they can see that like we're actually practicing what we're saying too. So like, oh, I see somebody that traditionally would be in the same room as somebody else, right? But like now you guys are brothers, you know?
It's we mirror each other. You know, they come into a room and see staff members that are seeking higher education. They were once rivals, but they created this brother, this bond. And youngsters, they want to be part of something, and you know they want to be connected in some way. That's what individuals join gangs. A big piece of it is connection. And when they see this come into our groups, into our facility, they see like, well, I could have this with this individual as well. It's breaking barriers going back to that. What do you think, Mr. Kim?
Yeah, whatever, everything they say, you know? I think, juveniles are different because, you have a responsibility to nurture and care for them. And 100% of the kids we come across have missed, an abundance of nurture and care. So even with our juvenile justice system, historically, they went to the system to be cared for, right? So you have to remember that, especially for our juveniles, their brain's still developing, as many know, but it's different. We're supposed to protect them, supposed to help them in their development, give them opportunities to set them up for adulthood. When you hear stories of 13, 14-year-olds who turn to the streets to start prostituting because their family leaves them, parents on drugs, being homeless, 14, 15 years old, all that stuff that none of us would ever want for our own children. And so I always say that there's a different type of impact that happens to somebody when you cry for help as a kid and nobody comes. One of the most important things as a kid is to be soothed or have that person to say, I got you, or to be with you in your times of distress. But when a kid, you have that over and over and over again and nobody comes, they're gonna go to the first hand that gives them the opportunities. When we're talking about gangs or whatever, punk rock band, goth, whatever it is, and what we want, the good fortune for the kids is nurture, care, services, support to be the hand that finds them first before a different hand that takes them. So we usually don't tell kids to get out of your gang because the gang does something for the individual. And I think Raymond said, we had them a couple hours, but the neighborhood is open 24/7. And so when I think about juvenile justice is systems, organizations coming together to find ways to provide the care and support that youth need to set them up for success. But as we know, that there are thousands of Black and brown youth who have fallen through the school to prison pipeline, and that was also spurred by, in the 80s when politicians called youth super predators. And those super predators allowed policies to be enacted so that youth can get life sentences. So at that time, it's irreversible damage in my opinion. People are getting out now from 16, 17-year-olds who've gotten life sentences and end up doing time with 40-year-olds in prison. It's great that people are coming out, but you can't get that time back. And I understand people say, well, prison helped change me and help you. That's fine, but in my opinion, for the thousands of, or I don't know, a lot of youth who are incarcerated at that time because of policies that were enacted, that to me is not juvenile justice. We missed the mark on that by calling youth super predators. So juvenile justice for me is reversing those type of things and getting it right now. So I got excited about that. I'm tired this morning, but I was like, yeah, right. Think about history, like that's the history of what we've done, man. But it's getting better slowly.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. So as a program and people who are in the front lines of working in juvenile justice, what is it that you all need to amplify what you're doing, and what do you need to continue your work? And maybe do you see any roadblocks? Any roadblocks from you achieving amplifying your voice?
That's a tough question. I think it comes down to each individual too, right? I think we try to do a good job of balancing inreach and outreach, and following up with the cohorts once they're out. But it just comes down to the person, right? What their factors are, and helping them heal, and then being okay to accept that. Like Steve said, we're only open a limited amount of hours, and neighborhoods are open 24/7. That's always going to be there. And even when they see that it's changed, they're still drawn to it. And that's one of the hardest things is they come home and they want it right away. And then something will happen, a weekend will come fitness curfew, you're back in the neighborhood with the GPS, you know what I mean? And like the PO knows, you know, they're given grace and not violated right away, but now we're struggling because they've already gone back to it. You know? And so their head and their heart are battling each other. They know they will want to do this, but they're not sure if they want to, so that ambivalence. I'm not sure what to do in that moment, to be honest, you know, other than continue what we've been doing, and just like provide the space and like have those conversations and not necessarily tell them what they should and shouldn't be doing, like you mentioned too, like I'm not gonna tell you to get out of your neighborhood. They're gonna ask you what you think the pros and cons of that are. You know? We'll allow you space to process it, and you're always gonna be welcome, but it's a tough thing. You know, if we had more of the community on board, right? I think that would go a long way, but I mean, there's a lot of trauma associated with the system, a lot of trauma, a lot of labeling going on. Not everybody's there yet, I understand it, you know, but we're trying to set an example and make a difference.
Yeah, I think it's a big issue, you know, I think, I mean, it would be great to have a 24/7 place where people can feel safe and welcome, but unfortunately, like, when it's time for us to go home, these individuals got somewhere to go to, and they're gonna want to have that same connection. When they walk through our doors, they feel connected, they feel like they're seen. Who else gives them that? The neighborhood does. So they're gonna gravitate to where they feel they're connected to. That's one of our biggest issues is keeping them away, which is, we can't keep them away, honestly, because as soon as they're released, they wanna go, they want that recognition. They wanna be like I'm back, you know, what did I miss out on? But anyways, I think we need more of this type of work, more funding, honestly, not just for the organizations, but also to heal our communities. Because it's like we work with an individual, and then we send this individual into a broken community. We send him back to a community where he's gonna fight against the odds. So it's more than just individuals, it's fixing our communities as well. Providing jobs, providing more resources. Just really bridging this whole thing, you know, where they have a chance to succeed, not just the individuals coming out, individuals in the streets.
Yeah, that's said, you know, I think funding is always good, you know, funding. I think organizations, to be created from the community-based orgs, but we need a lot of technical assistance for community-based orgs because we didn't get the blueprint on how to create a nonprofit. I know I didn't get a blueprint, you know, like, hey, so I'm here, here, friend, let me give you how you do this thing, you know? A lot of trial and error, you know, it's painful actually, but beautiful at the same time. So I think more technical assistance on creating, you know, more places where kids can go. But let's start with one, you know, let's start with one that really addresses the needs of the youth that we're talking about, you know, the ones that, and there's no disrespect to the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, but if a youth can't stay there or they don't fit in, let's have another option. You know, let's try something else, you know. And so I think that's the place to start, and then this is probably a good place to start.
It takes a lot of courage for these individuals to walk through our doors. Because our whole thing is, in some sense, is gang intervention. So they're going against the belief system. You know, we don't call it gang intervention, that's what we actually do. So for them to walk through those doors, they're looking for something new. So it takes a lot of courage for these little youngsters, or older people as well, to walk through those doors to seek something different. And I wish there was more of it.
Thank you. So at this time, we just have a few more minutes. Want to open it up to our audience.
I should have been writing down my questions. I have a couple, but Rosie?
I just have like a general question. So, I mean, you guys have grown so much from 2 to 90, so I'm just wondering, like, where do you guys see yourself in the next few years? Like, what plans do you have for yourself? And, like, do you guys want to expand to, like, maybe other counties, or just, like, find a way to, like, make your, like, method, like, effective worldwide or just statewide?
We're so tired. We're so tired.
Let someone else do this.
Are you volunteering?
Yeah, as soon as you said growth, I was like, oh man.
I think it would be tough, though, right? Like, that's something that's like been discussed a little bit, and people are still like, hey, you guys should do that, but like they say, it's the culture, right? Like, we can't just like stamp this somewhere else and expect it to be the same results. It really is the team too. And the fact that we did grow up in Orange County, we did experience the same like barriers that these individuals did as well. So I think like one of the biggest things we talked about even as we've expanded is like how are we gonna maintain the culture? Like are we just gonna hire like just whoever we can, or are we gonna really be strategic with this, you know, so that we can continue to grow the way we hope to?
Going back to what Kevin shared earlier about the data, in one of our surveys, the individuals that were conducting this the survey were pleased with the outcomes, and their hopes and dreams was to make Project Kinship nationwide and put them in little hubs everywhere, because what we bring works. But it's not as easy as we think, you know, it's like, oh, let's just put them all around. It's creating that culture. Because without the culture, which is a regular organization, which is a mental health organization, social organization, it's a culture that makes it different, makes it unique. And us heading that, it's a tough situation, honestly. It's not easy.
You can't corporatize it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's we all come from different backgrounds, but we all have our little piece of culture that we just mesh together. And you have to feel it. You can't speak, you can't see it, you have to feel it.
Have you guys been there yet?
I haven't.
Yeah, anytime.
I've been in, I'd love to tour you.
Anytime.
Hurricane Santa Ana. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be in touch with you guys, so that sounds fun.
Cool.
Sounds good. So like, I'm you know, from a sociological perspective, since that's what I study, and I study, you know, a lot of the stuff that y'all are talking about through, mostly through textbooks, some secondhand knowledge, some firsthand knowledge of what y'all are talking about, juvenile justice. One thing that I've noticed about a lot of works over the years is this awareness of the importance of labels. So I want to know, you know, especially you, Steve, who've been around set, you know, for a while. Have you noticed that trend as well as being careful with our words, what labels we use, but you two as well? I don't know if you've noticed that shift, because I remember when these, well, I don't remember, but from what I've read, when some of these programs, gang intervention programs, like you said, first started, they would use words like that, gang intervention, or like restoring youth, or right on their programming, they would call it, you know, juvenile, you know, home for juvenile delinquents. Like if they would just use like terminology that immediately would label, you know, somebody going into these programs and seeking help. So can you talk a little bit about if you've noticed that shift, like learning about the importance of labels?
Yeah, on that, there's definitely a shift now. It's better, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
I think we're still trying to figure out, just in general, as in this movement, in this work, I think, for example, systems have been more open now, probation, parole, sheriffs, and, you know, being open to the idea. Probation Orange County is doing a much better job on like trauma-informed care, you know, being able to identify certain labels of how youth are being seen and treated. I think for me personally, 15 years ago in Orange County, in my opinion, you couldn't really say that we're even gang intervention. That can go either way. But I remember wanting to do a gang intervention program, you know, let's call it something else.
Right.
But I think what's good now is people are identifying, we do have gangs in Orange County. People are like, we don't have gangs. I guarantee we have gangs in Orange County. We said it 20, 15 years ago. But I think right now being able to identify it, but I think for us, to generally answer your question is, we're always finding language that humanizes.
Right.
Because the population we work with are constantly demonized. And so going back to super predator label, going back to gang member, going back to all these things, and as we know, anytime you can demonize a population, you can do unthinkable things to them, such as incarcerating them for life at 16 years old. Now, I think for us, we're constantly we become clients, we become participants, but I think for us, embedded in our work, we're always trying to find labels that humanize. That's the name of our game, actually, in Orange County. The way we grew and the way we navigated was we took the stigma of what a gang member or formerly incarcerated person looked like, and we attached a new narrative. We changed the story on that. And so what we did was, for example, what we did was our first grant, we took 40 formerly incarcerated folks, and we did a community intervention worker certificate program at USC and Project Kinship. We combined. And people were like, why are you wasting your money on those guys and girls? And we're like, it's precisely the point. So after we started showing Orange County and folks that formerly incarcerated folks go to school, their fathers and mothers, their children, and create those new labels. In my opinion, I feel like doing that also touches the hearts of people who may have been naysayed before. And so we're constantly humanizing and wrapping around our narrative around love and care.
Yeah, so that kind of brings me to my next question. So, is that part of what you think really works, like, for your program?
Yeah.
Is humanizing, showing that they have other labels, not just this overarching, formerly incarcerated label, and that, do you think that that's a big part of it?
It's the heartbeat of what we do.
Okay.
And I think we happen to have a niche of gang members and formerly incarcerated. But I think why it works, if you can do that with a demonized population, if you can touch the heart of somebody else, it's really what they want to for themselves. Everybody wants to be free of labels that stigmatize them. Everybody wants to be seen at the core of who they are as a human being, in my opinion. So I'll give you a quick story. When we moved into our new building, they asked me if I would write a quote on the wall. And so I was like, I was honored. Yeah, I'll do it. But I got nervous because I was like, what do I write in there? Because it hit me hard. Like every single person who walks in, you're gonna see this quote next to our logo. And I was like, shit, like they're gonna it's gotta be good. And so I'm like, yeah, it's not easy. So I talk a lot, but I'm like, damn, what do I write? And I tell this story often, but so I was like I got writer's cramp, so I put some music on, put a candle on. I was like trying to write. There, like 10 hours later for the whole week, I came up with something like, in your darkest moment, never give up hope. There's a beacon of light that leads you to a community of kinship. Blah 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 blah. It was a long quote. And the homie Ruben, who we know, he got juvenile life and tattoos all over his face. Grew up with every single risk factor you can think of, and he was sitting in the lobby. And I told him, hey dude, I'm gonna put this quote up on the wall, what do you think? And I told him the long quote, and he said, that's all right. And I was like, it's all right. I'm thinking, I spent 10 hours on this thing, I'm tripping. So then I was messing with him, I said, well, what would you write? And he goes, well, I don't want my words up there, because he's a very humble guy, And I was like, all right. He goes, but if I was to write something, he goes, I would write, welcome to Kinship, where judgment and pain are left at the door, you are home. In 10 seconds. 10 seconds he comes up with that. When you walk into Kinship, whose words do you think's on the wall? Well, it's the great Ruben. So I asked him, I said, hey dude, how did you come up with that so quick? He said, oh, it was easy. This is right here. He says, ever since I got out of prison, when I walk out in the community, people look like they bit into a sour lemon. I should have asked him what that face looked like, but you can imagine it's of disgust. That's what we're trying to change, is that if you knew Ruben, you would know that he's got the biggest heart. And that same heart is the heart that recognizes that one of our most vulnerable school sites, he came and saw this one girl walking kind of pigeon foot. And he noticed that her shoes were 3 times too small for her. And quietly he went and bought a pair of shoes for her with nobody knowing, no recognition. That's the type of person we want people to see in the people that we work with, that to see beyond the worst mistake of our past, but to also recognize our human kindness with theirs. And I think that's the special sauce of what we do at Project Kinship.
It's beautiful, man. Yeah, that definitely helps me understand, like why it works so well. You have any question?
I had a kind of follow-up. Can you expand a little bit about your partnership with schools and, where, who, how did that start?
You too.
You go with that one.
Dad, how you doing? Okay, so after we trained the 40 folks at USC, they couldn't get jobs, right? Nobody will hire them. They're community intervention workers. And then at one school site in a school district, there was a shooting, a stabbing, sexual assault, and four riots all in 1 week. And it usually happens in individual situations, but it hit the media. So they asked us if we could provide some help. The problem is they couldn't hire our folks because of the record, but we knew we could help. And so they took a chance on us. They let 3 or 4 of us in. 4. And at the end of the year, attendance went up, violence went down, and it had a lot of good outcomes. And this was a school that was like 3 or 4 portables, and kids were running around, cussing everybody out. And we went in there with the opposite of being punitive. And so you can never beat or scare pain out of a kid. And so we went the other way, and it got better. And so from there, long story short, 2 to 3 schools took us the next year. And then now we're at over 30 schools in 4 districts. And we do restorative practices. And we train our folks and they go in there.
Anybody else have any questions?
I have a question. I wasn't here at the beginning, so maybe you answered this already, but are you active only like in the OC region, or are there other areas that you have activities in as well?
I would say a majority is Orange County. We do touch surfaces of LA, but just very at the surface. But the majority is Orange County.
We're a sister org to Homeboy Industries, and so there are, in my opinion, there are mentors, people who we look up to, and so we always like to give a shout out to Homeboys because they led the way in the work.
I had a question kind of relating to Homeboy Industries. Like, is that something that y'all were like envisioning having like in-home work, like whether it be like a restaurant or I think have a bakery as well, right? So like, is that something that y'all are like working towards?
Yeah.
Are you a baker or something?
No, but we got a vision board up. You know, like where your staff can go and like put the vision up there, and then like we can start to just like digest it and see how we can bring it into fruition. You mean that is the goal. You need to have spaces where we do have like a coffee shop, possible podcasts, where we do silk screening, we teach trades, they even get a tattoo removal shop going and operating, right? Those are all needs within the community that one serve the juvenile justice, meets the community needs, and it gives people like an opportunity to like be in kinship and do something like super productive as well for themselves and the community. So yeah, absolutely, we would love to go on that. It takes time, it takes funds, and it takes manpower.
Yeah, I'm like thinking along like there's a lot of skills that are learned when you're incarcerated, right? Like there's like you're kind of forced into a lot of jobs, right? And I feel like those there's ways that those skills can be transferred right into like work out here, right? I think like one of the big ones is like with like firefighter camps, right? In LA, that's like really big, and I'm thinking like there has to be like connection with like I think there's the conservation corps, right? Like they do like wildland firefighting, right? So there definitely has to be like connection. But I think the biggest obstacle I would assume is like the record, right? Like being able to being hired on. So I guess this leads me to my question on like you're also doing like policy work around like I remember there was a campaign I think like remove the box or something. Like where you're like applying to work or like the houses and stuff. that Project Kinship is also working on? Like,
So, we've done some collaborative work with like REPAC and, California Safety and Justice, right? And like there is a new bill that's out, SB 731, which is the sunset bill, which makes it now if you, have gone without 2 years in any police contact after discharge of probation, parole, or any supervision, most of the charges will be automation, like they'll come off, and then there's some more violent offenses where you have to apply this July. So those are already in the process, and we also work with the Public Defender's Office with the Weekly program. So they're in our office once a week, and participants can come in and review their case with the public defenders and the attorneys there, and see about how they can start to expunge some of these, so they can get licensure, because that is a big barrier.
Thank you.
Can you expand a little bit more of your employment services? I know that's a huge barrier in communities that are formerly incarcerated. So what are the things that you all do to help communities that have an incarceration experience and are looking for a job?
I think, well, there's barriers, we've done all that, but I think what we do is, like Steve said earlier, that, for us to like, help the community, we gotta hire the community. So we do a lot of that, we try to hire within the community, and I think that's a big part of they getting back to their own environments. And, having them, and bringing them on board and having them be productive in their own ways, but really, really putting them in a situation where they could help the community with themselves.
To add on that is, we have a workforce department. And so part of what we've done right now is, this is called WEX, Workforce Experience. Like Raymond was saying, we'll hire individuals to come get a stipend. We'll work with them to give them life skills and soft skills to be employable. But I think for us, we're working with what Kevin said earlier, for individuals who say, where's that Indeed shit? It's like really working to even get you to be job ready, to get the job ready program. And so, we're really working with folks who are learning for the first time on just basic skills to also regulate themselves so that they can make it to an interview. And so I feel like that's where we are right now. So we individually will get people jobs, but we're working on how to help them keep jobs at the level that they're at. And so a lot of times what we do is we work with them, and then we'll send them to other job training programs like Conservation Corps, San Jose, or Hope Builders, different places. But a lot of the youth individuals aren't ready, and so with the funding that we have where we can, we'll hire them, but it's limited, so we're working like basic skills.
Yeah, we don't just go and give them jobs, I wish we could, honestly, but the ones that come on staff, on board, we've been mentoring them for the last 2 or 3 years. And we see the development in them, and then upon release, there's positions when we bring them on. And to keep them close, honestly, they could keep working on themselves, have that mentorship, have so when they're going through something, they have support. So they're supported all the way around. But for a lot of the other individuals that are still working themselves, they'll come out and they'll say stuff like, what's that Indeed stuff, or like they never seen a resume, or they want to show up at a job interview with shorts on and that type of stuff. So it's kind of coaching them, building those life skills with them, because they went in at 13, 14, 15 years old, a job was not something that they really prepared for. So,
and what kind of jobs do you prepare your clients for? Is it, I know you mentioned soft skills and life skills. Is there also any opportunity to join a trade or?
So I think even like to that point, like 2 weeks ago, we have a cohort right now, and like just exposing them to different opportunities. So like I brought them to campus, they went and met Project Rebound. We did a tour, and then just following up, like, could you ever see yourself at a school like this? And I started to pick apart the self-doubt, and like trust me, like, if anybody here can do it, you can too, right? And really getting them to believe that, digest that, and taking them somewhere else and exposing them. Now, that individual is reported they want to go to school, so they're enrolling in the month, right? And those are huge things, like, because at that age, especially junior college, you really don't know what you want to do. Like, you're willing to take a job, right? But we know that a job will not replicate reentry. You know, a job will not fix all those problems. You just, it's just a band-aid. It keeps you busy, it provides money, now you're still trying to survive. And we want you to heal. So for me personally, like, I always promote education. I know the power behind it, I know what it does to our brain, I know how it propels us to success, and really find out what we're interested in, who we can become. Jobs are great, right? They do provide stability and those basic needs, but education, I think, is really where it's at. So emphasizing both, right? And exposing them to that, and being okay with, like, hey, if that one doesn't work out for you, that's okay, we'll find out what does.
Yeah, we have a lot of job opportunities. It's just getting people ready. And we're connected with the union. In the past, our solar panel, it's just small bites out of it.
Yeah.
I don't have any luck connecting with like community colleges. I feel like there's a lot of skills, right? There's a lot of like trade fairs there too, so I'm thinking that could be like a good place to connect folks as well, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like I was a non-traditional student as well, so like when I was leaving high school, I wasn't committed on going to school, right? Like it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna go study. That's like nothing, right? But I feel like being in a community college, it's like that like middle ground, right? Where it's like it's still kind of high school vibes, but then still kind of like you might have a class where you have like a professor that's also teaching at like a university, right? So then like you're getting a little bit of that exposure. So like I think that like the thing you mentioned, right? It's key like having that exposure on like a little bit of this, a little bit of this, so that they can make their own decisions, right? So that it's not like anything we force on them, but just like, hey, this is kind of what I like. I might do this, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. SAC, Fullerton, JC.
Those are the ones that you know work the most with.
Like Santiago, Cypress, Fullerton. So there's like NOCE, there's Project Rise, there's Underground Scholars. There's a bunch of, like, for education, there's a lot of partners, which is huge, you know? So it's really about finding like where they're comfortable with setting and like taking them around to each one so they can judge. You know, be like, hey, which one is a better fit for which culture you are for, you know? Because they all have their different strengths.
Yeah. So have you all seen, like, in terms of the education system, like, do you feel that it's punitive? It's turning into a punitive education system, like in terms of K through 12, Santa Ana and surrounding areas, or do you feel like that there's a lot of support for juveniles in these systems, or I'm sure maybe it's a mix of the two? For example, campus resource officers and their role, and maybe perhaps playing a role in incarcerating youth or getting that process going. So what do you all think in terms of, like, for you, is education the problem or part of the solution, or both? In terms of the K to 12 system, because I know once you get to college, it's a little bit different.
I think especially after the pandemic, we're going to talk on that because that's where we are now, you know? The need is too overwhelming. So people who are living in poverty have to deal with all those other things now. Violence, you know, income is increasing, you know, lack of resources. I think because of those things, education K through 12 should become a safe haven for kids. And so everything that we have to understand what trauma and secondary trauma for educators need, I think we should start shifting the tide on addressing those things. I think districts are trying to get there, but in my opinion, from what I've seen all the way from the top, people are overwhelmed. And so the districts I can speak on are the ones that we're in. We give them a lot of credit for being courageous enough to bring in restorative practices and us to help. I think that's a good partnership. And to me, it's a sign that says we don't have the expertise in everything, but we respect your expertise to be a part of the team to help provide services. So I think in the lanes that we're doing, there's some improvement. Actually, there's a lot of improvement, but the other pieces are so overwhelming that I think those gaps should continue to be addressed. For example, educators having to teach and to do all these things post-pandemic, I think is a big challenge. Mental health, stress. I think districts should continue to find ways to find support for them as well. And then looking at, especially for us, it's the most vulnerable youth, the ones that have usually get suspended and expelled. I think districts we're in, for them to provide these services, it's a good thing, right? So they don't end up in the juvenile justice system. If they do, we still work with them. And so I can speak on them. Other districts who don't have that, probably status quo as before. And I'm not sure how much has changed over there. But what I'll say is look at the district's suspension expulsion data, and that will tell you where their current beliefs and the focus are on working with youth who are falling school to prison pipeline.
So, is it that districts in place of expulsion will reach out to you, or how does that work?
Yeah, I think I'll tell you. I think right now the thought of it is instead of suspension expulsion, they will bring in restorative practices to be the intervention or the support beforehand, and then finding other ways to deal with the challenges that occur on campus. Depends on the district too, because they're still growing, trying to figure this out. And then we've heard stuff like hug a thug, being too soft on the kids, and we work through that. It takes time. And for us, we also understand we're educating teachers and administrators in districts who may not really understand or know how to deal with things like violence and these things are happening on campus, that there is a different way. Trust the process, and they're all about data outcomes. So if we show it, they're like, cool, we'll keep it.
That part about data is really interesting too.
Oh yeah, create strict data to show, because that's attached to, in my opinion, the funding to stay funded.
Yeah.
I feel like we're doing good, because like I said, we started with one school, so now we're in over 32 schools, and growing, but trying to stop we're slowing down our capacity because it's going too fast. But to me, it's just a symptom of the need out there, and school districts are really desperate to do this, to get the help. But there's always work out there.
Thank you.
Are there any current trends and policies that we should keep our eye on, or that have benefited you or deterred you, or should we support policy or laws?
I think one of the newer ones I've seen recently was the San Quentin State Prison is starting to use a more restorative practice within their institution. So they're going to kind of move towards like the model like the Scandinavian countries were utilizing, where they're really providing like a home setting within their system. I'm not sure exactly like how far they're going to go with it, but in that model they would actually give people furloughs to go work during the day in the community and start to bolster and build up savings. So when they did transition to the community, a lot of those external factors of stress were already alleviated. So they had a trade, they had a savings, they were already like preparing their own meals, they were like living their lives like normal people, so that way it wasn't just a discord. Currently when you go into the system, if you choose to, you could really sit on your butt and just wait until you're released. Well, even from a business model, that doesn't do anything for the product we're trying to create, right? In fact, it could like harm the community and the individual worse, because now you came in with these factors, you just sat there and anger developed. More resistance develops. You didn't internalize anything, and you're really stuck in that arrested development, so you're not growing anywhere. And I heard somebody talk about it the other day. It's like when you buy a plant, right? When you first buy it, it's in a nursery pot. Now you could water this plant and it'll live, right? But it'll never grow. So you can provide all these resources, you can give everything you want, all the love in the world, but if you don't repot it, it'll never grow. But as soon as you repot it, it'll flourish, it'll grow, it'll build, it'll continue on. And that's really what I think like the whole piece of restorative practice is, and like what they're trying to mimic there. Me, I'm gonna keep following that. I wanna learn more about that. And I think that'll really change because, in my opinion, I did 14 years, right? For most of that, I lived in the same mentality I had prior to when I got in. And I perpetuated that because I had no hope, right? As soon as I started having hope and started investing in myself and internalizing these things, stuff started to change, right? And if we provide that in-reach and we really start to provide like that tender and that kindness, right? Because that's what it is. That's how you break down the label theory, right? That's how you change it, how I start to perceive myself as who I am through kindness, right? It changes everything, you know? And it serves us well. And we see the results. You know what I mean? The change is going to happen before you even transition. Because if you can do it there, you're going to do it here. I mean, you're going to face barriers for sure, right? That's without, but you'll be prepared, you know? And so like really providing that space to where they have the tools and they have those alternative coping skills we're talking about, because you're going to experience it, right? Everybody's going to face triggers. You're going to be put in a situation, but it's how do you stop that? How do you arrest that right there?
Yeah, I think any policy that helps community and reverses the damage of what policies have done should be supported. Anything that helps readability, anything that allows access, right? If you think about it, I didn't know there were over 46,000 collateral consequences to a felony conviction. I didn't know what that number was. I definitely felt many of those collateral consequences, many of you in this room here. Financial aid, saying no, or can't rent here. And then after being off parole and probation, every time you feel those experiences, you can't go on a bus ride with your kid's field trip because you couldn't pass clearance, all these things. So we need to reverse those things so that people could feel like they paid their debt to society and be on equal page to say, let me live like you are. Let me enjoy the same freedoms and luxuries that you have, and let's take this label off me and my family. You know? So any of those policies that are being fought for right now, it's a critical time. I think we should continue to build on.
Well said. Can't follow up with that.
Oh, shit.
All right, so Project Rebound, Project Kinship, sorry, it's ingrained in my Project Kinship, their goal is to provide services and training to people impacted by the juvenile justice system and being incarcerated. They do this work in the community through hope, healing, and transformation. And after hearing them speak, I could say that they do it from their heart. So let's all give a round of applause for Project Kinship. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks you guys.
And for those of us that are interested in the entire conversation, I recorded it. So I'll share that link with Sergio. I'll share that link with Project Rebound as well with Ro. So check it out. They were fantastic. It was really beautiful to hear stories and everything. So I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ro.
The man himself. Appreciate it so much.
Do more work.
I
got some students need some jobs. Building, you know, like
School.
trying to change that.
RPI stuff.
No, we're we're done now, we're sad.
We have coffee and stuff.
Yeah, if you guys wanna
Wake up.
Especially our human services and those that want to work with younger folks.
Yeah, man, it'd be great.
What do you guys do with it? It's good. I did reach out to you before when I first started. I was like, I need to get an opportunity to get the party on. I need some, you know, every side point. Yeah, the record, just,
I got to listen now, bro. I can say, when we first started, I can't say I had that, but I listen now, bro.
That'd be great, yeah. I'll invite you. Mother, how you doing, brother? You're a stranger, man. Man. Good to see you. Yeah, you got one more?
Oh man, it's been a long time coming. We still gotta work on it. Yeah, right now, my director.
Way past due. Way past.
Trying to make the money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
You ain't on my list though. We're doing bad stuff right now. You really didn't know. So you graduating in the fall? Okay. So you'll walk next spring? Okay. Yeah, right. Grad school. So this will start in the fall.
Yeah.
That's when
Oh, man. You guys were here before we started.
Yeah, so I just joined them last year. I'm like,
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, I remember that, bro. I remember that. I remember you struggling with math. Like, you didn't give up. What's up, bro? You guys are making a breakfast, dude. I appreciate it. I'm already out here.
Yeah. I know.
It's a push-up last night.
Alright, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One that way, one this way. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Let's get one together, Jason. Come on, Jason. This is a post-worthy moment.
Sure. Thank you. Very good.
yeah, of course. All right. 1, 2, 3. Ready? Say guess them.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, yeah. She got a seat, yes. You got her,
She got her master's from, she know what she got on from USC right now? On her phone?
USC, Fullerton, UCI.
USC, Fullerton, C.U.R.B.
I got a project picture for
Oh, right.
How you doing, bro?
We're upstairs, like, all Billy's cousins out. We got like 2 hours.
Good to see you. Nice guy. Growing, bro.
So we're all.
Yes, it's a hand.
It's so beautiful. Diana, my
Yeah, so I know it's not a big deal.
Oh, the picture on the. Hey, did you get that on the? It looks professional.
He's just like happy. A bow tie like here.
I never thought of this shit as job.
Yeah.
I always thought it was labor job. Roofer, I love roofing. Oh, wow. So when I had a day job, and then full time, they just sent out. Get my head up right. We got to tell you positive. Activities. Positive activities. People are getting at you. Energy.
And it was raining today.
And I'm always like, can I speak? Can I speak? So I told him, like, you're surrounded by great speakers and you're just gonna keep being it. And then up I was like, you're gonna become like one of the best speakers. Because he's really funny when he speaks. I like when you speak. You keep it real, you know. I'm excited to see you do a TED Talk today. Like,
The first one I wanted to go to was Alvarado. Yeah, but I couldn't get that. My baby went to her yesterday. She got her first degree, like I have two other twins, and they're 8. So like, yeah, so it's like brand new, honestly, you know. Yeah, now it's like I had to take care of it. It pretty much took the whole morning, you know. I wanted to be there for that. I heard it was a good
it's gonna be 10 years. Next year, you're actually gonna really dedicate it. Have like a 10-year list. Like a slideshow where you're sliding. That'd be cool. Yeah, you can speak on there too. You're very free.
How do you feel? Are you trying to say
So you've been
come back. And what the?
It's kind of sad though, because I just announced it. So maybe next week.
Straight into the heart.
Maybe Greek because I've been like and it was so hard to say. I mean, no, I kept saying like, oh, they're not for better. This opportunity might not. I'm sad to be. Yeah, I go for my master's. Education. Yeah, so I want to be a counselor. But I'm always looking at administration jobs, like, which I love. But even though I'm I'm always saying this last, like, I'm saying like, and I'm always saying what's the progressive? It's
see students be like, I'm gonna learn school, and then I come to like it's high, I'm like, so I'm like, I can only advocate, I can't force it, but I'm always advocating hard, I'm like, anything, like, just or like trying to use my story as inspiration. That was my thing. So when I was saying University of South. So when I got in, I was like, yeah, and I lived there, so I got to pre-party, like I got to watch campus. Yeah, but then I would always share that you know people when I graduated in undergrad, so I told people I got the back, so I would show people like my whole family, like, you know what, like I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna manifest. And when I got in, everybody felt so like, oh my god, I want to dream big. And then my parents, they but then they go to the dream home, they used to like businesses. Now both of my parents just graduated. So in May, my dad was speaker now. They want to go to UC, and I'm like, oh, like we're just to see my just the community about my family too. All my brothers are in college, like everybody. Even to my little nieces and nephews, I'm like, oh, let's learn about that stuff. I'm like, okay, you gotta be the kid. Yeah. Yeah, bring students there, you know, I'm not sure like, I don't know the campus yet, but I'll figure it out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you are? Oh, you are connected.
Yeah, I used to work I needed a job on campus, so I just kind of got a job. When they, we had like some marketing type that said like, and I was like, hey, and then like, I series of topics, and I was like, can you come with me? And I was like, yeah, and she was like, when I left, it kind of died out. I had to move on, I was like, I gotta go.
So funny you're talking, I was thinking the conference calls like, speaking there, but I'm doing a panel up here, I'm running a panel that week. Yeah, and then, Robert, started a conference, this was our first one, so.
I probably said, I don't know if you're on the committee, because I'm always trying to oh no. Oh yeah, do you get them? I always forget, but then I'll jump on like on the.
I go on the first one, and then
I think I've ever seen you. I was like trying to make it just to see what's going on in the back. Like, it's gonna be a great conference. I'm gonna start trying to see like it's gonna be. I'll probably see if like they can teach me or like carpool there.
I get little snippets of everything.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure on that one, but I heard about it.
Yeah, they told me
So many events coming up. My calendar is like so big.
All right. Yeah.
I'm like all dripping from the
I'll see you on
yeah, I'm gonna tell you Kevin that I want to go to the project Kinship. And he got me like a sweater. So I'm always rocking it, but people be like, Project Kinship, and I'm like, I'm worth it, but let me tell you what it's about. I wanted to check it out, so I'll probably go soon. I don't. And I'll show more at the just to get more people, especially like parents that finish their student, and I like to speak from the children perspective of the family, kind of like what happens to us, trauma, how we get over it, because people don't address it. A lot of my research focuses like what happens to children, like what are our statistics, how do we bounce back, and how do we not bounce back, like how to talk about forgiveness, healing circles. And I did the first healing circle with my parents, and I didn't tell them, so I demonstrated like Dad, why did you tell me you're on vacation? I was kind of like, gosh, I heard, what kind of vacation? So then other parents were like, I told my daughter. So then they went and called their, like, you know, and I just addressed them, like, what, and I told mom, why did you stop writing to me straight from third grade to fifth grade? wanted to be skateboard president, and I was like, you got it. But then people were just like, oh, I did that shit. It's like, it's okay to let them know how I feel and let it out, and then when I let it out, we become greater. So I'm hoping that other families are actually doing, because I tell them, like, it's like, gotta like address it, because I like to teach crazy. So then we're going to like killing circles, like, I'll bring our parents again, like, here we go again, like, I got more trouble when you guys
Going through college at this age, I really see
even
that.
like foster care. I always run out, because like, you're posting
Some stuff like that, and I just feel like,
and then I can like
my something, because I didn't really have that.
I'll email you from my personal email, because my photo today won't work.
I failed out of college when I was super young, you know, it's that kind of thing where like, do something like that, and later you're like,
I think I might have invited you to our holiday party, but I'll send you an email from my oh yeah, I'm in this one. Where's yours? You got it from this too. That's what's up.
So Robert, and so I helped, Robert and I created the first game before set. This was all time.
That was you guys mentioned it like that. I want to know that.
All right, I'll see you.
yeah.
Hey, so, I got some stuff back. I've known her forever.
I feel the same
Not
exact
still even had it for the start date.
So like kind of like a consultant, so you're gonna get something out.
what else is out there.
It puts all the
You know what you're facing or what you have or other alternatives.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good stories about them. I can tell you, I was joining them last year, and like, I was playing it, oh, you're with Resiliency. We gotta start back on. Let's start pushing something.
Yeah, that was,
I had class,
cool name rolling out.
They're kind of, they were
I went into a
transitioning,
mine and then I was out. And then he later emailed, he's like, I thought we said we were gonna do sorry, so.
and then I joined them right when they were really trying to like kick back up again, right? Try to get it going. That's kind of where I'm sharing with you that we just like we picked up in Costa Mesa. We've been kind of doing like housing advocacy of it. But it's not necessarily like the work. It was just like it came from like a participatory research group. We went door knocking. That's what folks were like, hey, that's what matters to us, right? So they were like, how can we support this? And so now we're like, we're kind of build up a tenant unit, right? To build up support around, to build a tenant power basically, right? But it's like all of these things are connected, right? Like we tenant organizing is how
Like I said, it's hard enough for
high cost rent is connected, right? Now these are people just doing the work so that they can
going through all the stuff that
help
kids
in the right way. So like they're choosing, they're having to prioritize their like aspirations, their goals, whatever they might be that they want to do for themselves. It's like, well, now I can even think about what I want for myself. Let me get towards it, right? My family. If I don't, then we don't have a so like, that's how we're trying to just tie in
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
that's kind of the equation, right? So like, multi-generational approach to it. We're like, hey, like, it's just over, they're not necessarily the ones being sometimes all the time, we're hearing it. It's more and more history, are you trying to get out? Like, even if they're not necessarily, that rent is focus in school, they're like, now they're like thinking about all this other stuff that isn't even better than them. It's like, and that's what we're like kids over here, like, to see me pinch pennies to pay. It's crazy, bro. I just try to I'm saying that, like, some of the things that we're doing, like, civic engagement, we're really doing access to motivated for community. Registration is also like some of the work that's happening as well, so that we can start putting folks in, right? Like, because I think we're just like when we're going to these folks are always like, right, that's really in school, like, how do I get help? But not all of them, some of them might be, but some of them, most of the time, I'm experiencing this, I care about this, I'm sure it's true, like, I'm just looking for more things, like, project fishing, emails, like, if I hear anyone that's like interested in, like, you know,
Vince is doing, Vince, you hear me, Vince?
like, right, like, hey, the schools, like, he's like, we might not, like, we might not be experts in X, we might know someone that
Let's figure out time to connect.
Exactly, like we were talking about.
Or maybe, yeah, we could put something in that way.
Yeah, so where you at? Oh, yeah, what's this? Take me off of yourself. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm on a stump, bro. I just said that, yeah.
You think you can do it, like, well, there's some of the programs that they've done in the past, but they're like,
Easy, Steve. All right.
well, perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
Do you mind?
No matter what happens, she's gonna be crying whenever.
So is there any professional titles that you want to share?
Grandkids, our kids will be friends. Uncle JC. We're gonna be my son's padrino.
So you got your BA and
I'm trying to like, do colleges that could be either out of the way or slacks or whatever.
He said he was like jumping and scratching through buildings. I picture him like on some Spider-Man suit, like trying to do that. So I was like, how you? Yeah, he was dodging the crowds in the back. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you want, I'll introduce you, and then kind of go into it.
Yeah, so we're doing 11:30 to 11:30.
yourself and how you got to this career?
Like, how does that work?
Well, how about the,
Where does the pack meeting come from? Well, then,
Depending on
Like, I feel like the later it gets, the less you go.
right now, not only you,
a lot of the times, what we try is it's mainly intended for, but it's a lot of, kind of fluid. It's mainly intended for folks who are getting to release from incarceration, and then they don't have no housing, so because of the housing, in order to consider for the housing, you might just a student, as opposed to part of project Rebound, if you have housing, you get it. It's an awesome space. Yeah, it's transformative. That's it. This is starting at 10:15.
Sounds good. All right, so we're gonna get started with our next speaker. So Joe, you wanna say a little bit?
Yeah. Hello, Titan family. How's everyone doing? Good. Yeah. So thank you all. So this is part 2 of Sociology Week, day 2. So I wanted to introduce Gerardo Lopez. Gerardo Lopez is the organizer with Resilience OC. He's a capacity building specialist for Resilience OC. He got his BA in sociology from San Bernardino. Yeah, San Bernardino. Yeah, so we want to give Gerardo a warm welcome.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. Thank you, Sergio, for inviting me to this great event. Happy to be here. Like you said, I am a sociology major, so I was excited to be a part of Sociology Week here at Fullerton. Like Sergio said, I am an organizer with Resilience Orange County, which is a nonprofit, does social justice work all across Orange County. For the last 10 years or so, they were pretty much like hyper-focused in the city of Santana. There's a lot of organizing that happens in Santana across many different spectrums. ROC, before they became Resilience, basically they were Raiz and Santana Men and Boys of Color. So it was 2 organizations that focused, one specifically on the school to prison to deportation pipeline, and then the other aspect of it, Santana Men and Boys and Men of Color, were focused on supporting young adults, specifically young men, in their transitioning to adulthood. Both of these organizations came together to form Resilience, and now Resilience pretty much tries to do, like the vision there says, they basically try to develop and sustain youth movements, supporting them in whatever way. More recently, we've been trying to take a more multi-generational approach to organizing, where it's not just focused on youth, but trying to bring youth into these spaces that are traditionally not so open or friendly to youth voices. So that's something that really caught my attention to get into working with Resilience, but I'll get into that in a little bit. So we'll basically, see, where do I start? Let me get a little bit of like my history, right? Like of how I got to where I'm at. So senior year in high school, I was really considering being a teacher. I liked learning and I liked being able to share what I was learning. And then I had a high school teacher that told me that if I wanted to be a teacher, I had to pretty much commit to being broke the rest of my life. And I was like, as a 17-year-old, I was like, well, that's kind of a weird thing to tell a 17-year-old, right? But at the time, I was also taking a sociology class in my senior year of high school. I was fortunate to have like a sociology psychology class. And I was like, okay, well, I probably won't go to teaching, but maybe I can go to counseling, right? Because I felt like I really enjoyed my time in my sociology class. So I tell you all this from the very beginning. I was already kind of like there was interest into like the field of sociology. I didn't know in what capacity, but I kind of knew that that the conversations that were happening in these spaces were something that I was interested in joining those conversations. So I attended community college for about 5-6 years, on and off. I went 2 years initially right out of high school. Still didn't really know what I was doing. I was mainly focusing on getting my general ed out of the way. And then some family stuff came up. I had to take a year off. When I came back into school, I was very much set on like, okay, I'm gonna major in sociology because I want to go into counseling. That was kind of like, I was already set, like, that was the reason why I decided to get back into school, right? Once I returned into community college, I was fortunate enough to have a job where I was doing community organizing. I was doing phone banking, doing like get out the vote work. I was hired part-time to pretty much just be calling people like, hey, the elections are coming up, don't forget to vote. That's it. But to me, one, I recognized how like easy that job was, right? I was literally just like picking up a phone and like reading a script. But then the people on the other end, you know, they were telling me that I was doing this like amazing thing. Like I was talking to ladies and be like, oh man, like I completely forgot I was supposed to go. Like thank you so much, blah, blah, blah. You're doing this great thing. I was just like, what the heck? Like this is like I'm just picking up a phone and pushing a couple numbers, reading a script. But I was recognizing the impact that I had, right? Like that very little thing that like, to me at that moment, it wasn't that big of a deal. But to others, they were seeing that like power, that like being organized and moving people to take action. That's where the power is, right? So then, from there, I was able to transition with that same org. I started doing pretty much kind of like voter registration drives at high schools. But I want to tell you all this story because that's kind of my introduction into some of the limitations in the nonprofit industry. Because at the end of the day, the nonprofit sector is an industry. Although it does say nonprofit, you know, a lot of the organizations are there not to make a profit, but at the end of the day, they have to be sustainable, so they have to make money, right? So they have to meet these quotas so that they can get their funding, so that they can continue doing the work, right? So it's still an industry, and it kind of hit me like a train wreck while I was studying community college. I was doing, I was hired to register 2,000 people to vote in a year, right? That was kind of like the goal. My job was just to get those 2,000 people registered. My director was like, hey, I don't care how you do it, go do it, but here's probably go door knocking. That might be a good way to start. So that's how I started. So in the summer of 2015, I was walking through Riverside in like 100-degree weather, knocking on doors, seeing who would take the time to have a conversation on why it was important to vote. We were registering maybe like 10 people a month, right? Like, because people don't want to have those long-winded conversations, right? Like if you get someone at the door to register to vote, it's like they're gonna fill out the card, they're gonna close the door on you, and that's it. That's where the engagement ends. There's no like follow-up, there's no way that I can assure that person's gonna become a voter, right? It's just like, hey, I collected your card, I went on my way, right? That to me it felt like disingenuous. It felt like we could be doing a lot more. So my approach to this was, I connected with my government teacher, my former government teacher at high school, and I was like, hey, can we come into your classroom and can we talk to the students about like why it's important to vote? You all have an entire section in the class where you're already having this conversation. Can I just come in and be like, hey, y'all are already talking why it's important. This is how you register, right? I was recognizing that my voice didn't really matter, right? Like I just needed to be in the right place at the right time, right? Like people were already having these conversations, and it was a matter of how do we get those resources to the folks so that they can actually start moving and becoming voters, right? To me, it was very important that folks weren't just registering to vote. They were becoming voters, right? That there's a very big difference, right? Like when you're just a registered voter to when you're like an active voter and you're an active participant, right? So that's kind of what like got me into organizing a little bit. But one thing that I took to heart was trying to expose folks into these areas where they weren't necessarily always welcomed or always included, right? So the way that when I started going to these high schools, it wasn't necessarily just me coming in and like, hey, you know, let's register to vote after y'all had your conversation on why it's important. It was, how do we bring elected officials into the classroom, right? So that these people aren't just like seeing an elected official as this like outside thing, as this like this entity that exists, but they're just people just like us. They got elected into office and now have a role to serve us, right? So that was my biggest thing, is like, how do we make sure that the work that we're doing is meaningful, right? And to me, that meant making sure that the people that we were engaging with felt more than that they felt like they were actually learning a little bit of what we were sharing with them, right? That's kind of how I got into politics a little bit. I also have some experience doing labor organizing. So before after that time with that organization doing civic engagement work. Also, the reason I'm like going all over the place, so I apologize, but the reason why I said that I was like exposed to the limitations of the nonprofit industry was because the moment we started doing those high school presentations when we were engaging large groups of folks, you know, we started getting like 300 voter registration forms a week, right? By the beginning of the fall of that year, I was laid off because I had met the requirements of the role, right, which was to register the 2,000 people. I was barely coming into these spaces. I was just like, oh, it's important to get the job done. Like, we need to go do the work. Like, the more people that we can bring into these spaces, the better we're doing, right? I was just like, let's go, let's get more people. September, I was out of a job. And then I was just like, oh, like, how does this work? Like, I thought, was this not like, I thought maybe we were gonna get more funding because we're doing such a great job, but no. The funding was only for this much, and then that was it, right? So, again, like that, those are some of the limitations that exist with the nonprofit industry that are very real, right? That like you're gonna go into these spaces, and sometimes you're gonna feel like your hands are tied, right? Like you feel like you know what you want to do, you know that the work that you're doing is good, but then there's always like something that's just like, oh, but I'm telling you all this, just basically don't give up, right? Like just because sometimes it feels like you're hitting a barrier, the only way through it is to go through it, right? So like, something it's just gonna take to keep pushing, and to be creative, right? Like to be creative with the way that you can still follow the guidelines that are required by the directors, by the folks that are doing the grant writing and the fund requests, but still try to put the people at the center, right? Like always make sure that the people that you're working with are at the center of the work that you're doing in any way that you can. Where was I? Yeah, so that's what like sparked my interest into like youth organizing, right? That was the beginning of like trying to get youth voices into spaces again that traditionally they weren't necessarily being heard in. Then I got into labor organizing. Towards the later end of my time at community college, I was doing an internship with SEIU 721, which is one of the largest labor unions in the country. They represent public sector workers, so like your librarians, your social workers, any city, county employees. Most city, county employees are represented by some branch of SEIU. So that was a crazy time for me because I was learning a lot of like organizing skills. If you're ever considering organizing, labor organizing is the place to go to learn organizing skills, to learn how to connect with people, to learn how to move them into a certain, whether it be an action, whether it be to an event. Labor organizing is a beautiful way to learn how to connect with people and how to move them to get on the same page. And I will always encourage people to go into labor organizing because it's hard, because it's one of those places in organizing circles. Labor organizing is where you're left to sink or swim. They take that to heart. Most organizing spaces they're pretty much kind of throw you out in the water. If you can figure it out, you're a great organizer. You're gonna move very well in labor organizing. But if not, then you're kind of left to sink. But I say all this because even in the labor union where I was working with folks who already had their doctorates or already had their master's degree, my role, what I thought was important was, again, how do I bring in youth into these spaces, right? I was connecting the labor union with my community college, right? I was bringing them, trying to bring in interns from my campus, trying to get some of our perspectives into these spaces as well, right? And yeah, so then after that, you know, I was able to do my sociology degree, and while I was there, I got involved on campus. There was labor organizing on campus. There was the United Student Action Labor Coalition, which was a group of students on campus that were supporting the campus workers. Do y'all here see people going around cleaning the campus? They keep this place looking pretty. That's something that when I was going to school, my school was not valuing their labor, right? They were going through contract negotiations. They had been at a standstill for I think over a year. This group of students were like, hey, how do we support their fight, right? Like how can we help them actually get the wins that they deserve, right? Because we recognized that the work that they were doing was allowing us to do our work, right? Like the only way that I can come onto campus and you know be able to focus on my schoolwork and whatever is because I'm not worried about like walking over trash. I'm not worrying about, you know, the AC being run down in my building sometimes, right? But like they do their best, right? Like they're trying to maintain the facilities, and yeah, that was another way that I was able to kind of feel connected to my school campus, right? To my home campus, and then so kind of how I ended up here at Resilience was, after graduating, I was working at another labor union, and I felt like the work that we were doing wasn't as like centered on the folks that we were representing. I was starting to feel like the work was focused too much on the numbers, right? I get that nonprofits, again, they have to, right? They have to make sure that they're getting their funding. But to me, I wanted to look for other work that connected more with my interests, right? And I felt like I had enough experience in the labor world to learn those organizing skills, to then try to practice those into something that I felt a little bit more connected with. And then that's when this opportunity with Resilience came around. They, like I mentioned earlier, they had merged from two organizations, from Raiz and Santana Men and Boys of Color, to form Resilience, and they were in this like transition period, 2021. They were pretty much trying to figure out how they were going to begin organizing once again, because for the last, prior to COVID, they had focused very much on immigration, on youth. These are some of the programs that they had done prior to COVID. So some of the things that they were doing were like, they were very much focused on like mentorship programs. They had connections not only in Santana, but in the surrounding cities as well, like in Garden Grove, in Westminster. They would partner with some of the high school teachers to go into the classroom to do voter registration drives, to do trauma-informed healing circles, to do different, like they have the Chinachli program and the Joven Noble program, which are, one is focused on young women and one is focused on young men. And they were very much just like transformative justice, right? How do we heal? How do we continue growing without hurting others? That's something that they're, like the organization is working towards relaunching again. We haven't built up to that just yet, but our current programs with youth are, we have like a civic engagement leadership program, which there's flyers up here if any of y'all are interested. But basically, this is available online. So if any of you are kind of like interested in like local politics, or like, I believe the next conversation is going to be around like local jurisdictions. So that's going to go into like city council wards, county districts. So basically just like local politics in general. That's one of the programs that our other department in Resilience is launching. So if folks are interested, it's in person in Costa Mesa, so it's a little bit out of the way right here. But if folks are interested, they could always join virtually. It doesn't have to be in person. And these opportunities are not only just like volunteer opportunities or like learning lessons, but they're also like experience, right? Because it's not just like you don't just show up and take notes from like someone speaking. It's more so we try to take you all to city hall meeting, right? Or take you to trying to, again, to put you into these places to expose you to those things that you might not necessarily be exposed. There was something that I was going to say about that and I completely forgot. That I was going to make the connection. So our work last year, it all started with a participatory research campaign, which was basically, we hired a group of canvassers to go door knocking into the neighborhoods that we were going to be working in, so that we can hear back what their priorities were going to be, so that could shape our work, right? And the folks that were hired for the canvassing team were basically folks that had done similar like civic engagement trainings and workshops like that. And as a matter of fact, I believe one of them was a Fullerton student. They're currently a Fullerton student, but it was really cool. Just last week, my director was saying that they were at a coffee shop and they ran into two former canvassers who were part of the campaign that led to the report that we wrote, where we identified housing insecurity as like the main issue in Costa Mesa. And they were at the coffee shop working on an assignment, citing their own work, right? Like they were referencing the work that they were doing in the summer while they were doing their homework, right? So although these are like, volunteer opportunities where you can come and learn some skills, I think like it's more so like to put you out there, right? To put you in experience and like, hey, is this something that you really want to do? Is this something that you enjoy, right? So those are opportunities that kind of come up. And then that's kind of, I guess now that I'm like talking about those opportunities, I'll also share about some of the other stuff that we're currently doing with Resilience, just to kind of shed some light on that stuff. So there's that civic engagement program that I shared about. There's also, there's going to be an expungement clinic. So for folks who were here at the previous conversation, when you have a criminal record on you, that can impact you in ways that, I think it was, what they said, it was like a felony charge comes with like 150 something, like, or
4,700?
4,700, right? Like there's an insane amount of ways that your life will be negatively impacted by having any kind of criminal record. So some of the ways that you know we can start like alleviating some of those concerns is through like expunging clinics, right, where folks can go in and have their records cleared. And Resilience partnered with Underground Scholars at UCI and Community Legal Aid to host an expunging clinic. So if anyone is interested, that's going to be the 15th of next month. And there'll be flyers for that as well. And then this is kind of like on a personal level, this is kind of what I'm working on right now. It's like I said, we did that community needs assessment last year, where we heard back that housing insecurity was like the biggest thing that was affecting folks in the city of Costa Mesa. And what we decided to do was we decided to support building renter power. Basically, we recognize that there's a big portion of renters that are in Costa Mesa. Obviously, there's homeowners; they already have their power. There's a big section of renters who don't have as much power, right? So we decided to support these efforts to try to build up some of that tenant power. And how do we do that? It's by connecting them with legal resources, right? A lot of times what we're hearing is that, you know, if you end up going to like eviction court, the only access to legal support is driving all the way to Santana, right? That's where some of these nonprofits exist. And that's kind of the reason why Resilience decided to move into Costa Mesa. That's something that you're gonna see a lot. There's a lot of competition in the nonprofit industry fighting for funds. Santana is one of those like hubs where there's a lot of great orgs doing a lot of great work, but there's a lot of competition, right? Because there's so much centralized, like all the funds are going to either Santana or Anaheim, and a lot of folks are just trying to see who can get a little bit of this to do the work they want to do. Resilience was in that fight for 10 years, right? They were part of that conversation for over 10 years. They decided to then try to see if they can do their part to bring some of those services and resources into these cities that also have people that need these resources, but that don't necessarily have that direct access, right? And that was one of the first things we were hearing. We were hearing from folks, like, yeah, sometimes when I need to talk to a lawyer, I have to take a bus all the way to Santana just to be able to talk to someone, right? And we're thinking like, well, that's insane, right? Like there's people that just because, like if you have a question about your apartment, what are the odds that you're gonna, you know, get out of your apartment and walk down to the bus stop, take the bus all the way to Santana, wait in line at the, right? Like, it's ridiculous. So one of the things that we're doing is trying to bring legal services into their neighborhoods. With like, later this week, we're gonna be having a Renters Know Your Rights workshop, where Public Law Center is gonna be coming down with a couple of their attorneys, to pretty much just offer some of like general information on what are some of those rights and protections that renters have here in the state. So that with the intent of building tenant power, in the sense that like when folks are identifying, we don't do these events with the hope that like people are gonna be like, hey, you learn every single thing about renters' rights, right? No, it's so that when you go back home after experiencing this workshop, you can go back home and be like, hey, I feel like this that's happening right here, there might be a law that's being broken, right? Maybe. Now I know that I can call someone that at least works in this area, right? So that we're just trying to bridge those gaps, right? Trying to, again, expose people to these services or resources that might not always be so easily accessible. But outside of this, what came of our community needs assessment, our survey that we did on last year, was we were able to push the city of Costa Mesa to not even we, because again, I can go up there and talk to the city of Costa Mesa, but when you're doing community organizing, that's what you're gonna learn, that community organizing, what matters is what the people are saying, right? Like, it's how do we move them so that they're the ones doing the work, right? Like, at the end of the day, as an organizer, this is, my mentor taught me this when I was doing labor organizing, and I will never forget this, but basically, when you're an organizer, you're organizing to teach other folks to do your job, basically, so like, you don't have a job no more, right? Like as an organizer, I shouldn't have a job, right? Like, it should be the people that are experiencing this, they should be organizing amongst themselves, right? Like, in Costa Mesa, folks are struggling with rent. It shouldn't be me coming in, getting paid to go and tell people, like, this is what's happening. It should be the folks that are there, recognizing their issues and trying to work towards addressing their issues, right? Like, they're the ones that know what's wrong with their situation. They're the ones that know how to solve it, right? So what do I do as an organizer? I go in there and I shut up. I go in there and I listen, right? I go in there and I offer recommendations, what I think from past experiences, what I think might work. But I have to be, like we're talking about, we have to recognize that I'm privileged to be in that position. And I'm just here to offer support on how do we move you to get to your goal, right? So I rambled a lot, so I apologize. But is there anything, is there anything specific that
Thank you for sharing about yourself and all the great things that Resiliency Associate is doing. So just wanted to kind of bring it back to the topic that we're talking about today is youth justice. So for some of us that don't know what youth justice or youth engagement is, so what is youth justice and why is it important for people to know about the subject?
Yeah, thank you. So youth justice is important because, like I was mentioning earlier, right? Like a lot of times, even when we're having these conversations on youth justice, youth are rarely ever in these conversations, right? Like a lot of times when folks are like at the school board or at the district, when they're talking about youth, they're saying what they think is the best solution for youth. Very rarely are youth being asked, like, what do you think is part of the solution, right? So that's something that, again, we try to incorporate in our organizing model, is how do we bring in these voices so that they're also giving their perspective, right? And that applies to housing. I know it's kind of hard, especially as like students. You know, I remember when I was a student, I didn't consider myself a tenant, right? I was only there for a year and I was gonna be gone to the next apartment because that's how usually housing at colleges works, right? Like you're there for like a year and then maybe you have to look for another apartment. It makes it hard for you to like identify yourself as a tenant. But one thing that we started kind of practicing as of late is thinking of tenants as anyone who doesn't have full control over their housing. And once you start thinking of tenants like that, that includes pretty much all the youth, right? That young adults, they don't have a say into having safe, accessible housing. And I think that's something that we see, like even with our houseless population. I think a big chunk of houseless folks are young adults who don't have that support, don't have those resources, that network to be able to provide them access to whether it be resources, whether it be work skills, or whether it be like money, right? Like whether it be food, like the resources themselves aren't making it to the people that are in need. And I guess, yeah, just to kind of reiterate, the way that we try to do it is trying to incorporate them into these spaces, right? Trying to not speak for them, but, you know, speak up and then let them, like, pass the mic basically, right? Like that's something that we try to incorporate day to day.
Awesome, thank you. Can you, I know that you had mentioned that you all do a lot for youth, immigration, youth mentorship programs, school partnership, healing circles. Can you kind of go in maybe some examples and maybe some stories or experiences that you've had when working with youth?
Yeah, I think for us, like last year we were also doing in El Medina. How many of you are familiar with El Medina? So it's an unincorporated area in Orange, right? It's kind of an island. It's basically surrounded by the city itself. We were working with the Family Resource Center there in El Medina to connect the youth to the rich history in El Medina. There's a vast history of organizing in El Medina. How many of you know the Mendez versus Westminster case, right? Did you all know that one of the plaintiffs is from El Medina? And so there was 5 families that were part of that case. One of them is Lorenzo Ramirez, who their statue is at they had like a bust of his statue at Santiago Canyon College. So that was one of the things that we did in El Medina, is we tried to incorporate this like contextualizing the history of El Medina to give folks an idea of like, hey, like what's happening here in your backyard can literally go on to impact the nation, right? Like we saw Mendez versus Westminster literally went on to impact the entire nation, right? And that came from folks organizing here in your backyard, saying like, you know, that this fight for ethnic studies, that like regardless of race, everyone's entitled to an education, right? So I think that's kind of like what our engagement with youth, at least with my time with Resilience. Like I said, I've only been there for just since last year, but that was how we were incorporating these like youth programs. We were doing like field trips. We were taking them to the local library. We were taking them to visit some of the murals, some of the art murals. We were trying to incorporate basically. I'm sure some of you know with like the People's History Summer Program. The folks that were here yesterday with People's History book, the People's History of OC. There's a couple teachers in Santana and what's other schools? But they're mainly students out of Santana High School that they participate in the summer program in the People's History of OC, and they do on a broad scale. They take folks all across Orange County. We were able to support thankfully we were able to get some funding to support the students that were participating in this program with stipends for their work, right? Because we recognize that this was outside of their regular school year, right? Like these are folks that are in the summer, they decided to take time out of their day to go learn about the history of OC. So that was some of the ways that we incorporated, again, more like youth voices, is we supported these programs that already exist and then try to emulate them and build off of them into areas that were lacking those resources, right? So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. What are some roadblocks to delivering juvenile justice to communities, both social and maybe political?
Yeah, thank you. I think, at least from my experience, some of the big things are like cultural norms. There's a lot of like, for example, right now we're dealing in Orange as well. We're dealing with there's a charter school that's trying to take over public elementary school. So when folks are talking about the charter school, they say like, oh, like right there the teachers are more strict, right? Like they won't let the students like doze off or like mess around in class, and that's why the students have better grades. So they're trying to pin like they're trying to say that the public elementary school is lacking or that they have like these bad scores because the people that are there are misbehaving. And I'm saying all of this because some of the parents are agreeing with this, right? Because culturally they're like, oh, if you misbehave, smack them until they behave. So they think like, oh, like if this charter school is like being more strict, is being more like, oh, like it's tightening, it's holding down this tiny leash, that's what's gonna help our students be better, right? Sure, that might work for some students, right? But we know that that's not gonna apply to everyone. And if if we're trying to actually serve the needs of youth, we have to recognize that there's gonna be nuances, right? There's gonna be a variety of ways that we approach it. And I think those are some of those challenges, right? Like a lot of times, again, like these solutions to support youth are very much like blanket statements. They're usually just like, hey, there's a solution that's going to support youth, and because like we might think that this is what works, this has worked in the past, so we'll provide this like blanket solution. But again, since youth aren't being included into these circles, they're not being heard as to like how it's actually going to affect them on a day-to-day. So yeah, I think those are just some of those roadblocks, some of those like cultural norms that we just have to move past.
Thank you for sharing that. Go on to this next one. So, are there any current trends and policies or laws that we should keep an eye on in supporting youth? So, do any of these policies or laws affect your work, and how can we support these policies that do help your work?
Yes, we'll have to look up the exact policy right now, so give me 1 second. But there's a statewide policy that we were just hearing about last week that is trying to push for the voting age to be dropped down to 17, which that could, like these are those victories or potential victories that could help to include more youth into these spaces, right? Like typically even that's like something that we struggle with when we're trying to engage young adults. It's like, well, when we're talking to high school students, a lot of times they don't necessarily want to listen to conversations about politics because it's like, well, that's until after I'm 18, right? That's until like, that's like way down the line. I don't necessarily have to worry about that. So that could be one of those things that could be beneficial to help bring youth voices into these spaces. Be that policy on lowering the voting age specifically. And then I'm thinking, I know this kind of derails from like the youth justice aspect again, but like there's going to be a ton of housing policy that I want to bring it back that it's all interconnected, right? Like the fact that parents are dealing with rent or with high cost of rent, like all of these conversations on housing insecurity are impacting the day-to-day life of children, of young adults, whether they specifically claim it or not, right? So all of these, it's a lot of pressure to be putting on young adults, and so there's going to be housing policies that support to build more housing, which in a sense is going to lead to, in theory, less, or how do I say this? It's going to, in theory, when we have more folks actually getting housed, in theory, it should mean that there's going to be less folks dealing with housing insecurity, which again would hopefully mean that there's folks that are having the opportunity to then not have to go to work to help support rent, right? So that they can actually go and learn how to play that instrument if they want to learn how to go and do whatever art that they wanted to do, right? Or go and go to school, right? Those are things that are being taken away from youth because they're being forced into the labor force at a very young age, just because again these high costs of rents, right? That like it is all interconnected, right? It's all woven together. So yeah, but in terms of like policies, the one that came right off the bat was that specific one on the voting age. And I can't really think of any other ones off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, there's, well, I'm a housing coordinator for Project Rebound, and there's definitely an intersection between housing, youth justice, criminalization, higher education. So there's definitely a need to have these conversations, and these conversations happen in the community. So Resilience OC is a grassroots movement, and they do a lot for communities. So for those of us who are beginning our organizing careers, what advice do you have for someone who is starting to organize from the bottom? And as a person who has organized myself, it can be difficult. It can be draining. Run to burnout. So what advice do you have for someone who wants to start organizing?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think first and foremost is find issues that you care about, find issues that you're passionate about, and then just put yourself out there. Whether it be for an hour a month, whether it be for a couple times a week. I think just putting yourself in those situations, like being here in these circles, right? Like we were talking about that earlier, just being able to have these, like being in spaces where, with like-minded people who probably are thinking a lot of the same things you're thinking, who are probably pissed at a lot of the same things you're pissed about, who probably want to, change some of the same things you want to change, right? So my advice is just put yourself out there, even if it's, because a lot of times people like organizing, even like organizations or just like organizing circles, they need support, whether it be with like taking notes, whether it be like being a timekeeper, whether it be with like getting the coffee, right? Like there's support that's needed. And like if you don't feel fully comfortable like being up there like, hey, I'm gonna be a voice for this movement, like just go join them and get the coffee for them and be like, hey, this is actually I kind of like this, right? Like, or you know what, like these conversations are kind of weird, it's not really my vibe, go somewhere else, right? But putting yourself out there is gonna allow you to recognize whether that's something that you're passionate about or not, right? And that pretty much is just finding those things that interest you outside of whether there's a monetary gain out of it, right? Because I think this is something that I kept hearing yesterday, right? As people who study sociology, we go into this field because we're not going into this for the money, right? So then you got to find something that's going to motivate you outside of the money, right? Because we know that the money isn't the motivator, right? So then how do you find that motivator? Things that are going to light that fire inside of you without the money, right? So in order to start identifying those things, you have to start volunteering, right? You have to start putting yourself out there and being like, hey, I kind of dig this, or I kind of don't, right? And then in terms of the burnout, that's very real. That's something that even like currently, like organizing spaces are still contending with. They're still battling with, right? There's some organizations where they're gonna be really adamant about giving you time off, about giving you, like for example, I'm very lucky. This organization that I'm on right now, we have quarterly like mental health check-in days, like where we work, but we're just kind of like having stuff outside that's not necessarily has to do with work. We're just kind of like checking in with each other on a human basis, right? On a personal basis. Like at the end of the day, we're people, right? Like we have to connect on an individual basis before anything else. So I like find spaces that make you feel comfortable, that welcome you, right? That's very important. And burnout is gonna happen, so you have to prioritize yourself. I think yesterday some of the folks were saying that like you have to take care of yourself before you can take care of anyone else, right? When you're on an airplane, the first thing they tell you, put the mask on yourself, right? Like you have to think of yourself first. You have to be a little selfish so that you can share your love with others, right? Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're gonna burn yourself out, and then there's gonna be no one else that's gonna step in, right? So like, yeah, just make sure that you're caring for yourself first and foremost, and then whenever you go into the work, I mean, try to to put the folks that are the most impacted, try to put them first, right? Like try to always, whatever work you're doing, whatever field you're in, you know, if you decide to go and you organize restaurant workers, are you gonna be talking to managers? Are you gonna be talking to customers? Because those are important points of information, right? Like you wanna know what the managers are saying, you wanna know what the customers are saying, but at the end of the day, the folks that are being impacted the most are like the restaurant workers, right? So those are the ones that you wanna be in there, you wanna be listening to them, and I think that's the biggest thing is, as an organizer, if any of you consider being organizers, like never forget, you're there to listen, right? To listen and see where things go from there. Right?
Thank you. I'm gonna ask one more question, if it's all right with you, Gerardo. I'm gonna open it up to our audience. So I encourage folks to join in on the conversation. So, my last question, what direction do you see resilience going in the next few years, and what do you all need to be successful?
It's a great question. In the next few years, I see resilience cementing themselves as a hub for youth organizing. Excuse me, I apologize. That's something that we've been like discussing internally. How can we become kind of like a central hub for folks that are interested in organizing outside of these like pockets of in Santana and Anaheim, right? So that's something that we're working towards. We're trying to get this new space in Costa Mesa. We're trying to move out of Santana. So, you know, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, hopefully that could be kind of like the organizing hub of the South Coast area, or the Central Coast area. And some of those roadblocks, I mean, there's a lot. I think it's just, first and foremost is make sure that the org stays on track, right? I think it is how do we continue to do the work, continue to ensure that our work aligns with our mission and vision, right? I think that's the hardest part when you're doing any kind of organizing, is a lot of times like things will come up and like you can easily like lose sight of the fact that like you're all doing this for a much bigger picture, right? So yeah, I think those are just some of the challenges, not necessarily just applying to ROC individually, right, like as an organization, but I think just like any nonprofits, I think those are some of the biggest hurdles, right? It's like how do we continue to do the work? How do we make sure that our work is strictly aligned with the mission and vision, and not just doing this to produce numbers.
Thank you. Want to open it up? Anybody have any questions?
How do you guys get the youth to engage in all of this? Because I know, like thinking about high school and stuff, like if someone like came up to me or was like saying like, oh hey, like are you interested in like learning more about your community or like social justice, like all these things, like I think I would say no. But how are ways, like now, like looking back at like my time like since high school from college, like I feel like college is the place where I like got exposed to all these type of things and like actually like grew my interest, and now I am interested in everything. But like thinking about high school, like and just like other like adolescent ages, how do you guys get them to like interact and engage in these things?
It's a great question. I think first and foremost is we have to come to the realization that not everyone is going to be engaged. I think it took me a while to get to that point. You know, I was going into like when we started in El Medina, like at first I had like 10 youth coming straight from the high school going to the center, and like they would hang out, they would listen, like, you know, they were having conversation. Then eventually there was only like 2 folks. And I was like, oh dang, like what am I doing wrong? Like what do I need to change to keep them engaged, right? But I think the reality of the matter is that not everyone is ready for that conversation, right? Like some folks just don't want to have that, right? And it's okay, right? Like I'm no one to judge them, right? So, but it's how do we keep those that do want to keep having that conversation, right? And how do we keep folks who might be on the fence, right? Who might be like teeter-tottering on one way or the other? And I think the way that we try to do that is by being mindful of them, right? Like that we try to incorporate things that aren't necessarily just like a learning lesson, right? Like of course we all want to learn together. I think that's a big thing too. Like at least we try not to make it like, hey, this is me teaching you all this. It's like, hey, it's a shared learning experience, right? Like there's these things that I know, these things that I learned sometimes even just like the week prior, right? Like I'm not telling you this because, oh, I know this and I know everything. It's just like, this is something that I uncovered recently. I thought it was interesting. I'm sharing with you all. Do you all know anything interesting about your community, right? So that it's like a two-way street, right? So I think that helps a lot to get folks to feel like they're part of it, right? So it's not just like, hey, there's this person that's coming in and telling us X, Y, and Z. it's just like, oh, like, they made this point, and I also kind of recognize this too. But then it's also like making things fun, right? Like going on a field trip, even if it's just going to the beach, right? But like spending time together to continue nurturing those relationships, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what organizing is. It's you're building relationships.
I guess mine is sort of similar. I was just wondering, like, how you engage with the students. Do you have a center, like, the students come to, or do you do mostly, like, outreach to them? Like, you identified the housing, crisis as a problem. So from there, like, how do you engage those students, to, like, share the knowledge with them and their experiences and stuff?
Yeah, I think prior to COVID, before I joined Resilience, they definitely were like this like hub already in Santana, where folks from the neighboring schools would kind of just on their way out home, they would stop by the office. Like I see pictures on the wall, I'm like, damn, that's what it used to be. Like that was kind of nice. But now it's like the office is pretty much just like empty, right? Because for 2 years, folks weren't coming in for folks transferred out, folks graduated, whatever it may be. So we're starting to, we want to get back to that point, right? And I think that's what we decided to look for an office in Costa Mesa, so that we can since that's where we're kind of focusing the work right now, we want to make sure that we can also offer that space as well, right? Like that's something that internally we're contending with all the time, right? Like how do we provide that space, that physical space? Sometimes not all orgs have the luxury to be able to literally just get up and move, right? It's expensive, right? So then sometimes it's about connecting with like local, whether it be like a church, a college campus, right? That can provide that space, right? In El Medina, that's the way that we did it. We connected with the Family Resource Center, right? They provided the space. They told us, they were very upfront about it. They're like, hey, to meet our goals, we need someone talking to the youth about civic engagement. Can you all support us in that end? We're like, perfect, look, we get it. We'll connect with the youth. We just want to start building those relationships, right? So then they opened the door for us, and that center kind of became like the hub for El Medina. And now that transitioned to, earlier last year we were using the center to organize specifically with high school students. Now it's since those high school students they had an Elevate Youth program, which is how the center engaged the youth. So we were kind of like pretty much just coming into an established like youth program, right? They no longer have that program. So now we're like coming in and trying to help them in doing the outreach and connecting with the high schools and then connecting with the colleges and then bringing the folks to the center, right? Sharing about the location and the resources that are up there.
Is the hub located like in El Medina High School? Because I went to VP
Oh,
South
okay.
Park, like the Elmo's rivalry.
Yeah.
So I've been to Elmo a couple times, but is it like on campus or is it like nearby?
No, the
or-
center is actually on Center Street,
Okay.
which is like it's on one of those streets that like it touches the high school. It's like the backside of the high school, I think, the El Medina High School. But it's like really close by, which I learned when I was doing the contextualizing El Medina, right? Like that, the place where that center is at was actually like the first church in that entire neighborhood, right? So it's like a very, like the building itself has a lot of like connection and roots in that community, right? So it's really cool being able to connect with folks and be like, hey, your parents were probably here as kids too, right? Like if they were living here for their entire lives, they probably came to the center. They probably came and got some free food here. They probably came and did some art on the wall, right? Like they probably, got to benefit from some of these resources. So it's kind of cool seeing that that multi-generational effect that the center can have.
There been any surprises? Have you been surprised by a particular youth or a particular group of youth that just kind of blew you away with what they were capable of?
Yeah, absolutely. The folks here at El Medina have, like I said, not all of them have been like fully committed to the space, but like that's not, I'm no one to say anything, right? Like we're coming in, it's like, hey, those that do, how do we nurture and support those that do want to be part of this, right? And there has been there was one who, he was part of the Elevate Youth early last year, and we just ran into him 2 weeks ago at another event at the Resource Center, and he was like, hey, where'd you guys go? He was like, you guys were here for like 6 months. He was like, and that was the first time that I felt like I was learning something that like I was really interested in. It's like, it felt like I had uncovered like the rabbit in the hat or something. And he's like, and then you guys left, and I lost my rabbit. And I'm like, damn, like why are you getting all poetic? Like, chill, we'll be back, But like, so like, that like really hit close to home, you know, because it's like, damn, like it obviously made an impact on him, right? Like he was already like thinking about this stuff, like he was just like, oh, like he enjoyed that conversation enough that he was like, damn, like I want them to be back, right? And then outside of him, there's folks who were joining the space and they were already organizers in like on their own behalf, right? Like there was this guy who he was a freshman in high school. He didn't miss a single one of our sessions. He was always engaged. He knew what we were talking about. He was like already like, you know, sharing all this stuff. And then after our session, he would leave to go down the street to the church to help them on their fish fry that they were doing every Friday, right? So like he was already a part of the community, right? Like he was a community organizer, right? Maybe he didn't identify as one, right? But that's what community organizing is, right? Like you're putting yourself in spaces and then you're seeing how you can support in another way or not, in one way or the other, right? So yeah, there's definitely a lot of times where you're just like, dang, like, and that goes back to show that like my job isn't needed, right? Like this is how do we nurture? How does he become the organizer of this area, right? Like how do we help more people be like Humberto, right? From this area, Humberto was the young adult that was very motivated. And then more recently, there was we did another community needs assessment in Orange, and there was a 12-year-old. He was 7th grade, and he was pushing his mom because we got invited as Resilience. We got invited to support their canvassing efforts at the Family Resource Center, and basically like we got partnered up with like families that it was the first time going canvassing, right? So then I told them like, hey, the first door I'm gonna knock. I want you guys to see what I do. The next door you guys are gonna knock so that we can see how it goes, right? The second door, the 12-year-old kid is like, hey mom, it's your turn. You gotta go. And she was like, no, I'm kind of shy. I'm nervous. He's like, oh, he gets mad. He just grabs the script. He goes up to the door. And he's like, all right, just starts reading it. It's like wow, like when I was told I was not doing that, right? So I'm like, yo, like keep whatever you're feeding him, whatever you're telling him, keep doing it because we need more of him, right? But yeah, there's a lot of times when youth kind of just start to remind you, like, damn, like there's some that are just so way ahead that we just need to keep supporting them to make sure that they can actually, you know, achieve what they're working towards, right? But yeah, that answers your question.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
So as a community organizer, like what does a like day in your job life look like?
It depends. It could be all over the place. Thankfully, right now I'm fortunate enough that this organization allows me to work from home a lot. A lot of the work, you know, when you're doing community organizing, you need to be in the community, right? But then a lot of times you're not necessarily, like, there's not always an event happening, there's not always, you know, things that are happening. So they're very, you know, lenient enough in that aspect of it. So my day-to-day could be like, some days I'm like waking up at like, I don't wake up that late because I have a dog that wakes me up early, but I'm like starting my work day late, you know, I'm like starting at like 9:30, 10ish, and I'm just like sending emails, kind of catching up, you know, seeing where I'm going. Sometimes there's like meetings that start at like 7:30 in the morning, right? Like there's community meetings that I have no power over. I'm just invited and I'm gonna be there, right? Like our meetings with Costa Mesa, it's Friday evenings at 6 p.m. Do I want to spend my Friday evenings at 6 p.m. hanging out? Probably. Well, actually I do because it's actually kind of cool. But like, that's what I'm getting, right? Like a lot of times, like your schedule is gonna vary depending on the needs of the community, right? Like you can try some community organizations try to move past that. Like I think some of like labor unions are trying to be more like strict or like more strict on like the time where it's like 9 to 5, like an actual 9 to 5. But most nonprofit organizing, you're pretty much just kind of like your schedule is going to depend on the community members that you're working with. So it can fluctuate a lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
You mentioned working with like a resource center. Are there any other like organizations or like community type of things that you've like worked with?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is like legal service providers, or pretty much any service providers. As an organization, Resilience, we don't provide any actual like no service, right? Like we don't. There's no like tangible thing that we can give folks. So it's connecting with those orgs that do provide those services, right? So that we can bring them into these communities, right? So a lot of times it's connecting with like food banks. It's connecting with like even just like churches, because a lot of times they have resources, right? So definitely is keeping track of resources that exist in the community so that we can plug them into the spaces that we're in. Because we're not service providers, we try to just at the very minimum be the bridge to connect folks to the proper resources.
If someone wants to volunteer or intern there, do you just go to the site?
Yeah, so if any folks are interested, you can always just look up Resilience OC resilienceoc.org is a website, but they're also on Instagram as resilienceoc, and I believe on Facebook. But I think, like, I mean, I have my business cards. Y'all are welcome to take that. You can shoot me a text or an email, and I'm happy to plug you in with the folks that do the internships. Or you can always just take one of these. It has the QR code where you can scan it, and you can just kind of put like that you're interested in, not necessarily this event, but you can just put that you're interested in future opportunities, and then we'll be one of our staff will be reaching out, and yeah. So I think like of course like folks, if you need like community service hours, that's like one of the things that we obviously sign off on any sheet like that. Folks have that as a requirement, and there's no commitments, right? Like if you unless it's like a formal internship, if you're interested in volunteering, you can literally just be like, hey, I saw this event is happening, like the Expander Clinic. I want to show up for an hour and see what it's like, right? I want to see what you all are about, right? I want to meet, you know, some of the staff or whatever it may be. So things like that, you all are welcome to just show up, you know, bring community members, bring family, whatever, and then yeah, see if it's something that you like. Anything else? Any other questions? Cool.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gerardo Lopez. Can we give Mr. Gerardo Lopez a...
Thank you for having me again. Really honored to be here. Appreciate it. Thank you for reaching out. And yeah, hopefully we get to see some of you all doing some cool work in the community. Cool.
And so he also has some information at the table if you like. And also, please remember we got coffee and some light breakfast. So
Cool. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Great job. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was great, man. Good job. So you, oh, that's okay. So you travel from Lake Paris to Santa Ana?
Yeah, pretty much.
Every day, or do you guys all have to work from home?
Yeah, we do pretty much like twice a week. I'm
Oh,
out here.
okay, not too bad then.
Yeah.
I thought every day.
No, CSUF style.
But people do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But Lake Paris.
Thank you so much.
The other question I had was, how useful you use
That's a great question. I think at least like for like the leadership program itself, it's trying to focus on high school youth, right?
Okay.
But I think we don't necessarily have any like programs for like younger youth right yet, but that is something that like we definitely like considered and like have been talking about internally.
Yeah.
Because like some of the senioras that we work with in Los Metas, they have youth that are like in elementary school and they're like, how do we start bringing them? How do we start like including them into this conversation? And we've tried. Our approach so far has been like coloring books that have like both of those themes.
Start your setup.
It's kind of hard.
Cool.
Yeah.
Mind if I grab
Yeah.
one? Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we also have some t-shirts, but we ran out of those are the popular t-shirts that everyone liked, but we had put that logo on the t-shirt, so
Oh,
they're pretty
really?
cool, yeah.
This on a shirt? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do another.
We might have to push that reprint out, cause
How do you stay up to date on the events? Instagram, email?
a little bit of both.
Okay. You guys have a newsletter or? No.
I don't think officially, I don't think officially we have a newsletter. We're part of the Board of Supervisors Coalition that has a newsletter.
Okay.
We kind of share some like county-wide, but at least like our team doesn't have it.
Okay.
That's one of those things. We've been kind of like also slacking on it, but like that we recognize that it's a need, like this information, just having it easy.
Yeah.
Seems like forever ago.
But usually like social media, or is it
Yeah,
just like
usually
word of
social
mouth?
media. It also
Doing
depends.
events?
We're doing events.
You'll promote them then?
Yeah,
It was cool, and then because I was part of Alianza Chicana.
I don't know, one of these voters, but they're kind of like hesitant on doing a lot of like social media advertising.
That's okay.
I don't know what it is. I think they're just, like what I'm hearing is like since they're moving into this new area, they're just trying to like.
Rebound,
they're
yeah,
gonna
yeah, I'm the housing
So we
coordinator,
don't do a lot of
also
the
a student.
applicant, the time of my I'm just like, hey, can we put this on Instagram for a minute? But it's not something that like
It's
we
a lot of work,
do
yeah.
too much, we don't do a lot of digital
It is,
organizing
but
process. So it is more so just like by word of mouth, like we're just kind of like for this event, the workshop, it goes on this one. We do canvassing, right? Like we'll meet with the group that we meet regularly, which is about 10 groups. And we pretty much, well, like once a week or sometimes twice a week, we'll go and we'll knock the neighborhoods and like just have them flyers and tell folks about it.
It's a lot of work.
So we haven't really ramped up into the digital organizing part of it.
Yeah, that reminds me like what he said, or I don't know, they mentioned it yesterday or something, cause I wasn't here.
Well, you were
today,
saying earlier,
but,
to cut you off about,
like,
you were saying that.
when you go into
some of
sociology,
the
like,
seniors
it's not for
with-
the pay. Yeah, like, I remember
real
Professor
kids or
Robles
something.
saying
Yeah,
that,
yeah, so
for like 2
they-
semesters
they-
ago.
Started
I'm like, that's so
some of
true.
these things,
It's like,
and the way that
we look at like,
we
oh,
try to like
what can I get with this sociology
at
degree?
least like half
It's
the
like,
people
their
like
good
bring
job
like
is
other
obviously,
involved
but
and
like,
bring like activities
it's
around
like a
the
doctor or whatever, like,
So
pediatrician or something.
included in the
But I
space,
feel like,
but we haven't
if like
had
your
those like
heart's in it,
conversations
like,
how
your money
to
doesn't really
start
matter.
having
It's
more like the
because
consciousness
it's
of
like,
it.
at the end of the
Yeah.
day,
Like, how fun
we
is
can
that?
like that
do
word,
that with
conscious
all
of
the
it.
money we're getting, yeah, like, it's about like the impact. But like, it's about the impact that you make, like, as a human, like, when you're trying to learn.
Yeah, well, the
Sociology
thing is
just
too,
in
it's
general,
like you're
that's
you're
perfect
inviting
for
them
us,
to like
yeah.
learn about rent
All these
control, chances are they're
organizations,
gonna
it's so
find a
awesome.
babysitter, you know.
Mm.
But it'd be nice to say, hey, there will be programming for kids too. You know,
I focus on,
kids
my
kids
focus
are,
is a little different,
you know,
but
like let's say
I always
4,
like
5, 6,
sociology.
7 years
If
old,
I didn't
they'll
take
be
my major,
programming,
whatever, I'm
Yeah,
turning
like,
out to be.
but I know easier said than done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus-
Yeah, so right now I'm in a master's in higher education. Here in Wisconsin, so
At least
higher education is kind of be like,
I personally don't feel
student
like I
affairs,
have
kind of
the
like.
expertise on like
I want to shoot that.
engaging them.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a whole nother animal.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
haven't tackled that, doesn't mean that, but I'm glad that you're highlighting that, because
Yeah.
there is a need for that.
Well, do you want when it can be?
Oh, you want my need? Mi amiga esta, pero no vieron porque no tenía que hacer algo. So then for the next one,
The reason
what
why
we
I
did
wanna
is
be
we
a
bought like a
professor
playpen and like
is
something,
so,
so
like,
like, yeah, so like,
that's
but
how
it's
power
not, it wasn't like,
contributes
conscious
to
building
right
programming,
now,
for example,
like,
right?
social
But
But
it
you
was just
tried
kind
your
of-
best, at
it's
least
like
some
some
kind
I
of
think
childcare.
Yeah, like,
I think it's just
we
important
want them here, right?
Absolutely.
We want you to
Yeah,
bring them.
bring your
Yeah.
kids, yeah.
Talk about like
Yeah.
the eradicating
Oh, es que no queremos que
And like,
to
I
interrupt or
don't know.
it's like, no, like that, we want you to bring your authentic self, right? Like, we need you to be who you are. And if that means
oppression.
responding to
You have to
meetings,
come, you have to
Right, it's okay.
become an
like,
oppressor.
¿qué va a pasar?
So it's a way to,
Yeah, so
it's a way to
we're trying to
standardize, like, they use like APA,
a multi-generational
this
organization.
type
Like,
of,
we
Yeah.
you know, you can't really go past.
Yeah, there's some cool books, cause I have
This
a,
realm if you don't know APA. So,
So, there's some
in order
cool
to
books
combat that, you have to learn how to read.
I
to
read
write
too
in a way
about
to be the oppressor.
protest.
That's why I wanna be a dean.
civic
Be like the
engagement,
oppressor, but
civil
well,
leaders.
yeah.
Yeah, and one of the, well, I haven't checked out that one, I'll check out that one. There's this one called My Little Book of Protest, and it highlights a variety of different people. It,
How are your studies?
Rosa
going?
Parks is in
Yeah.
there.
Your studies.
So right now,
It's like
so
Chavez is in
for my master's program, we have to do what's
Greta
called
Thunberg is in there, so like
Oh, I mean, like contemporary.
contemporary ones
And
too.
it's like, pretty much,
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
you're able to
There's
use all
like, there's a
the
bunch,
information
there's a,
from
I have like
the
3 or 4.
start to the beginning. And it's
My little book.
Yeah.
It's such a wide range.
Yeah,
And
and that's
so
for like
what they
really
do
little,
is they
it's
give
like
us
2 or 3 years
prompts.
old.
It's like an essay format, and they give us like a week to finish it. And that's like the final test, right?
Yeah.
So you can
Yeah.
pass your.
We have like an age track.
But it's still
Okay.
so well, they
We
even
thought about it, there wasn't a lot of thought.
There's a thought, there's a little bit of thought there, so no, but that would be really, really cool, if actually just kind of started thinking like, oh yeah,
we
like,
call it field work, so I can do it.
probably one
Yeah,
of
so
the reasons why,
work,
like,
plus
like
school,
Rebecca was
plus
saying,
homework, plus
the
internship,
reason why,
right? It's
a
a
lot
lot,
of
but it's doable.
junior high, high school kids are not really into civic engagement is because
I was thinking
there
about
isn't
them.
enough of that
Because
consciousness
honestly, like, I've
building
never, like,
in the early
been
years.
that person
And
to
so when
be
they do
like,
get
yeah,
to
like, I'm
like
gonna go into a master's program.
junior
Like,
high,
honestly, like, I was chill
you know,
with, like, just my
civic
bachelor's. Like,
engagement,
that was my, like, mentality, like, freshman year, like, sophomore year.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I feel like
You know, there
last
isn't
year,
that connection.
I don't know what changed. I was like,
music,
What's the one
sports.
where you can like,
Not contentious in like politics, right?
Right. I mean, they're contested
Or that
activities,
too,
so
like,
like in music, for example, like
But I was looking at
the
teacher
messages that you're
program,
getting from like, let's
and
say,
it requires so many hours of
I don't know,
field
different
work.
artists, you know, they're
I
gonna,
think it's like 600.
they're gonna be pushing certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
certain
that's
rhetoric,
true.
system
It was
music.
definitely more than like one.
But I don't wanna
Like
like
it was in the higher range,
say
and I was like,
music
I
and
wanted
sports
to-
are not political, they can be.
But
Definitely starts slowing
Yeah,
down,
but the way that I
what
would
you like,
say most
what you would like to
young
do in the
kids,
future.
12
I think it's super
to like
important to have
16,
conversations.
build their identity around
I think
sports
I would-
are is
I would
typically
recommend is to talk
apolitical,
to
you know.
people who are in those roles.
So that's a good point about
See yourself
identity,
as
it's
a
just,
teacher?
I don't think civic engagement is seen as an element enough as an identity in most kids. And like you mentioned, there's some kids already at 12 years old who are like, no, let's go knock on the doors, let's get in there, let's do stuff.
It's not because they have a deep understanding of it. It's probably from, it's just like,
Something struck a nerve somewhere, something moved them. Yeah, something moved them at some point in their life, and they were just like, I get it, you know, they just
I
get
need
it.
to do something, right?
Yeah.
How I thought of it, like, graduate, it feels
Yeah.
like this.
And
But
that's
my
the
first
thing,
day,
like,
after graduate school, it was just like in the classroom.
you are part of the solution, like whatever problem you're in, it's the same thing, you have to just the solution, or else it's gonna be solved without you.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, but housing in OC right now is a big issue, big issue. And I like that you connected it back to youth justice, because you can't have youth justice, youth building without,
Teaching.
you know, housing equity. If you're constantly moving from place to place, you know, how are you gonna engage with, yeah, exactly.
Enjoy summer.
Establish your roots.
What about you, Rosie?
It's typically those, it's left out of those conversations.
Take a break.
Well, we need to do more housing.
History.
That's the extent.
Right.
You know, where you wanna go.
Right now, how is the lack of housing available?
Project
Yeah.
Access, which is like a resource center for apartments.
Then you have Huntington Beach, man.
Yeah.
Trying to get, trying to,
Said, you all need more housing.
they're like, nah.
As a matter of
But I'm
fact,
glad-
we don't.
I'm glad they're getting
Leia,
sued, man,
our club
because
president, she
they're
applied
gonna,
to the MSW program here.
they're gonna feel the full force of the state.
She got it.
Yeah, none of it.
She was like, you know something?
None of it trying to sue for like
What about you, Jess?
Okay.
the apartment association. They're suing the city of Santa Ana.
To get rid of it.
For social.
Iowa,
Iowa, yeah.
Oh, you're not Iowa?
I'm moving. I'm moving thousands of dollars worth of. It's insane, but I have family and I wanted to be closer to my family, like my mom's getting older. And I don't like being halfway across the country from those things start coming up, so I applied to schools in the Midwest. Well, I mean, I applied to some places, I only got into two,
Yeah.
University of Iowa and then University of Nebraska in Lincoln. And so, but I was closer and I did a summer
Yeah,
research
no, I
there
agree.
last summer. And I know, like, I had a professor who mentored me last summer and I have a relationship
Increasing,
there, so.
units, they have this
But
thing
yeah,
about
I
not wanting to
honestly
build up.
am interested in the PhD just because I want to research on it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm intensely interested in teaching. But I also want to do research because I feel like it's sort of like a, you know, like research is what you should do, but teaching is the applying thing. Like, to me, teaching is like the thing that you do to actually make it work, you know? And I like that part of it, you know? So I think the research is interesting, but I like the application.
Oh, you're kidding, there's people that are like literally homeless, there's people that are literally struggling to pay rent, like there's.
And you want shade.
And you're concerned about your shape, like, well, that's insane that like.
I mean, sometimes it's colder than others. I went to, they had a visit like for Nebraska, for the Lincoln program I went to like 3 weeks ago or something. And it was like 20 degrees at night, and I was like, it is so flipping cold.
I'm cold here right now. Like, I'm just imagining, you know, I
Thank you so much.
I was a little bit away.
Grab a couple of those flyers.
You too, I'm like, we sound like such Californians.
I was like, I felt a little fire in me, and I was just like, damn, like,
Yeah, well.
is that me realizing that I want to come get my master's? I was like, is that me
Oh, you
realizing
should have.
that I
Did you,
come
where
here
did
to
you go
school?
to college?
To
Where'd you go to community college?
Riverside, to RCC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And transferred to?
And then I went to Santa Barbara.
UC Santa Barbara?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
They were here earlier.
2018.
Oh, that's freaking cool. Not that long ago. Yeah, my wife actually went to UC Santa Barbara.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Back in 2008, 2012.
Oh, okay. My older sister went there too.
Oh, okay.
2012, 2013.
Okay.
She was out there too.
Cool.
Yeah, it's cool. But I was telling Daniel that when I was there, you know, like one of the things that
What, Discord?
I was like having like
Dude, I don't know why.
battles on like,
I have my Discord notifications on,
is
but I
this
don't
really what I
know.
want to do? Or like, am I here because this is what I want, or am I here because there's some others want something? And I was like, I was struggling with that for a while. And I was telling Daniel yesterday, I was like walking around, I was like, I like it. I like higher, like I like I felt like if we met, like I was saying, right, where people were having similar conversations to
Yeah.
things that I care about.
We
I was
should,
like, damn, like
go to classes and make.
I was doing it because, right, like as much
Oh,
as
you
it was
see,
To sociology classes, say social week is
as much
coming
as
up.
of a
You know,
reputation
this
it
is
has
what
for
we're
being
doing, you know.
like a white person's party school, UCSB actually has a lot, I'm sure you saw it, has a lot of Chicano activism. Absolutely, yeah, it's pretty strong. You know, I even saw it when I would visit and,
Is this your first one?
in connections with actually with some of the professors there too. Even though I didn't go there, yeah, there was this sociology professor named Victor Rios. I don't know if he was still there.
he's a like on re-entry and like that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't get to take any classes with him because he's very popular. He's like,
All this classes are always taken. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, but I actually, made a connection with him.
he's good people.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
that's kind of like the thing, like a lot of the professors are, I mean, muchas ganas, you know, like también quieren hacer.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the social department, like they're all about like pushing for activism and activism.
Or-
We have a professor here,
Like walking,
Dana Collins, who
walking.
went to UCSB,
Oh, okay.
and yeah, she's the
I'll
biggest
just for my
activist
feet, I guess.
out of all the
Like-
professors. She's very like activist oriented. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, man, absolutely. I wish she was here. But yeah, she does, most of her activism is related to LGBTQ. But, you know, obviously, every movement understands intersectionality, right? That it's not just an LGBTQ issue, it's a housing issue, it's a race issue, it's a, you know, yeah, it's all connected, you know, and all these systems of oppression like connect, you know, it's the matrix. So, yeah, man, it's nice to meet you though, man. It's been good. Do you have a card?
There's
I'd
some.
love to stay in touch and
I was gonna ask you, but you can either shoot me a
I'll,
text. or-
yeah, that's what, I'll send you a text. Yeah.
Let me, that's not my, that's like my work number, let me give you my
Oh,
personal.
okay.
Do you have a pen?
Yeah, let me go grab it real quick. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my sister works for First Five in Alameda County, up in the Bay.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the stuff that y'all are talking about is very relatable, because there's a lot of the things too, not necessarily related to youth justice, but like I was saying earlier, with the little kids. Yeah. And they're not necessarily, they're mainly support service, you know, providing them access to literacy programs, food programs, things like that for kids between 0 to 5 years of age. Thank you, appreciate it. But,
She announced
yeah.
first 5.
Yeah, it's called First Five in California. Yeah, they're statewide.
They're large statewide.
Yeah.
I've seen the logo, right? I've seen the
Yeah.
first 5.
Right.
That rings a bell.
Yeah.
So they're working on getting services for prioritizing elementary school.
0 to 5.
0 to 5.
Yeah, from pregnancy to 5 years old. And they help them out with all kinds of things. Pregnancy education, like what to expect at the hospital, how to get access to parents, how to get access to library, a library card, services offered, like so many, basically like just providing the education and support that one of their family needs to help the kids to grow up in a positive environment.
Like at the center, at the resource center, why there's no connection to like first 5 or like I mean those are the type of services that make sense to be offered at the center. Like
Well, that's the way that
Yeah.
I understood it yesterday.
I'm sure there's opportunities to connect with other work. Is that 11:30? Yeah. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah, I'm just here to talk about doing good today. Youth justice, so let's get into it.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, I'll be back.
I prepared for a presentation until yesterday. I was so back.
She can definitely do a presentation. I know she probably put more hard on putting it together, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can do it, and then we can talk afterwards.
Sure. I think she said it was like 35 or 40 minutes or so. Let her get into it. And then bring it up at the end.
Yeah. Let her get into it. It's 45 minutes long, so just let her do her presentation, because that's the next step that she works on, and not be able to do it, you know? Oh, okay. Hey, Mayor, how's it going? Doing good.
Everything good?
Yeah.
Welcome again to Fullerton.
Yes.
Big search.
I think Ingrid is gonna present this one, but moderator for the next one. We're gonna kind of go and see where it goes.
Hello, good, how about you? You want some coffee, bagels, sandwiches?
What are you all doing to enjoy it? What are some both social and political current trends and policies that deny how can we support your work, and what policies and laws should we support, and then what motivates you to inspire you, how do you not burn out?
All right. Let me take this call real quick. Hey, Dr. I'm about to jump on this panel right now, over here at Fullerton. Right now, 11:30. Okay, sounds good.
All right, we're gonna try.
Yeah, doesn't seem, rocket science. Because it's my findings. Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm the outreach coordinator there. I'm also, kind of like the program coordinator for the Juvenile Justice Initiative. So trying to expand our reach inside the juvenile facilities, local facilities, develop partnerships. Been doing this for a while. I'm also a alum of Pitzer College. That's where I first met Marilyn right after she graduated. So, so we had kind of have that connection. Currently working on my master's in social work. Over there, I will be entering my second year, finishing up the second semester now. So, San Bernardino.
You're doing the 2-year program?
2-year program. So, joining the social work crew, you know, it seems like it's a good pathway for careers for us, you know what I mean, and accepting of our background too. Also, I'm just like been in the work for a long time. Yeah.
You're in your second year now?
No, I'm finishing up the first year. What, 10th week?
You should send me those questions. This is perfect for the.
Yeah, so 10th weekend, my second semester, so I'll be, we'll see, I might be interning next year at either Scripps College, possibly Oracle College, or, Agricultural office. So, I'm running for the Agricultural office, that's where I would like to be.
Does Norco or San Bernardino Valley College have a program for to support former countrywide?
Norco does. San Bernardino Valley is like informal. They have like a student club that they're
I know Norco has a in prison college.
They just got,
At CRC.
they're also the, funding for the Rising Scholars.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, just barely, it's barely starting up, you know, maybe they haven't even implemented the funds yet.
I've worked with Joe Rubio.
Okay.
He's a counselor at Norco.
I work with, Lisa Nelson, she runs the in-prison program. So I'm pretty familiar with all of this. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty familiar with all these relationships because of my involvement with Pitzer. And Pitzer's kind of the one who brought them in, and kind of developed the pathway to a bachelor's degree.
You're going to be on the bars?
I'm teaching in prison. I'll be in Chocowalla this weekend, and I'd want to. It's our last class. I don't want to leave it hanging. You know what I mean? But I'm hoping to be a presenter for Kinship. Yeah, that'll be good.
Where is it this year?
It's gonna be in Georgia.
Oh, wow. November?
Yeah, November.
Something with our Dare Dream program. I think the theme is close the gap. Close the gap on inequities and.
So hopefully I'll be presenting my thesis with my thesis partner, and it's surrounding parity in higher education prison programs. Parity. So is the education people receiving inside comparable to the outside education? If so, how so? If not, why not? You know.
You got about 1 more minute and we'll start.
I think it would be. I'm not good. I'm already like 27 pages in, so I still got, you know, 2 more semesters of working on it. But I think I'm working with some professors. They want to get it published and stuff. So.
What are some of your preliminary findings?
We haven't got into that was just a lit review. That was the chapter 1, chapter 2. Doing my methodology right now.
Okay.
But
Very interesting. Very interesting.
You're speaking on that?
Are you ready to start?
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started for the sake of time. Welcome everybody to part 3 of Sociology week, day 2. So everybody, please give a warm welcome. We have some very special guests, Mr. Michael Griggs, Ingrid Garcia, and Edgar Villegas. New, so sorry. So everybody, please give a warm welcome. So we're gonna go ahead and have a conversation centered around youth justice, but I wanted to start off by having you all just check in with us and talk a little bit about yourself and how you got to your position you're currently in.
I guess I'll start it off. My name is Michael Griggs. I'm the outreach coordinator at Project Rebound at Cal State San Bernardino. So how did I get into this role? So I'm formerly incarcerated, in and out of the juvenile justice system since the age of 14. And then I ended up going to the adult system where I did 6 years. Came out, well, while inside, kind of found education. Did my first 2 years of my associate's degree inside. Got out, finished my last class I needed to graduate with my associate's degree. Walked for the first time, didn't walk for high school because I was inside. But I kind of came out to a community where there was no resources in terms of higher education. So I kind of had to navigate and piecemeal resources together during a time where, San Francisco State was the only Project Rebound around. So participating in Guardian Scholars because I was a ward of the court, participating in EOPS because I was low income, participating in, student clubs and organizations around my, race and ethnicity, and trying to piecemeal resources together. I ended up getting connected with a lot of reentry organizations over the years, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, Prison Education Project, Reintegration Academy, among others. Found out about Pitzer College, where I applied for a scholarship. I met Marilyn, who is the executive director here, the day I was interviewing, because you have to do an application, then you have to interview there. So I interviewed, the day I was interviewing, they were hosting a criminal justice symposium at one of its 5 undergraduate colleges, and she was a panelist. And so I met her. I said, hey, I'm applying, I'm formerly incarcerated, just got out, this year. And she kind of gave me the pep talk. You're exactly who they want, don't be afraid, you're exactly what they're looking for. Go in there and kill it. And I kind of went in there like, okay, I didn't know not one person who was formerly incarcerated had went there. So now I met one of the only 2 who had been there who are formerly incarcerated. And she gave me this pep talk. I went in, got almost a full ride scholarship there. While there, I kind of connected with folks and professors who were interested in not just criminal justice reform, juvenile justice reform, but also providing access to higher education for formerly and currently incarcerated people. So they started a bachelor's degree. Actually, they started just teaching inside out courses, which is courses where they bring inside students together with outside students from the campus in a classroom in prison to learn alongside one another and share, what they call dialogue across difference. So I got involved with those, started taking courses like that because these were my folks, I felt like I stood out like a sore thumb at my college because I was a non-traditional age student. Mostly the students who went to that school they were coming directly out of high school into this university. And so I would often get confused as being a professor. Long story short, I ended up finishing my bachelor's degree in a self-designed major in social justice. I was working construction at the time, always working part-time, going to school part-time. And then I ended up getting laid off during the pandemic. Now I was
I didn't know what I was gonna do. I was in the construction union as a plumber, and I also had a bachelor's degree, so I didn't know how that coincided. But I figured I learned some skills and some knowledge in the pursuit of my education that I think I could be useful somewhere. So I went and applied at Cal State San Bernardino, helping students navigate for the outreach position, which consists of helping students navigate the barriers to higher education, recruitment, enrollment, and then yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ingrid Garcia. I'm the Outreach Coordinator and Juvenile Justice Advocate here at CSUF Project Rebound. And I'm also a master's student, majoring in economics. And I also went here as an undergrad as an economics major with a minor in mathematics. And that's when I found Project Rebound, when I was here at CSUF. After going in and out of jail since I was the age of 16 years old, I decided to use education as my way to stay out of jail. And, but it was really challenging because, you know, aside from working 2 to 3 jobs, going to school, I started at Mount SAC. I actually thought that I was just gonna get a certificate as a administrative assistant. But as I continue on getting good grades and overcoming a lot of my barriers and challenges, I decided, well, I can probably get an AS, you know. I did that, was on the dean's list. I said, well, maybe I could dream a little bigger and go and to apply to a 4-year university. And I really wanted to come here to CSUF. And I remember the day that I got accepted, you know, I was just like in disbelief because they say it's impacted. You won't get it, you know. And so while I was here, I kind of roamed on my own, like anonymously. Like I didn't want to tell anybody my story. I didn't want to let anybody know that I was previously incarcerated. So I just kind of tried to blend in and not really create any personal relationships with anybody, not make any kind of community, but I still wanted to be involved. So I worked at the Women's Center. I was back in those days, it was called Taboo Talks. I was a peer facilitator. And we would like talk about like challenging topics on campus. If it was like neutral gender restrooms or, you know, LGBTQ or women and their sexuality. And those are like topics that are really interested for me, like things that are challenging our community, things that we're told that we can't talk about. And so one day I had, oh, and I also was the, I was a part of AWARE, which was adults who returned to education, and I was part of that club. And one day, Romelin walked in. She sat down, we had a nurse session, and at the end, we asked for anybody that wanted to talk or, you know, had any announcements. And she raised her hand and she said, well, you know, I'm part of this new program here. I think at that time she was just a program coordinator. Program had just started. Because I'm from Project Rebound, and we support previously incarcerated people, and she described about the program. And in my mind, I was just stunned that there was even a program for previously incarcerated. Because on my last term, which was in 2009 into 2010, in Chowchilla, I remember going to the law library and looking for resources. I was just determined. I do not want to go back to jail. I need to find some type of resource, and there was literally nothing. There was nothing. And I had kind of, saw in passing a program in San Francisco State, but I'm like, that's so unrealistic. Like, I'm not gonna go to San Francisco. So I didn't even look into any further. And so I just went out, trying to do the best that I could while I was out. And when Romerlin walked out that room, and she was going on the hallway, and I was like, putting to end the club meeting, I ran after her. I was like, me, I'm previously incarcerated, help me, you know? And so she gave me the information, and I remember going into the little office. It was just a little square jail cell office. But I was just so grateful that I was there. I would just like go up there. And I was actually one of the first females that was part of Project Rebound, and the first 4 members of the program. And as the time went by, you know, people started joining, people started coming around, most of them males. Eventually we ended up getting, a couple of females, and we all supported each other. We were all there. Like the program told us jump, we said how high, because we were just so grateful there was actually a program there to help us. And as we went by, like some really wonderful people joined. One of them would be JC, Mir, people that are working for the program now, and we're also advocating and working for in other parts of at-risk youth or at-risk people. And I got invited to go talk to a group of at-risk youth where JC worked at, called Project Kinship. And I remember I went in there, I remember I had a Dodger game later that day. I was like, let me just go in real quick. And I sat down and I talked to the kids, and it was just like a total, it just totally clicked. Me and the youth just totally clicked. They were talking to me, I was talking to him. It seemed like we were just both like peers, And I don't know if it had anything to do because I was previously incarcerated also as a juvenile, And so that was like my first interaction actually talking to juveniles that were incarcerated. I ended up finishing my bachelor's during COVID, which was a letdown. And I decided to take a 2-year break. And so when I returned this last fall for my master's, right away I connected back with Project Rebound, and they were starting this new program through Project Rebound, which is called Dare to Dream, which was focused on helping these young adults or youth that were incarcerated. And they asked me, since of their prior experience of me, interacting with them before, if I would be interested in joining the team. And I was like, well, absolutely, I want to join, but let's do this part-time. Because I don't know, I didn't want to overcommit myself again. I want to see if this, and then also, being part of CSUF. CSUF is such a wonderful university. Like, I had internships, I've had all these different experiences, and I realized, like, okay, I need to learn not to overwhelm myself and just take it a little bit at a time. Let me see if this is really something that I like, because from prior internships, I learned, maybe there's some jobs that you just do not like. I remember having an internship, I'm like, I already did enough hours, I'm calling off today. So definitely I started doing part-time, and it's something that it just awakened a part of me that was like, I really want to do this. Like, I wake up every day, it's like, I want to go to work. I don't miss work, I go to work. And then I have the juveniles that I go and see every week. I know they're counting on me to go in there. So after I did that part-time, I decided that I wanted to apply as a full-time, and that's how I ended up becoming the program coordinator here at CSUF Project Rebound.
Thank you. Well, I don't know much to say about myself. I'm the newest member into Project Rebound. My name is Edgar Villegas. I'm a peer youth mentor here in Costa Fullerton. I didn't really like Project Rebound. I thought it was just a bunch of, what was the word? Basically, for lack of words, BS. I didn't find it anything that I haven't seen before, and it was also BS. I didn't trust many people. There was just one time towards my late day, my release day, I was approached by from Maryland and Mr. JC talking about opportunities. I never really thought about that opportunity, like my future. I'm the kind of guy that just lives day by day. I never really like to plan things or say much things. So when they offered this opportunity, I was skeptical about it. It was about creating a position. The position wasn't created yet. So in my head, it's just they're just bluffing. Like they're not really going to create it for someone who's incarcerated and has X, Y, and Z and has done X, Y, and Z. And it's weird to see how things turned out, because when I got released, I I had no communication with Project Rebound, or at least I didn't, I think I tried to reach out and it didn't work out, or, their vacation or something. Long story short, they actually found me, in court. They saw the roster, they went that out of the way, and that's kind of how I see things, or begin relationships. It's through, how I say, like, seeing the true colors, you know, in things, like small big things, my mother used to say. The littlest things can mean the biggest to someone, and for me, it's doing that extra mile, you know, that extra mile. So when they did find me in court, they told me, like, where you been at, you know, we got this position for you, and in my head, I'm like, well, they found me out here, they offered again this position, it must be true. I still didn't like them. There's something about people, you know, I kind of dislike. I'm very, like, the demeanor, you know, whether they're breathing, whether they're looking at me, whether, like, just a bunch of things going through my head when it comes to one individual or an audience. But there's this one time when I was in that I heard that one of my peers had gotten help in there to purchase a ticket, you know, due to some personal things. Project Rebound helped out with that. You know, they went that extra mile to help them, and it was beautiful because of the things that how important it was to my peer, you know, to the homeboy, and from there on, I'm like, well, if they're able to help him on that, maybe they do mean what they say. You know, I like to live. I try to live by say what you mean and mean what you say. So they kind of show me that they do mean what they say, and they will, you know, they will help out, they will reach out. I come from a background, well, of course I'm Mexican, I'm a Mexican culture. So I grew up with a lot of machismo, a lot of pride, never ask for help, never talk about your emotions, kind of like that, this portrait of what a man is, you know. Coming to Project Rebound, it was the opposite. You actually talk. You know, you actually have to, I don't know, I like to say live life, because there's this quote I read when I was in, it says, don't be scared to, well, no, if you're scared to, if you're scared to die, don't be afraid to live, you know, or if you're afraid of dying, don't be scared to live. I'm not afraid of dying, I'm afraid of living. You know, it's what it could do to me. You know, I like to be in control. So when Project Rebound offered me this, it was like everything was up in the air. I didn't know how to react to it. I didn't know how to feel about it. I didn't know what to think about the people. And now it's just a big community. I like Project Rebound a lot. There's a dream. People talk about purpose and potential and missions, and I don't know mine. I don't know yet. I don't know what career I want. I'm a full-time staff here, but with the fall, so I'm a student, transfer over here. And I don't know how it's gonna look like, truth be told. I don't know who's gonna be in my life. I don't know if I'm gonna be still in that mindset, you know, but I take it day by day, minute by minute, second by second. And we'll just see where that goes.
Thank you all for sharing and for being vulnerable. So I just want to continue our conversation. So today we're here for a series of talks, and earlier we had Project Kinship, followed by Mr. Lopez and Resiliency OC. Thank you for the great presentation. And now we're following up with Project Rebound, and we're highlighting this intersection of youth justice. So we want to continue. We want to have that conversation. But we want to start with a little context, and can you please talk about what is youth justice? So, if, for example, I had no clue what youth justice is. What would be your definition of what is youth justice, and why is it important for people to know about the subject?
I would say youth justice is just reimagining practices of incarceration and you know, rehabilitative services for youth, who may have gotten in trouble. So just imagining more just practices, I guess that would sum it up.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Just trying to hold the juveniles accountable for their actions. They committed crime, and then figuring out a way how to rehabilitate them and re-enter them back into society without getting in trouble again.
I personally believe youth justice is just creating ideas and for to decrease recidivism for youth. So it's not much about the laws. I say, at least not for me. I don't see it like that. How I see youth justice is the proper way to put them in the path, or the correct path. You know, that's justice to me.
Well, thank you for sharing. So we'll go ahead and we'll get right into it. So what are you all doing to address juvenile justice? Can you talk us through what you're doing?
Yeah, well, I can start first. Project Rebound, the consortium, ended up getting a grant that we all, some campuses applied for. Cal State San Bernardino applied for a grant. It's a small grant, seed money, to basically begin the work. And so the way we began the work is collaborating with local organizations who are already doing the work. So Prison Education Project is already inside local adult facilities. They're in a lot of youth facilities. So we were intentional about collaborating in doing the work, because part of the work is developing relationships. And we didn't have those relationships, at least in San Bernardino County yet, Project Rebound. So we partnered with the Prison Education Project as well as Riverside Community College. So Riverside Community College is offering college courses to currently incarcerated youth. And then Prison Education Project is offering self-help classes to the same youth. So it was just tapping into our local partners, seeing what they're doing in ways we can collaborate. So what we did is we developed a college success course. So many of the youth there are already college students, but we had heard feedback that maybe their first semester didn't go so well, in ways in which Project Rebound can kind of tap in to help them be more successful. And so we developed a course around college success, which talks about study skills, study techniques, stress management, time management, everything it consists of being a college student, and maybe some things that they've already been learning. But what's different is this course is being facilitated by formerly incarcerated community college graduates. So I think that's the unique perspective that we bring into it, is not just telling them, hey, be successful, not just giving them the skills to be successful, but also showing them like, hey, we were exactly in your shoes, and this is what we did to be successful. And here are some of the resources that you have at the community college, as well as at the university, that helps us be successful. So this is our second semester doing this. Our first semester, we facilitated 3 classes, introduction to soft skills, introduction to college, and then can't remember the last one. And then this semester, we're focusing. We had to develop this curriculum for the introduction to college course, and so far it's good. I feel like we got a dream team, and just hoping to continue the work, build out more relationships with local juvenile facilities, and hopefully create that pipeline from juvenile hall into the university. And that's it. Thank you.
For us, for CSUF, definitely building relationship is a key component to what we're doing. Prior for me entering into my position, we had two of my other colleagues that had started the program, and they built the relationships with the juvenile justice centers that are in Orange County, which is YGC and YLA, Youth Guidance Center, Youth Leadership Academy?
Youth Guidance Center and Youth
Leadership Academy. I'm so used to using the acronyms. And we actually go in there for either twice a week or once a week, and generally like it'll be like 2 hours a week, and we're presenting like a freshman one-on-one class. You know, basically, except that we're fitting it for this audience, so the audience for the incarcerated youth. We teach them like college prep courses, like, and also life skill courses. I always tell them, well, because I remember one of the chapters is called Reading to Learn. And I tell them, well, this is not just applying for college, you know, you can use this as you're reading your court papers, you know. And one of the things that's real unique about Project Rebound is that we do use our lived experience to connect with the youth, and built in this, we cultivate this buy-in with them, you know. I think that's, and create a safe space with them so they can be receptive to what we're bringing to them, what we're presenting to them. And with that, we have to work with the officers that are there, with the DPOs, and coordinate like the times and spaces that we go in there. So generally we work with about 5 to 10 students at a time. So now we started back in November of last year, or September actually, I'm sorry. I started in November. The program started in September of last year. And so now we're into our 5th cohort. We've already graduated 2 cohorts. We're about to graduate a 3rd cohort. And part of that is also after they graduate with us, we're building out something that we're calling a Rebound Academy. So it's like almost like an aftercare. Since the program is pretty new, we're still developing a lot out of it, but a lot of that has to do with building relationship, building a network, and there's something else I wanted to say about that. I just had a brain fart. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, part of that program is bringing them to campus. I think that's where the whole like eye opener comes out to them. We bring them to the campus, they see like, wait, these people look just like me, you know? And then they start envisioning themselves that they can actually come to college. It's not just like a faraway fantasy, like something that's not tangible. And I think that's the part that I enjoy most about the program, is bringing them to campus, bringing them to the John Irwin House, seeing what Project Rebound has to offer for, you know, our community of people that have been previously incarcerated. And so we're still building out our program. Part of it also is doing the Rebound Academy. We're partnering up with people here at CSUF, students from the masters they're doing their masters in social work, building out a curriculum also like with part of re-entry. I think the only thing that's also unique about our program is that it's revolved around education. A lot of these re-entry programs like Project Kinship and Underground Grit, they're more re-entry. They provide like counseling and you know, housing and all these other really big components. However, like our components is mostly surrounded by education, so we partner with these other community stakeholders in order to try to help the juveniles re-entry, come back into society, but we want to use education as their tool to reinvent their lives.
If you're not comfortable with the question. So what are you doing to address juvenile justice?
Man, I think my presence is enough, because I'm the youth, the youngest in this program, I guess, or staff in the program. But I think it's just building opportunities in the youth's interest. Perfect example. This is my second week. My first week, probably within the 3rd day, told my boss or one of my superiors, you could catch me in my office, and I had to stop myself because in my head I'm like, I'm in a desk office, like how did that happen, you know? Like and that feeling of it, like it's like it was like I don't have to work any hard labor anymore, you know? But it sucks because I'm sitting my ass down and being fat. I see both like the good and the bad about it, but like I wanna build those ideas or that feeling to you, you know. So like Ms. Ingrid said, how the social work master's program or whatever class is building that curriculum. I voiced I tried to voice, or I don't know if I did get to that, the importance of the motive, you know, like why are you really there, you know, like really listen to the person. Like I said, a person's interest is very different from mine, as well as anybody in this other room. But I believe at YDC participating in a youth development court is a big component, at least because the youth that are incarcerated or the young adults that are incarcerated range from the age of 12, 11 to 25, now that the laws have changed. So that's a big group, that's a big age gap. And I believe that there's much potential locked away without us in court, you know. I believe our presence makes, at least to me, their presence in court made a big difference because, like I said, it's that extra mile that they provided out of the time, out of the day. You know, they have a busy schedule. They were there. They advocated for me, not including the job position and all the beautiful things that they said in regards to me. But being there for in the youth development corps when our participants are there, and just letting them hear us actually having hope for them, because to this day I'm still working on hope for myself, maintaining that hope, maintaining that las ganas, like that motivation, you know. I feed off people energy, I feed off people who like they're, I don't know how to quite phrase that, but I believe that's the best way to actually help the youth or the young adults is through building opportunities based on their ideas, based on their interests. And I believe the Project Rebound, especially the Cal State Fullerton in general, I believe that's very possible.
Awesome, thank you. Very important work that you all are doing. When doing this work, do you all run into roadblocks when trying to deliver juvenile justice, and some of the examples of roadblocks can be social or political? Do you run into roadblocks doing work?
So I have a recent example. I've had some success going into adult facilities, even going into juvenile facilities. But I've been invited. So adult facilities, I'm cleared to go into state prisons. But juvenile facilities, a little bit more difficult for me so far to do the work. And so a large part of the work is, so the classes we've been facilitating are online via Zoom. That's been easier. And I'm grateful that we have that opportunity in that outlet. But we've actually been asked to go inside and, you know, supplement both or complement the Zoom classes with in-person tutoring, you know. So the kids are struggling, we're giving them study skills, but we also want to, you know, tutor them in person. And we've had some roadblocks there. Not saying that they're not going to allow us to, but it's taking, you know, when the kids need, you know, tutors now, you know, it's taking 2 months for us to get us approved or longer. We still haven't been approved yet. So who's it hurting, you know? We have interested volunteers. Everyone has background. Some of us are still on parole. So it's just developing maybe a clear understanding.
that, hey, we've kind of moved past that part of our life, and now we're in the part of, we moved past the taking part of our life, and now we're in the giving part. And we're trying to give back, but sometimes these roadblocks exist. So that's one example of a roadblock that we face.
Well, initially, it seemed like it was great because the courts actually, I forgot about YDC Youth, here in Orange County is Youth Development Court, which is just like a lot of community stakeholders that actually work towards the re-entry or the rehabilitation of the youth. And they actually hold Project Rebound at high regard. So when I first came in here, I was like, cool, they're gonna give us everything we want. Which, is not so much the case. So some of the roadblocks we are encountering is, some of these youth are actually in there for a few years. And they're really smart kids. They're really intelligent. And when we're doing the classes, they just blow me away. And so our goal also is for them to start doing online CSUF classes. They have enough time in there to actually, one of them to complete a bachelor's, or at least the first 2 years of undergrad. However, access to Wi-Fi is challenging, at least for one of these facilities. And just to try to get Wi-Fi in there, it's like, it has proved to be a challenge. We, as Project Rebound, were able to buy them actually the tablets or the laptops or the books. We're providing that, and the tutors. Generally, like, we're not having so much trouble getting ourselves cleared to go in. We're able to get ourselves cleared. However, if they can't get the Wi-Fi, then we can't commit to them getting these classes for them. Also, I think another challenge or roadblock we're facing is these young adults or high school students, they're actually made to do this, what they call AB 130. So they would graduate high school with only 130 credits. Well, that doesn't really work to be able to go into four-year university. And then after we come in and we present what we're presenting and we're showing them all this great stuff, like, they're excited that they want to come straight into CSUF, but they can't do it because the system already has them set up to just get this piece of paper that really doesn't help them at all. It's actually doing them a disservice. So just like figuring out all these little nuances, policy and social-wise, it's like, those are kind of the roadblocks we're facing at this moment. But we sit together as a team and we try to figure out solutions on how we could do this, because even though they don't come straight to CSUF, we're still there to help them through the process of getting into college, even if it has to be with the junior college. Like I mentioned before, like building relationships with our community. We have that with the colleges that are here surrounding OC. So just getting them through that, helping them with the process, and letting them know it's okay. Most of us went to a junior college before we came to CSUF. So those are some of the challenges we're actually facing at this time.
Just real quick, just for the sake of time, so technically we just have a few minutes, but I hope that we could ask one more question, and then I could ask one more question, and then we could open up to the audience. So maybe you could start off. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Earlier we were talking about with Mr. Lopez about the importance of this work, but we also talked about what motivates you and what keeps you from not burning out, because this is important work, but it's tiring work. I could say that I put my heart into it as people with lived experience. I think that we just have that much more invested interest in the work that we do. So. And then also just wanted to know that I hope that your work grows in the future, and I hope that it grows in a great direction. But just wanted to ask you all, I was curious about what motivates you all to do the work that you do. Who inspires you? What inspires you? And how do you not burn out?
Truth be told, I don't have no motivation. I
no emotional attachment. And a lot of these guys inside are kind of just accustomed to that, to being like that. But if I say anger, pain. I mean, people say that anger is just a second emotion, and really is a pain, hurt, or shame, or some other crap. But I'd say anger because so much hatred I have towards systems, the cops. Miss Ingrid mentioned like the AB 130. The AB 130 is only for incarcerated people, or people who have never been incarcerated but are in accidents. So they're eligible at the age of 12, 13, and never been incarcerated. AB 109, it was designed for people as early as 6th grade, 5th grade, being in the system. That prison to school to prison pipeline thing, AB 130 kind of connects to that. It's kind of like the aftermath of it, because the school to prison pipeline exists, and you're in the system at 11, 12. And you get kicked out and everything. Like, you're eligible, and they give you the option. Like, that's the fucking worst part that pisses me off, because they give you the option and they make it sound so sweet. Like, if you don't want to go to school, like, just get over it. You get the 130, but they don't explain the aftermath of how it's gonna fuck you up, and it pisses me off, because like I had to go through X, Y, and Z. I didn't do my 130. I did my stretch. I was facing a life sentence. Be my trial, thanks to the, I think it was called ABSB 1 something or 2 something. Basically, where we're eligible to be trialed as a juvenile under the age of 16. Back before it was 14, you get tried as an adult. So I was gonna go to CYA. I was in the process of all this, but because of my time and the amount of time I had, I in my head I'm like, fuck the. Excuse my language to anybody who's sensitive or I said, fuck that. I had time in my hand. Why go through 130? Like, I didn't think about how it could affect anybody, because they told me all these good things about it. But I think that's what motivates me, like, every day. And now, I just to squeeze in. Now it's more like about changing the change. Like, it's gonna take some time and it's gonna be bumpy. But I think it's just that I have siblings. I have younger siblings. I'm the oldest. So knowing that in a couple of years that change can help them, I guess it's kind of a motivation. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do.
I think actually it's these students, or these incarcerated students, that actually motivate me. Just spending time with them. I go in 4 days a week, 4 days a week, and just like they amaze me. Like, I'll ask, like, they might be talking amongst themselves or something, and it doesn't seem like they're paying attention. I'll ask the question, and boom, I start getting answers. And it's like, whoa, like, that's a really good observation, or that's a really good point of view. And also because, like, I see myself in them. I wish I had someone that would have went in and talked to me, or showed me something different than what was actually available at the time. And the way that I don't burn out is actually I have an amazing team. I think, like, we all help each other out. I'm like, if I have a thought or I need, or I'm like doubting something, or I have a question, I can always, like, the door's always open. I can always just go in and I just like peek in, see if they're not busy. And then just like, it's like, as iron, like, there's a proverb, it's iron sharpens iron, one person sharpens another. And it feels like it's like that a lot of times. We like brainstorm and we think, and then we put things into action. So, I don't think I could ask for anything better than that.
So I think a combination of what both of them said is, for me, it's a passion, but you can get like passion fatigue. I think I don't ever get burnt out by my passion. I get burnt out more about the paperwork and like stuff like that. But I always feel renewed when I help a student enroll, or I you know, interact with someone who's coming out of the system. Like I always feel like, oh, this is why I'm doing the work. It gives me that fire to be able to pursue, you know, another day. So I guess that, you know, the work is an extension of my community. I go into prisons and I facilitate classes to adults. Some of these adults I was locked up with, you know, 10, 15 years ago. And it's like, oh, this is why I do what I do. I'm trying to bring this person back home. I'm trying to help, you know, the youngster not go to prison. So I guess that's a short answer. Just it's a passion.
Sorry, before you continue, I just wanted to go with what Mr. Beer said. The knowledge, my history, you know, the knowledge I have that because of. So, like I said, I spent a long time in this dorm from Alpha to Tango. Back then, it was where we got sent to CYA, the long-term, you know, dorms. I know a lot of people there, and I see the potential. So the knowledge that I have of them, and the knowledge I have of the system, and the knowledge I'm gaining from wise people like my team, that's kind of what works as well.
Thank you for those final words. At this time, I want to open it up to the audience and please join in on this conversation. And I know we're kind of a little bit over time, but I hope that's okay.
Oh, no, we're okay.
Okay.
The next one is at 1.
Yeah, so please, if anybody has questions, go ahead.
Reflecting on like where you guys are right now, like in your lives, and just like looking back at your life and like the experience you've lived through, what's something that you would tell your 16-year-old self? Or like teenage self?
You guys want to go first? I've actually, it's funny you say that because I had this conversation, a long conversation about that with this therapist I once had. She asked me what I was my 10-year-old because I started messing up at a younger age. And truth be told, it kind of just depends. And if I know what I know now, at that age, I would have. I don't think it depends. I think I would just say I wouldn't have changed anything, basically. You know, I would tell him to prepare himself, but not to change his decisions, because I believe everything has like a domino effect. Things happen for a reason. You know, people call it fate, call it destiny. I just think it's just the universe tossing you, putting pieces together. You know, like a puzzle piece. So I think I would just tell myself, be mentally prepared into what life's going to bring in a couple months, you know. I think that's it.
That's kind of hard. Only because even at 16, I used to tell myself all the time, like I knew it was going to get better. Like I knew that I wasn't going to be in that space for long because I didn't want that for myself. Maybe I think I would have said to myself, don't do drugs. You know, I think that just made things a lot more harder. You know, I knew like I you know, aside from drugs, I was going through a lot of things, you know, from family, you know, I was orphaned and like, it would move me a lot. And maybe that's the symptom of me doing drugs, but I think it just made things harder, you know, in the long run.
I think if I would have ran across my younger self, I probably wouldn't have listened anyways. You know, I remember the first time I went to juvenile hall, I said to myself, next time I come back, I'm gonna have tattoos. So that was like, there was no like, oh, this is the worst experience ever. It was like, I knew that this was gonna happen. And there was people, you know, the probation officers inside, they try to give you, you know, advice and stuff like that. It wasn't the same way as like prison, where prison, you know, the COs, they don't talk to you, you know, they don't care. But it seemed like a lot of probation officers inside, they got into it for a reason, because they did care. And I wasn't heeding their advice. I wasn't heeding the advice of teachers or anyone, even my parents, people who actually cared about me. So I don't think I would have listened then. But I think I'm, I feel like similarly, things happen for a reason, and I had to go through the path. I'm one of those guys who have to learn things the hard way. So I had to do this like trial by fire, and it strengthened me over time. But
First off, just thank all of you for sharing your time and your experience. My question is, what advice would you offer to those of us that are probably interested in working with this population? What words of wisdom would you provide us if this is something that we were interested in doing?
I think what's really important is for you to be honest, like upfront and be honest. They will see right through you. And the point is that you want to help them, and so in order for them to be receptive to them, is just to be honest. Just be honest who you are, be honest of what you understand, what you don't understand, and don't try to say what you think they want to hear.
We'll know.
Definitely they would know. And also partner with other people that are already doing that work, because it takes, like they say, it takes a community, it takes a village, right? So I think that's one of the biggest advice I can give is just to be actually honest towards, with them.
I would say, to paraphrase Brian Stevenson, become proximate. If you're not justice impacted, but you want to work with justice impacted people, you can surround yourself with justice impacted people. Because only by being close to the problem are you gonna realize the solutions, and oftentimes, and then also people who are justice impacted, they know what the solutions are. So involving them in the whole process, I think that's important.
I think I have to agree with Ms. Ingrid and Michael. Sorry. Excuse me. I've always been how do you say that word? Introverted. I've always been to myself, so I never really built relationships. But I believe trust is very, very big. And motive, know why you're really there, because if you're just system impacted or not even system impacted, we want to have an open-minded into how they see life, or how they see you, whoever you is. It could be an attorney, it could be a judge, it could be a therapist, it could be, one of Project Rebound staff, just trying to help them, but they don't see it as help. They see why you're really doing it. They want to get to the root. They don't want to, and I'm not saying forget what you guys learned or what the lecture, because I believe that's important too. We just keep that open minded that you might not understand what they went through, or people might not understand what they went through, because Michael had mentioned, it's that experience, and Edgar Dale, another person I read about, they made a diagram called the cone of learning, and it's kind of what Mr. Michael said, how the most effective is not 90%, the most effective, which is 90%, is through experience. If you tell me not to touch the paw, and I touch the paw, then I learned that way too. I guess the worst is the relationship reading, which is kind of based, it's kind of how our government's based, their structure. So just keeping that open-mindedness of that, why you're really there, and don't, like Ms. Ingrid said, don't lie. We really just, if we're gonna be vulnerable, at least it's gonna be
knew you started with an R. So, yeah, I think that's.
Thank you all for sharing. My name's Ro Marilyn, and my question is, why should we care about incarcerated people? You know, these are folks that have committed crimes, broken the law. Why should we be investing our tax dollars into folks who have broken the law? You know, what should we be doing?
Well, aside from the system being broken, no. And I think that's a big one for me, because when I went to juvenile hall, I didn't even do what I did. And I didn't have anybody that advocated for me. Like I mentioned, I was an orphan, and so I didn't have a mom or dad that went and like talked to me. And I was scared into pleading. You know, if you don't plead guilty, you'll do 4 to 6 years. But if you take this plea bargain, you know, you'll only do the max is 1 year. So at 60, I'm like 1 year, 4 to 6. Like, what would you have picked? Without anybody even advising me, you know. And you could tell from the population of incarcerated people, like the majority are minorities. I mean, I think everybody commits mistakes, you know, regardless of you being black, white, Hispanic, you know, Asian, if you're a UFO, like, you know, like everybody makes mistakes, but however, like there's this big disproportion about, you know, what kind of people are incarcerated, you know, and these are, and we can look at the whole history of why there's this disproportion even within certain cultures or groups of people, you know, like like I said, the system is just broken. And also, why do we want to keep so many people incarcerated? Like it's, you can tell like it's a revolving door for a reason, and it could be either, you know, if you're not system impacted, like if it's not, I forgot there was, I mean, there's less people being incarcerated now, but the amount of people that are being incarcerated is like 1 out of every 35 people were incarcerated. So if we're getting like, we're getting incarcerated based on whatever life experiences or whatever, soon enough, you know, it's gonna include the people, other people, I don't wanna say you people, but you know, the people that are not receptive, like that don't usually get incarcerated. So, I mean, that's the way I see it about caring about people that are, why to care about people who are incarcerated, because a lot of it has to do because of how the system has been built.
I think you touched on a lot. I think I like the analogy of like, if the system of mass incarceration was a business, it'd be failing. So it's, recidivism rates hover between 50 to 75% in California and in the nation, right? So if this was a business model, you know, if we were providing some service and they failed 50% to 75% of the time, it wouldn't be a successful business model. And that's how we have to look at the prison system. It's supposed to, you know, rehabilitate, you know, but it's not. If people are failing, you know, going back, you know, 50 to 75% of the time, then it's a broken model. We got to reinvest that money somewhere else and focus on smart models of you know, restorative justice or you know, alternative sentencing, you know, drug rehabilitation programs, because, or, you know, education, because, you know, that's where you see the real success metrics, you know, lie. So education, for example, Project Rebound, we have, you know, amongst the 15, we have less than 1% recidivism rate. I think that's a winning model there. That's where we need to invest this money. If we could just get a portion of what CDC is getting, you know, we could expand our reach and our impact. Oh, one last thing, and also the, you know, why should we invest is because was it 95% of people who are sentenced to prison will go home one day. And so like these are gonna be your neighbors, these are gonna be your friends, your uncles, your brothers, your sisters, so they're gonna come home one day. How do you want them to come home? With knowledge of like making a shiv on the cement, or do you want to have them, coming home like educated, knowing how to write a research paper, and sit on panels like this and really inform the community about like best practices. So I think that's one of the biggest things.
Man, I don't know about you guys, but that question heated me up. Like an obvious answer, like why do that? The government has always structured, people always structured the government to be segregated, whether by gender, like in the Victorian era, how whole beliefs, whole country, a whole world was believing one thing, or believed another, how African Americans were kept forbidden actually from reading or vouching for themselves, and how it is now. What I'm trying to say is that history repeats itself. We don't like history. I personally hate history, but I know a little, and I hate it. I don't like how it has how it's just a cycle. Like we're just waiting for it to happen again, and nothing changes. Incarceration is one of them. When the drug wars, mainly not even when cocaine, crack, meth, heroin, marijuana, when all these drug charges were laws were like sending people away with only what now is law, what now is, what's that word? I can't remember that word. What now is correct, or like smoking marijuana now is not so bad. It used to be like somebody had to create that change. I want to be that change, or I hope to be that change for incarceration. Why invest? Because it takes way much more money for keeping up a prison than it is to build a whole university. And that includes scholarships, that includes housing, that includes books, technology, electricity, and that covers a whole lot of people for just one person in prison. So that's one reason. Another reason is because I believe the laws that are being implemented into society now are being passed down, or the idea was brought by people in power, passing it down to their generation. So I want to get as much knowledge as they do, or as I can, to pass down to my people, or to people in my middle class, lower class, in my class, whatever. So they know, they're aware, because I made a lot of mistakes, and I'm sure many of us have at some point, whether it's car payments, financial, paying an apartment. We all make mistakes, but it's because we're unaware. We're unaware of how to do this. We're unaware of what to do, or how to speak, or how to approach, or as simple as how to ask for help. I never ask for help. I hate asking for help. I'd rather just do it on my own. Never fuck up. Okay, I fucked up. It's my life, I'm the one who's gonna go through it and everything. But when it comes to a whole society, now we're seeing in a macro level perspective. Now we're seeing not just about us. Now we have hundreds, if not thousands, of people relying on us, of this program, on this university, on our actions, and that's kind of the mentality that I like to have, or I try to have, when it comes to incarceration and how to change, or not even how to change it, just how to provide better services to those incarcerated. I could care less I could care less of who you are, what you are, how you look.
but if I do, like, see, like, I'm not gonna lie, dog, like, what are those shoes? Like, don't get me wrong, if you were Asian, if you're white, I'll still tell you about those shoes. Like, I'm just kind of straightforward like that, but it's not any gender, it's just a style, you know, like, I'm very open, and I'm not very open, I don't really talk much, but, I mean, like, I try to talk, and that's what I'm trying to say, and if my way of talking is kind of criticizing your shoes, and that's what I'm gonna do, and it's kind of like a test, like, I see it now as a test, because I know how much comfort, how our relationship is going, or how our bond is going based on those small comments. You know, if you tell me my shoes are bad, or you tell me my shirt is ugly, if you tell me my haircut, like, my initial reaction would be rage, like with disrespect, you know? But when I do, it's okay, you know? Like, when I do, it's funny, you know? And it's kind of like that tone, knowing, if I know my tone has a factor of how you're gonna be receptive to it, then I'll make my tone, my demeanor as, I'm not gonna make myself a fool as a joke, but I'll make you laugh using my tone, you know, using that light tone. So it's just kind of knowing your audience, or kind of knowing how you are, who you are. It's just based on knowledge. Knowledge, I love learning, and I think that's why we have to help those incarcerated, because if they're not learning, then they're just gonna be going back in, you know? So,
Any other final questions?
That's a great way to end.
Yeah. So, everybody, let's give a round of applause for our guests. Thank you.
We did all the physics and engineering classes, and then we stopped.
That's what I say. But I'm like, you're not like, you can say fuck here and there, but when you say it all the time, it's important for you. Yeah, one time.
Hey, how are you? I'll tell you, the first time I got on the panel, I felt scared and I froze up.
Hey, Michael. How are you? It's good to see you. Awesome, thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the invite.
Oh, great, I saw that.
Great job. I'm gonna head back to the office. Good seeing you as always. I see you in the back. Make sure you take your lunch break.
There's food back there. Nice sandwich. I'm all right. Coming up here.
You ran out.
Yeah. Where you have like, you got
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good.
I gotta ask him, he really thinks that about my shoe.
Or was it just an announce? Yeah, I know. Those silences, those pauses. I know.
How's it going?
Going well, more. A lot of people didn't come to the PK, but we live streamed it, so we folks online. It was quite a celebration, it was really good, so that was awesome. I was really looking to change everything now. This one is probably like the PK thing. What do you think? I'm not sure if she's here yet though, so I'll probably I'm not sure if she has a presentation or we can do like a panel stuff, but I'm opening it up to the right off. Yeah. Or we can do a panel stuff.
If I was home, 10 minutes I'm here, you know, if I'm picking up the work, 6 minutes if I'm driving real fast.
We have a student that just applied to the MSW online program.
Oh.
So we might be headed
Exactly. It's like,
You have to really have to hammer on the back. So I might not go on the
we went through the application, there's like 8 or 9 different
You don't have to give Edgar's if you don't want to.
That was the first wave. This is the second round.
you know, I'm not.
There you go.
I have
I submitted my application.
So did they like, they carved out this time for Project Rebound or what? That looks so freaking fat, made it look like belly. You know, I can tell from the pictures. Like, it don't look right.
You're gonna hang out?
See myself.
So the way that it's set up, like my first year,
I'm gonna head out, head back to my office, got a ton of paperwork to get through.
Where are you? You guys are still working on the club?
So what's your day-to-day? How's that?
Basically,
It's a lot of work.
I meet with, after graduating, kids now get a hold of us. I evaluate transcripts.
Awesome, thank you.
So I evaluate transcripts. If they're missing some requirements like building score or the 16 transfer review.
I don't know where Edgar went.
I don't know. He's good.
He's good. He sounds like a philosopher.
Right. He had some moments of insight with a lot of like hard skills. He's there like public speaking.
because for some
Like, one of the great ones,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And, Elizabeth.
Yep.
Now you just sound dirty.
I used to do, yeah, I used to do a lot of that outreach. Thankfully they took that off my plate, so, because I'm gonna tell you the reason about the shoes at once.
I was gonna give you this, but.
And,
I'll give it to her now. Come back. If not, I'll give it to you.
I have about 170 students that I work with. It's too much of a workload. I mean, it's a lot. So we're actually hiring an enrollment specialist that's going to take on the pipeline students, whereas so I can just focus on our current students and their needs. Exactly.
I do the same thing, like, I work with community college students. Guide their preference. If they're missing the whole or help them figure out the fastest way.
The chicken, almond chicken.
Oh, yeah. You got the almond chicken? I got the almond chicken too. Yeah, this is the one.
You know, it's a learning curve.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I have to navigate websites of community colleges just to find their schedule, how to search their catalogs, you know what I mean? Every school has different software. So I'm like, okay, let's go to Santa Ana College, let's go to Coastline College, let's go to Fullerton College, and try to find that right class that works with that student schedule. So it's a lot.
But our students need that much, you know?
Yeah.
Got class after this, man.
You got class today? What class you going to?
I have two of my classes. Both of my classes are on the same day on Wednesdays. Fucking long days, from 4 to 9:45. 2 classes back to back. We have a lunch and everything.
The evening classes always mess me up, man.
Right? Yeah.
It feels like you start your day on high energy, like motivated, and then it's like, oh wait, it's like 5 p.m. and I'm barely starting my class.
Yeah.
If it is a medical documentation,
I'm a morning person.
work on getting that.
I get a lot done in the morning.
You know, I love it, to be honest.
And I feel like that makes it a lot harder, man. I got to do stuff on me, man.
Where you feel futile, you know, where you're just like, your hands are tied, you know what I mean? But when you have the answers, it's a very gratifying job. It's like, okay, I understand your problem, I know, I have a solution.
So dude, you're doing your master's, right? Your
Doing it
MSW?
here.
MSW? I'm sorry? Your MSW?
No, MS in higher education.
Like supporting students?
Yeah, student affairs.
Student affairs,
Yeah. I want to keep going, honestly, yeah. I want to teach as well, because I feel like I have a passion for teaching. I'm going to get my PhD and be able to have options. Hard to yeah. But I was super inspired by this professor I had. So also was like the VP of Student Affairs and like multiple roles and taught, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna do that. And they bank too, so.
And I'm just like,
And then also having a good time doing it, right? Like that's
Yeah, doing what you love, right? Yeah.
That's the key part. That's what's up. No, I got to do an internship in DC.
Really?
For like the UCs have like it's called the UCDC.
Yeah,
They send you
yeah.
over to DC, right? And I was talking to the coordinator of that, and they had a master's in student affairs, and that was like my first time kind of hearing that like there's you know that you can like get a master's in education where you're supporting students, right? Where it's more like with like student affairs, right?
Yeah.
Like with the students in mind, basically. You know? And like that kind of like really like at least like made me like at least consider it as an option, you know.
And so they give you a choice.
Like I really like these types of programs, right? Where you're just basically just like running internships, right? Like running these like summer programs where folks come and do an internship, basically, right? And they're all doing their own like niche areas, right? Like whatever interest they have, right? But like you get to support them individually, right? Yeah. How do you help them to get to their goals of like whatever their career aspirations might be?
Yeah. My role is super dynamic. I get to do a little bit of, I get to do like counseling, academic advising, and then like a lot of like admin stuff. I like to do research, so and then all at my position at the house, I'm doing like admin stuff. I need to invite you to the house. We need to have lunch at the house. I know it's a long drive for you, but one of these days you're around here, you gotta have lunch. We'll do a tour of our program.
Yeah, that would be really cool to.
I know, yeah, because we have several spaces on campus, and then we could finish off at the house. You know, we have that intersection of, you know, that housing.
Yeah. I'm thinking some of the jóvenes from like El Medina that we've been engaging with, maybe it would make sense to bring them out here too.
Yeah.
And have them do a tour of the house I'm in, you know, like.
Of course, dude. Yes, dude. So you have my info. Try to get them, and we'll post them. Get some pizza or something, and give a tour of the school. Sure. Yeah, I would love to do that. And we could also go to the house as well.
Yeah. I'll follow up with you, but I'm thinking at least like there's like 2 or 3 jóvenes that specifically in Medina that I think would be great to like come and kind of experience it.
Let's do it. Yeah. That's how we do it.
That's what's up. Esta pieza tenemos que quitar.
One is, yeah, but I think she just barely put it up. So.
He's in some service but he's at Santa Ana College, and he was the coordinator over there of their program, their face-to-face instruction program. But
¿Tienes que ahorita en la house son 8 o 9?
We have room for 9.
very conservative.
We have room for 9. We have 8 total right now.
And what? So. If I'm a formally incarcerated student coming into Fullerton, how do I find out about this house?
He does the intake, and he goes over all the program requirements, the benefits, and one of the many questions that he asks you is, are you in need of housing? That's one of the ways we kind of do it. Another way is kind of like a referral kind of, so we have, you know, people who are going into the institution, so we have kind of like a network, a pipeline, if you will, of people who are coming out, and then, you know, they'll need housing.
They're like identifying like at the source almost, right? Like,
we have 2 residents at the house now that came directly from incarcerated. Being incarcerated to being at the house. Yeah, so we made agreements with their parole agents. Where, you know, like they came and checked it out and made sure everything was good. And then we even have cases where we let folks in before they're even admitted, technically. Yeah, so we have to
kind of advance to start getting them Alvarado, no? Like
because there's other houses, there's other like transitional houses, but none like ours.
So like well rounded, no?
Yeah, because they're in a good neighborhood. They're like.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
It's gonna be for the place that Rose invited you to.
Timer for 30 minutes.
Nice to meet you. I was just telling her I be late all the time. But I was like, next time I be late for Rose, I will not embarrass her. It was like my number one thing today, do not embarrass her. I am not embarrassed. I do it. I'm gonna have to go get it. She would have dragged me. If I was late, she would have dragged me. You know, at the barbecue?
Was it the barbecue? You know what? I thought I might be.
Weird.
And I might be wrong. The time we went to San Diego.
We did.
I'll see you soon at another event, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was the first time.
Before she became,
Absolutely.
Yeah, she was still a congressman.
Absolutely. She was still
Assemblyperson.
All right, so
We were eating that outside diner, I think it was.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Better memory than me. You do. So, all right.
All right, so you
actually, if you're on this website, I could point to a couple of the reports. You sure can. Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah.
I don't have any slides. Strictly talk, but yeah, okay, let's see. A couple of things on here we could show.
So it's kind of like mobile, so you kind of hold it to.
Oh,
You can't really
it can move around.
Yeah, so,
It'll be on advocacy, prison closures. And it'll be that one, the People's Plan for Prison Closure. That's right, the People's Plan. Yeah.
You want to start here and I can just leave this for you here, the mouse, if you need this.
I probably did put our roadmap on there today, but I guess not. That's fine. I'll be mostly talking.
Awesome.
Okay, cool.
So I'll just quickly introduce you, just kind of just quick intro, and we'll do your bio.
And I have one till.
Let me go.
Yes.
I could just come out.
Totally.
That can be long-winded.
Also want to take time for questions, so maybe I'll go 1 to 150 as far as talking, and then I'll leave the other space for questions or responses. Okay.
You and me were talking one day, he came in the last semester, we were talking in the, food court.
Yeah.
The TSU.
Yeah, it was part of the maintenance part of the.
We took classes together, and that one semester, like, yeah, he's in philosophy. He's a philosophy major, see, I'm a philosophy minor, so. Yeah, so I'm like.
So we'll start in about 2 more minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, if people come back. Thank you.
So I must have ran off. It's chilly upstairs. I need to know for. In the parking structure? Yeah, I don't know where the parking is.
He has a C.U.R.B. Holy crap.
To the elevator. Okay, well, hopefully you're right here by the rec center. Okay, yeah, okay, so you're by the rec center.
All right, we'll see.
That's perfect. You heading out, Jimmy?
Yeah, I got exams.
You know Rose? Huh? This is Jimmy. Jimmy's one of our scholars. Okay. Yeah. He's over at our. No, Jimmy wasn't with us when you and your dad came to barbecue. Yeah, and plus we talked about the house. Really?
You guys have a good one.
Yeah. It's cool. It's a bigger house. I know. Bigger than the one. Yeah. And now we have 9 students instead of 6. We have sandwiches and chips and water in the back if you need drinks or chips. How's Alvarado? Busy. So the report is great. I thought, wait, care after crisis?
Okay, yes, crisis care.
Crisis care. I thought that was good. Yeah, I was a little on the safe side.
Yes, it is.
Intentionally. Okay. All right. I was like, this curve.
For some reason, the state is just like, they don't wanna hear us say close women's prison. They don't wanna hear that. So we had to figure out how to frame it in a way that's saying it, but without saying it.
Yeah, okay, I noticed that. I was like, okay.
We be going hard.
We will.
We finna go hard on this for this, saying it. I'm losing my bro.
Girl, I saw that and I was like, oh no, we didn't.
And for CSJ, thinking it's just so amazing, they got their ED up there.
You know, CSJ is.
And smart justice, I'm surprised, like Natasha and all that. So, you know, but that's gonna go, and then we just put out our new roadmap for closing prisons.
I saw that, was it on Twitter?
Yeah.
Saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, so, that's that, but that's been out, it's, oh no, since November. He's been out. He's probably gonna be out for the 2 guys.
I will create one, what you saying?
I'm so right, cancel everything, we're gonna read.
All right, y'all. Hello, Titan family. All right, we are here for our final series, number 4, a workshop of day 2, Sociology Week. Yes, we are here welcoming Amber Rose Howard. Everyone give her a warm welcome.
Yeah.
Hello. We're also streaming online, so hello to all our viewers. So just want to introduce Amber Rose. She is a part of C.U.R.B, the California United for a Responsible Budget. She's going to tell us a little bit more about her organization and what she does. Just a little bit her bio. So Amber Rose Howard is a poet, public speaker, and organizer from Pomona, California. After experiencing a felony conviction as a young adult, this experience propelled Amber Rose into a lifetime commitment of organizing against the prison industrial complex and building up the power of Black people and all others impacted by state violence and racial capitalism. Amber Rose holds a BA in Communication Studies, concentrated in public argumentation and rhetoric from California State University, San Bernardino. She is a graduate of the Women's Foundation of California, Women's Policy Institute Fellowship, and Just Leadership USA, leading with Conviction Fellowship, and a proud member of All of Us or None. Amber Rose currently serves as the Executive Director of C.U.R.B and is available for further discussion, and she'll be here today. So let's welcome her. Yay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Aw, okay. I'm nervous because I didn't know we were streaming live, and now I'm like, oh no, people are gonna be watching. No, but it's fine. But thank you all for having me today. Really appreciate it. And so I'll just start off by telling a little bit more about myself and then more about C.U.R.B. Well, I'll start off with C.U.R.B and I'll tell a little bit more about myself, and then I'll get into some of the stuff that we're doing. So C.U.R.B, Californians United for a Responsible Budget, is a statewide coalition of over 80 organizations across the state of California. And our mission is to, 1, reduce the number of people incarcerated in state prisons, local jails, and in immigrant prisons, which people call detention centers, but let's not, sprinkle sugar on it. It's a prison. So we would like to reduce the number of people who are incarcerated in those spaces. We want to reduce the number of those spaces totally. So like get rid of prisons, get rid of jails, get rid of immigrant prisons. And then we want to think about how the state is spending money on those institutions. And we want to say if we're getting rid of them, there should be a surplus. There should be savings in the budget that would allow for the state to invest in other things. And what we believe is that the state should be investing in things that we know bring us true safety, which is, let's see if y'all can name some. Give me one in the crowd. What's real safety?
Education.
Education, definitely one of them.
Healthcare.
Healthcare. Housing. Community.
Jobs.
Food security. Absolutely, food security. All of those things actually make us safe. So we're saying right now the state spends about $18.5 billion on their corrections department. What if we actually chop that even just in half and started to spend it on all of the things that you all just named? Because what we believe is that people harm one another, right, and commit so-called crime. I say so-called crime because when some people do murder or robbery like police, they can kill you and not get in trouble. They can take everything that belongs to you and not get in trouble, right? So it's so-called crime. When people experience so-called crime, we believe that people come into those experiences because of crisis. And the crisis happens because of issues of poverty, because of issues of lack of resources. And so we say in our mission, reduce the number of people inside, reduce the number of institutions that exist totally, and then take those savings and then fuel them into the community so that we build up those infrastructures, the ones that we just named, so that people remain outside of crisis, so that they can no longer harm each other. There would be no need to harm each other if everybody's thriving. So, and it's not just some imaginary thing that we have, right? Like it's happened before. We saw between the at least in the United States, between the 1970s and 1990s, and obviously spilling over until this day, we saw like a spike in all of this harm.
because the government decided to take away resources like education and housing and mental health institutions that would help people. They ripped all of those things out of the community and said, let's just replace them with prisons. All of the people who are houseless, all of the people with mental health issues, all of the people who are poor, let's just put them in prison. So we went from 12 prisons to 35 prisons between the 1970s and the 1990s in this state. And so that's what C.U.R.B's mission was founded on. We were founded in 2003 by a bunch of brilliant individuals, and that's our mission, okay? And so I'll tell you a little bit about me and how I came into this life at C.U.R.B. I actually came into my 6th year at C.U.R.B. on March 20th. Yay! I know. I didn't think I would last this long. Because it'd be stressful, y'all, Lord. And so, but I'm so happy that I'm still here. I'm so happy that the people still trust me in my leadership for this large coalition. So that's wonderful. But how I came into this coalition in my dark past. When I was 18 years old, I was convicted of a 2nd-degree armed robbery. That's a serious violent felony in the state of California. I was still in high school. I still had a semester to go until graduation, but at that time I was arrested and convicted. And it turned out fine. So I'll tell you a little bit about how it turned out, but just to reflect here for a moment, a month after my 18th birthday is when I was arrested. So thinking about youth a lot here. And thinking about what I was experiencing at that time that led me into this crisis, where I ended up being in this experience of harm, right? 18 years old, my family's displaced from our home. My mother had passed away 3 years prior. My oldest sister had passed away a year before my mother. And so my family was in true crisis. Now, there was no resources to help family through that grief. So I had unprocessed trauma, not just me, but my entire family. And I had 5 siblings remaining after my sister passed. So my father, a single black man, taking care of a family in Pomona, California. I lived in the same house my entire life. All of a sudden, without the income of my mother, really struggled. So we lost our home by the time I became a senior in high school. And then all of my siblings have been separated. So growing up in such a tight-knit family, and with all of that care, all of a sudden it was just totally broken. My brothers, who were also, they were a little bit older than me. We're all 3 of us are 2 years apart. My parents was getting busy. But we're not gonna talk about that. But we're all 3 years apart. And my brothers actually, after my mom passed away, had to go to continuation school. When we look at the dynamics of Pomona, we got different sides of our city, which is like many cities, right? And we went to school on the north side, and my brothers had to go to the south side in order to go to continuation school. But traveling there, which we had to do by feet, the 210, which we call them 2 feet, 10 toes. Okay? So we use the 210 or we use the bus. And so, but my brothers had to travel to the south side, which unfortunately there's a racial divide, right, in Southern California, which we see in Los Angeles. A lot of people are familiar with that when you look at the Alameda Divide, right? When you cross the Alameda Divide, there's a Latino presence on this side, and then there's a black presence on that side. And historically, systemically, there is harm that's placed in that divide, right? So Pomona's the same way. North side, south side, total divide. My brothers, black boys, having to go to the south side on feet or by bus, ended up experiencing lots of harm from that side of town. So much so that one of my brothers ended up being chased and shot at on his way home from school, trying to finish his high school diploma. And then when he got home that day, tells our family the story and was just like, I ain't going back. What does a father say to a son who doesn't want to go back to a place where he's almost killed? Okay, son. And a father, without having help, without having resources to say, well, this is where your son can go. These are resources where your son can finish his high school diploma. This is how that can work. Without those resources, my brother didn't end up getting his high school diploma. Although wonderful brother, he's successful now, and the story turned out differently, but I just want to think about that experience for youth, right? And what we realize is that there should have been resources for, of course, all of us, including my father, to process our trauma and the loss that we were experiencing, but also, like, we lost our home. Now imagine 5 children and their father, right, who just lost their mother and they lose their home. Have you ever felt lost? Raise your hand if you've ever just felt lost, any moment in your life. You ever felt lost? That's loss. That's a feeling of complete loss. You have no compass, no way to point you this way or that. So this is me, 17-year-old Amber Rose, trying to figure out where to go, which way to go. Unlike my brothers, I nestled myself sort of in academics. I've always been a reader my whole life. Books are my favorite thing in the world. Like, my little childhood Amber Rose in my heart be like, girl, you didn't read this week. What's going on? Like, I love to read. So education and academics has always been a safe space for me. So I was getting straight A's. I mean, I had like a 4.0. I'm in the top 10% of my class. I've been accepted to all of these different colleges and universities. I'm on my way, my senior year. But also lost, and we lost our home. And so I'm trying to figure out, what does comfort feel like? Where do you get support? How do you find yourself in all of this? And I ended up hanging out with, honestly, the wrong people. In my spare time, when I wasn't an academic, when I wasn't in varsity volleyball or softball, which I did play, I wasn't very good, but I made the team. So when I wasn't doing those things, there was just like this empty space. And so 17-year-old me found myself hanging out with folks who didn't have the experience that I had with education or academics, and they weren't headed on the same trajectory as me. So a month after I turned 18, actually it was Martin Luther King Day, which is, oh Lord, forgive me, sir. But I got arrested on Martin. I got arrested on Martin Luther King Day in 2004. We had the day off of school, and because, again, there are no resources in the community, where do youth go when we have days off? Because their parents got to go to school, or to work, right? Where do kids go? We be in the streets. It's nothing else to do. And you don't want to be bored, and back then, the access to like online crap and how people would just be all up in their phone, that wasn't a thing in 2004 as much as it is now, right? So we found ourselves in the street getting into a whole bunch of bull crap. So that particular day is when I experienced my arrest and when I went through this so-called crime. And I think reflecting on that the most, and what I can share with people the most, is that if the resources were there, me and this friend of mine who was also in high school would have never been in the streets doing whatever we were doing. We would have never had idle time enough to do things that weren't healthy if there were resources to keep us in a healthy space and mind. If there were mentors, right, available on those off days when we didn't have school to go to, and obviously poor educators are not paid enough, but educators are the mentors, they're the protectors, they're the guardians. But on days off, we didn't have anything, right? And so if we had those resources, maybe would I have not been arrested that day? Maybe my co-defendant, who is currently incarcerated still, got 23 years for that sentence. Maybe he wouldn't be there, right? And is not even up for parole until 2027, I think. So maybe if we had some of those resources in the community, maybe Amber Rose Howard and the co-defendant never ended up on the trajectory to get us a felony or end up in prison or jail, right? So when we think about youth justice, what I'd like to help people wrap their minds around is, C.U.R.B is an organization that looks at bigger picture, and we are abolitionist framework centered, and maybe people don't right away see us as a youth justice organization, and we don't label ourselves that way. But when we think about the work that we do, it absolutely impacts youth justice. Think about how many heroes for youth are locked up. How many mothers and fathers and brothers and uncles and aunties and sisters and all the people that actually protect the youth and guide them, how many of those folks are locked up, right? Leaving youth to their own devices, leaving them to figure it out on their own. Like me, leaving them lost, no place to go, can't figure out how to get home, can't figure out which direction to turn. So when we think about CURB's work and we say we want to reduce these incarcerated populations, what we're really saying is we want to restore community. We want to make sure that people are there in community and able to nurture the community in the way that we did before. And that's CURB's work. A little bit about the work that we do. We focus on budget and policy advocacy. So it's really hard, but we do it. And what we try to say is, listen, from that period that I spoke about a little bit earlier, 1970s to 1990s, the prison boom didn't just happen out of nowhere. It wasn't just like we built up all these prison structures and then locked up everybody's heroes and said, boom. It had to be a way to do that. And their strategy was, let's change the laws. Let's change the penal code, the laws for crime and punishment, and let's lock people up for longer periods of time. Let's criminalize more behaviors and make sure people can't get out. And that's what happened. That's when you saw the 3 Strikes Law, 1994. That's when you saw life without parole take a huge chunk of people's time, which 1990. You saw a lot of these laws happen so that folks could be incarcerated for longer periods of time and they wouldn't find their way out. One thing that unfortunately it feels like the governor isn't recognizing right now is Corrections Department is one of the most violent state institutions that exist, period. They pretend like they can clean it up, but they can't. It's completely violent. So you're locking all these people up and making sure that they stay in these institutions. On top of that, what do? They block access to family. So again, it's impacting youth. Not only have you stolen and kidnapped my hero from my community, now you're blocking my access to them. I can't see my father. I can't see my mother, right? I can't see those heroes in my family. And the reasons why is proximity is one of them. We've got a prison way up in Pelican Bay. That's a couple days long trip for anybody taking a road trip up there, right? People can't afford that. We're talking about locking up people who come from communities that are already deprived of resources. So people stop visiting loved ones, even if the prison is closed. So for example, I live here in the Inland Empire. There are a few prisons in the Inland Empire. If you can make it, if the proximity is not a challenge, then you have to experience all the harm that comes with going to do a prison visit. You have to experience the violations of your body, of your dignity, right? And that only can give you a glimpse of what your person or your people who are inside are experiencing, but you have to endure all of that just to take this visit in so that you can still keep that connection with your loved one. What is that doing to our youth? We think at CURB that the answer to public safety is not to incarcerate people. The answer to public safety is actually to build up the resources and communities that keep people out of crisis. So right now, since we're in an incarceration crisis, where we've got 100,000 or more people locked up in the state of California, it's not to revamp prisons, to rebuild them, to make them prettier or fluffier, to put in cushy beds, and make sure you turn the heat up so it's not so freezing, because they be freezing. Okay. The truth is that we need to release people, we need to free the people, and we need to make sure that there are resources in the community so that when they come home, they can thrive and they can start to rebuild. Now, when we talk about freeing people, I think a lot of folks get scared. And the first thing is, what about the murderers? Baby, how many murderers you know? I'm talking about people be like Charles Manson. Like, oh, y'all gonna free all the Mansons? How many Mansons do you know, boo? Because what we do know, stop it. What we do what we do know about murder, when people kill one another, it's usually intercommunal, right? There's some issue that happened between people personally that couldn't be resolved any other way, or that wasn't resolved any other way that resulted in someone's life ending. But it's never that the person who committed that murder is just innately evil. I just love to kill. That's not it. Where are the resources? When people have a hard time in interpersonal relationship, where are the resources? Where's actual community to help people feel like they have outlets, to feel like they have folks to lean on, people to bring in so that we can resolve conflict? If we had those resources, then I think we'd see a lot less harm, right? But also I ask folks, listen, even if we said, okay, let's not think about the Charles Mansons. Most of the people locked up, even not just in California, but in the entire United States, are not locked up for those egregious crimes. People are locked up for crimes of poverty, which, yes, sometimes include assault. Yes, sometimes include attempted murders or murders, right? But they also include robberies and burglaries and kidnappings and all of these other things. And so when we ask, can we get to the root of the issue? So when we ask, oh, we don't want to free the people because of this and that, well, let's start here. Let's start actually thinking about the population that's incarcerated, right? And if we start to figure out, you know what? People have been spending so much time in prison, such long extended sentences. Do we really need someone to serve 20 years in a prison? How many of you are the same way you were 20 years ago? Any hands? Anybody? 20 years ago? How many of you are the same 10 years ago? You're the same person with the same values and the same responses to everything 10 years ago as you are now. Anyone? 5 years ago? 2 years ago? A year ago? Last month? I could never raise my hand for any of that because I learn something new every damn day. Every day, my perspectives shift even just a little bit. Every day I pick up new information. Every day I receive a little bit of healing, right? So why do we lock up folks for 20, 25, 30 years? Knowing that they're going into one of the most violent institutions on the planet, the California Department of Corrections Rehabilitation. Folks are not receiving healing. Folks are not able, if you are able to change, you do that work on your own and with the community that you build. Right? CDCR has no hand in that. They ain't helping you do that. They don't care about you. So again, what we're looking at is resources. What we're looking at is what people need to actually thrive. So we say, yes, free them all. Free the people. And then meet them at the door with resources. Right now, something interesting that I'll drop on you is Governor Newsom announced a plan to revamp San Quentin State Prison. It says that we can turn it into a Norway model prison. We can have picnic tables outside, and we can have a restaurant downstairs for family to come to, and we can put a few heaters in there for the winter and a few swamp coolers for the summer, and it'll be just much better. Now, people will be rehabilitated. People will be totally fine now, because we're gonna make it pretty. We're gonna put some flowers over there, we're gonna paint the walls a bunch of different colors, and now it's great. And we're saying to Newsom, are you delusional? Because our tagline is, you can't get well in a cell, period. I can come see my family and go down to them picnic tables and cook our food and have fun, and then at the end of the day, I still have to be locked up in that damn cell, where the average sized person can do like this and touch both walls. How is that providing me any healing or education? On top of that, when we think of a Norway model prison, 70% of those people is white. When we know that close to 90% of the people locked up in the state of California is Black, brown, and indigenous. So when you hear certain things about prisons being revamped for people to be able to live in them comfortably or to thrive or to receive some kind of healing, it's a lie. What applies in Norway will never apply here because we have systemic racism, right? So when you start seeing these things pop up in the news, don't jump for it. Don't think it's exciting. Of course, we don't want folks who are inside to experience harsh conditions, but the condition of being in a cell is harsh in and of itself. There's not much more that you can do to make it comfortable, right? So we say the answer is never to revamp a prison, never to make it prettier, never to make it more comfortable, but to actually free the people. Free the people, build up the community, meet them with those resources so that when they come out, they can thrive. I want to say another thing about what youth are experiencing these days. I just, with a friend of mine, helped bring people into a fundraiser. A couple of brothers in Pomona, my hometown, were murdered a few weeks back. They were at a party together and murdered both on the spot. So two parents lost their two sons, 16 and 17 years old. And what's the state's response to that? What does youth justice look like when two boys are murdered at a high school party? What do we do? The state's response is, we'll find the killers and we'll lock them up. We'll throw them away, we'll erase them. We will disappear that problem. We'll disappear those people. And even if they haven't, unfortunately, even identified who caused that harm, but even if they did, what does that do for a family? Who sits and asks the family, what do you need? You've lost 2 of your sons. What do you need? And oftentimes when you sit down and ask folks what they need, it's never going straight to like put somebody in prison, lock somebody away forever. People are like, they can't even think straight. They need, first of all, finances. What if we allow folks to like not have to go to work for a little while, even if it's not a violent loss like my father when we lost our sister? What if my father was able to like get his mind right, go to some counseling or some therapy or something for about 6 months or so? Instead of just, I gotta go to work Monday. My baby died Monday, and I gotta be at work next Monday, or we're gonna lose everything. Think about those responses to harm when it happens, right? What can we offer people when these kinds of harms happen? And if we think about that and we invest responsibly into those things, then I think we'd see a lot less harm happening. We'd see a lot less harm happening. And especially with youth, and of course I'm from California, so I could speak to this. Southern California is an interesting place. Again, we have a lot of systemic racism from the state violence, and there's such a racial divide here that youth are threatened every single day when they step outside. There's a threat to your life every single day when you step outside. And you're trying to thrive and you're trying to keep going, but there are no resources to help you do that. So I petition folks to say, listen, fight for the resources that people need to make it through. Also, when we think about schools, part of my story is also, even though I was 4.0, varsity sports, I was on the mock debate team, all this stuff, right? Or the mock trials team. As soon as I started to slip up a little bit, the threat was, we're gonna kick you out. We're gonna kick you out. We don't want you at our school. Why is that the answer for youth? If they're screwing up, do you really think the thing that they need is less attention? Right? Less attention from adults? Less comfort? Less understanding? No, don't kick me out. Now I have more idle time to figure out dumb shit to do. Like, no. Comfort me, keep me, talk to me, ask me what I need. One thing I know about youth is oftentimes we don't actually ask them what they need. We think we know everything. We think we know exactly what they need and when they need it and how they need it. And it's not true. We have to start to listen to our youth. We have to start to take their advice, and we have to start to implement the things in the directions that they're giving us and take those directions. That's the only way that we're gonna prevent youth from experiencing harm. And don't push them away. Don't throw youth away because they're angry or frustrated. How many of us know how to deal with in your most frustrated moment? How many of y'all know exactly what to do? Raise your hand. In your most frustrating moment, where you have the highest anxiety, or you're coming into a crisis, or you're coming into a problem, how many are like, oh, this is what I do, no problem, I'm good. Stop it. You be going to the bar, you be opening up that wine bottle at the end of the night, you know what I'm talking about, okay? You might like that cigarette, but you might like that cigarette, you know what I mean? We self-soothe, and as adults, we have the right to do that. So when you find out a youth is drinking, which I was doing in high school, before I came into my incarceration problem, you find out a youth is drinking, you're kicked off the volleyball team. How does that actually help me? I'm obviously self-soothing, which is what grown-ups do all the time, right? You find a youth which come into the classroom smelling like weed, you gotta go, leave my classroom, you can't be here. Really? Maybe let them have a seat, maybe talk to them afterwards, maybe figure out what they need, but we actually push youth out to the streets. How many of you know, let's see, guess the average age of a person locked up on life without parole in the state of California. Let's hear about 3 people. Give me a number. You know, so don't say nothing. 18, good guess. 23, one more. 16, you're the closest. It's 19 years old. The average age of someone locked up on life without parole is 19. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine yourself at 19 years old. Wasn't you crazy as hell? I was. Okay. But I'm just, even if you wasn't crazy as hell, you know you're not the same person you are now. You know what I mean? So it's like, at 19 years old, and yes, a lot of those 19 years old that get life without parole have been a part of very harmful experiences, right? They have harmed folks. But imagine at 19-year-old somebody telling you this is it for you. We're shutting the door right there. That's it. No more chances. You blew it for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life. We've got folks still locked up in the state of California from when they were 19 years old. And now they're in their 50s. Now they're in their 40s. Like my co-defendant, who was 17, I was 18, they were 17 at the time of our conviction, who is still locked up. He'll be well into his 40s before he's released. What are we doing to our youth? Why do we judge them so harshly when we haven't done our job as a community to make sure that they don't fall into these dark pits, right? So we, I think, have to definitely critique the state, critique our responses, and make sure that we're coming up with new ways to approach our youth. And I can't tell you everything that we should be doing, but I definitely can tell you what we shouldn't be doing. We should never throw them away. We should never not listen to them. We should be a couple things we should be doing. We should be making more space for them. An excellent organization that you all should know about and maybe be in touch with, whether it's following them on social media or online, the Youth Justice Coalition inspired me so much when I first got into this work. They started a school called Freedom for Youth. So all the youth like me who are being pushed out get to come to this school, Freedom for Youth, and find themselves. All the things that they say you shouldn't be doing or we're going to kick you out of school for doing, they can do that at Freedom for Youth. It's called Chuco's Justice Center in South Central LA. They get to what's called graffiti. They get to paint their art on the walls at Chuco's, and they don't get kicked out for it. If they come high, we don't want you to come high, but we're going to talk to you about it. What are you getting high for? What's your problem? What are you dealing with? What's going on? Right? They actually provide resources for those youth. And so when the state said, or the local government said, you're kicked out of here, you can't survive, Chuco's Justice Center said, come on over here, we're going to help you. Do you know how many students they graduate there? All of the kids that got kicked out of local jurisdictions, of local schools, they welcome them, and they nurture them, and they take care of them. And now you've got these students turning into organizers. They're writing and changing policies locally and at the statewide level. They're reaching out to other youth and guiding them into all of the resources that they finally found. They're fighting for things like free transportation for youth. They're fighting for housing justice, for food security, all of the things that they know they need. They're empowered there, and they're given the tools to actually bring it into fruition in their own communities. That's what we need to see, and that's what CURB's all about. I feel like I've talked a whole lot. I don't even know what time it is and how much time I have, but before I get into this, anybody have any thoughts or questions? Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you for sharing. You were very, very inspiring. So just wanted to keep hearing you talk more.
Thank you. What, Ro?
Wow, I just wanted you to share a little bit about.
I'm gonna get a fan, y'all. It's hot.
Okay, get it. She gonna fan herself.
I got me a fan right here.
You mentioned that CURB partners with 80 other organizations across the state. I was just wondering if you could share a little bit about what some of that work looks like and what some of those other organizations do.
Sure. So CURB has been around since about 2003. So we've got 80 organizations up and down the state of California who partner with CURB. Excuse me just a second. It's so weird drinking water in front of everybody. I was like, I know I'm gonna spill some shit on my chin. Oh my God, it was embarrassing. Oh my God, it's so funny. But yes, CURB's been around since about 2003. So we've got organizations that have partners since the beginning, some who last the duration, some organizations don't even exist anymore, and then some new ones have come in, right? But a lot of these organizations, some are service-oriented, where they do services on the ground. One that I'll bring up is A New Path in San Diego. Wonderful organization that focuses on helping people with addiction issues, right? And their main focus is we want to help get these people clean. We want to give them safe spaces to use if they need to, and then still guide them into sobriety. We want to make sure they have housing and that all the resources that they need, mental health, physical health, education. So A New Path does all of that. And then on the flip side, they say, well, thinking of how people come into the crisis of addiction, we realize it's because of state violence. It's because so many people experience kind of all of the things that I talked about times 10, right? And so they said, well, we want to be a C.U.R.B member organization because we also believe that we have to change this system, that we have to bring people home, that we have to stop spending money on prisons and now spend it on us, spend it on community. So that's an example of a member organization, and they're not necessarily involved in every single thing that we do, but they do support and they hold down the San Diego area. So if we do have something that we want to bring to that area, we can rely on organizations like A New Path that would help us kind of coordinate and bring that there, right? Another example of a member organization is the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. Who knows about them? If you don't, you so should. Okay, Ro. If you don't, you should. You should know about the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. You should know about Ella Baker, period. So if you don't know about Ella Baker, take your behind to the library or get online or whatever you got to do and learn about you some Ella Baker immediately, okay? But the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights is an organization, they're really huge. They're in the Bay Area. They support lots of folks who are incarcerated currently, and they do organizing on the ground to make sure that people have resources and spaces to go to build outside of this kind of like systemic violence and harm that we experience. Ella Baker does policy work, they pass policies. Ella Baker does community work where they're bringing community together all of the time, and they work with people on the inside. So they're being programming into the San Quentin prison to make sure that people who are currently incarcerated have services and have developmental support, right? Ella Baker also believes that we shouldn't have prisons. So all the while where they're serving and all the while where they believe conditions should be better and all the while where they're working on the community, they are part of the C.U.R.B coalition because they say, you know what? Prisons shouldn't exist. We've got to reduce the number of prisons we have. But we've got to reduce the number of prisons that we have. So those are a couple of examples. And you were saying what kind of work do we do? What did you say? You said member organizations.
No, and you mentioned abolition as
Yeah.
one of your framework.
Mhm.
What is abolition?
What is abolition? Can y'all tell me? Who knows? Just raise your hand if you think you know what it means. Don't be shy. Yeah, be shy. Okay. We believe that there's two parts to abolition. One part of abolition, which most people identify with and which most people I think hone in on, is the part where we got to get rid of everything that we don't like. So get rid of the systemic violent structures that exist that harm us. And particularly, we're thinking of the prison industrial complex. When we look at the prison industrial complex, what we mean by that is all things that center the incarceration of people or like robbing people of their freedoms. So not just prisons and institutions like prisons, but also surveillance. Okay, so when we look around in our community, there's lots of surveillance happening. Even like through our Amazon Ringer, and I had one for a long time, and then I finally got rid of it because we're actually helping with surveillance when we have those things. Lots of cases where folks are trying to blame certain harms on folks. They'll use our Ringer cameras and tap into our neighborhoods to recognize who was there at this time or who did what. So we're actually helping out with surveillance. But that's I think it's a grave invasion of privacy, and we keep us safe. So we actually don't need surveillance if we build community. I don't need a Ringer camera on my door if I'm in touch with all of my neighbors, because if somebody come up in here and ain't supposed to be here and doing some weird stuff, neighbor to the right, to the left, and to the center is gonna holler at them or holler at me, right? So if we build up community, we don't need that surveillance. But it's also electronic monitoring. Some people say, well, when we let people out of prison, we should just put them on an ankle bracelet. No, we shouldn't. That's still incarceration. It's still robbing someone of their freedom. And when we think of freedom, we have to think of self-determination. I think that's how we really, really define freedom, right? Can I live without fear, and can I live a self-determined life? And that's what we mean by freedom. You can't do that with electronic monitoring. You can't do that with surveillance, and you damn sure can't do it with prisons. So we fight against all of those systems as a framework for abolition. But the other side to abolition is, what do we want? If you don't want this, if these are the answers to public safety that currently exist, what do you want? How do we make safety happen? So that's the other side of abolition that lots of people don't think about. They get so afraid by the word or so turned off by the word that they don't think of the flip side of that. And the flip side is all of the infrastructures that we talked about. The housing justice, the food security, the all of the health support, mental, emotional, and physical wellness, right? All of those things mean safety to us. So in our work, we have to be doing work, policy and budget advocacy to break down the prison industrial complex, but we also have to do the work to imagine and dream up what we really, really want. Ways that we do that is space with community, honestly. You gotta get in a room with people and talk to people who are most impacted by the prison industrial complex and say, if you had $18.5 billion to spend in your community, what would you do? And then you hear people saying, I would build a rec center for youth. I would build a 24-hour library. Because how many parents would love to further their education but can't go because it's all shut down by 6 o'clock, right? So you get people saying that type of stuff. When you sit in a room with people who are mostly impacted, they give you all of the ideas. How do we handle safety? Instead of calling the police, who do I call if there's an intimate partner violence situation? How do we build that up? And then people say, well, I've experienced that. I have a lot of skills. I have education on this or that. We could start up a community group to do that, which has happened a lot in Los Angeles via Chuco's Justice Center and the Youth Justice Coalition and other groups, of course. But you get to dream up what we really, really want, and not only dream it up, but you strategize and then put it into practice. So that's what abolition means to us. Tearing down the prison industrial complex and all things involved in that, but also dreaming up and building up all of the things that we say actually will keep us safe that are totally opposite from taking people's self-determination. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes.
Yeah, so what are some current trends and policies and laws that we should keep an eye on in supporting abolition work? And how can we support maybe some of the work, policies and laws that y'all are working on?
Good question. So I'd say we've been able to pass some pretty awesome policies in the past 5 or so years. Well, more than that, beyond that, but since I've been around, the past 5 or so years in the policy world, we've passed a lot of amazing policies. We've worked on reducing or repealing sentencing enhancements. If folks know what that means. And I hate that they use the word enhancement. Enhancement gives you the idea that something's better, right? Like when you enhance something, it means it's better. Yeah, that's not true. With sentencing enhancements. A sentencing enhancement is like a term extension, right? So like I come to court today because I did this thing, and according to the law, this thing will get me 5 years max. So I should just get my 5 years and, right? Nope. We have a lot of term enhancement laws or term extension laws in the state of California that would say, okay, you're gonna get 5 years for this thing that you did, but Amber Rose, you were locked up in 2004 for this thing, so now we get to give you an extra 5 years on top of what you got for the thing that you came into court for today. Oh, Amber Rose, you live in that neighborhood and we've got a little bit of proof that you're gang related. You know, your dad and your brothers are gangsters, so now we're gonna give you a 20-year enhancement because you're a gang member. So now it went from 5 years to 25, 30 years because of these term extensions. So we've done a lot of work where we actually repeal those term extensions. Stop giving people extra time for stuff that they've done in their past. This idea of a repeat offender, of course people are going to continue to be involved in crisis and harm if we're not giving people the resources to stay away from it. But instead of giving people the resources, we've just given them extra time in prison. So that's some of the kind of policies that we work on. it's extended to a place where we, this year, are working on a policy, the Racial Justice Act. Yes, we passed the Racial Justice Act because did you know that there were no civil rights in the courtroom? Literally, you can go to court before we passed the Racial Justice Act and they could say, you know, they could call me a monkey, which is, we all know is a racial slur. White folks love calling black folk monkeys. They could call you a gang member. They could call you, they could say whatever they wanted in the courtroom to describe you to the jury or to the judge. And there was no one to say, actually don't say that, because we know when certain terms are used, that folks it triggers a thought in folks' minds. And it makes people think of you a certain way. And none of those rights existed in court before we passed the Racial Justice Act just a couple of years ago. We've extended that policy and made it retroactive, so that now not only are the people who come to court now have civil rights in their courtroom, and we can call out the DA, district attorney, the prosecutor, we can call out the judge, we can call out the jury, we can call out the bailiff, we can call out your own attorney for bringing in racial bias into the courtroom, and then they have to start all over. They have to start from scratch with all new people to make sure that you get that fairness. Well, now we've extended it to where it applies to folks who are currently incarcerated. So if you've been sitting on death row for 25 years, and there's evidence that some racial bias happened in your case, you can come back to court now. Maybe you wouldn't have got the death penalty. Maybe you would have been found guilty for that thing, but you wouldn't have ended up on death row. Or you wouldn't have ended up with that 20-year gang enhancement, or that gun enhancement, or whatever it was. And so those are some of the laws that we passed before, but this year we're working on just modifying the Racial Justice Act just a little bit so that it's clearer and better for our public defenders and defense attorneys to use to help folks. We're also working on getting funding, because when we change lots of policies, which we've changed lots of policies, we need the state to invest in the implementation of those policies. And that's key. We always say that, you know, changing things is not the end game. We have to make sure that they're implemented. So this year we're working on asking the state for dollars to implement the Racial Justice Act and to make sure that public defenders have enough money to do their job. How many of y'all know that the prosecutor's budget is 10 times public defenders? And we wonder why we have the outcomes that we have, right? If the state is funding prosecutors at 10 times the rate of public defenders, of course people are just gonna be locked up, right? So we have a budget ask in front of the state of California right now to ask for dollars so that we can support all of our public defenders and indigent defense organizations or folks so that we can get folks out. Also, one of our biggest things I think that is super important right now is our prison closure fight. How many of y'all know the state has closed down one prison so far since 2022? One prison's been closed, and then the governor said, we're gonna close 2 more. So Susanville fully shut down by this summer, and then we have another prison, Chuckawalla, which is in Riverside County, that should be shut down also in the next year. And because of all of the work that we've done on policies to reduce incarceration, we know that the state can close down more prisons. According to the state's own Legislative Analyst Office, which is a non-biased office, they literally just run the numbers, run the data, and then tell the state what's possible. The Legislative Analyst Office says it's possible to close down at least 5 more prisons, in addition to the 3 that are already closing. We say they should close down 7. We say a total of 10 by 2025. Because what the state has found is that there's 15,000 empty beds right now. And at the rate that we're reducing the incarceration population, because we're changing those laws that popped up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, we're reversing them, we know that people are just gonna keep getting out, and all these prison beds are gonna be emptied and emptied and emptied. So we're saying, let's close more. And that's what this thing is all about. I'm not gonna flip through it because I think I'll be too nervous to flip and talk. But the People's Plan for Prison Closure is something that was created by C.U.R.B and C.U.R.B member organizations, but also by people who are currently incarcerated. We sent a survey inside to people currently incarcerated. At the time, there were still 35 prisons. Over 2,000 responses came back, and they told us about what they think we should be doing to close prisons and how we should select the prisons to close. That's what this plan is all about. So it's giving the state kind of an overview to say, listen, continue to reduce incarcerated populations by changing these particular laws, and then as we continue to get populations down, look at certain prisons based on these criteria. So as the state is selecting prisons to close right now, they're only basing it on like financial things. They're like, which prison is the most expensive to repair? Because y'all know all of our prisons are falling apart, right? There's like 2 that don't have issues falling apart, but roofs are leaking, you know, there's bad plumbing, all of them are in areas where the environmental justice is just trash. I mean, you've got yellow fever and valley fever and all kinds of diseases that come to people because of the prisons. And so we list all of that in here to say there's more that the state should consider than finances. The state should also consider the distance between loved ones, right? Because we all know if you've, well, not we all, but if you've ever been incarcerated or if you've had a loved one incarcerated, one of the key things that helps people survive is connection to community and family. But in this state, we ship people from Los Angeles County all the way up north. So they never have any connection with their families. So we say, you know, we should be thinking about closing the prisons that are furthest away from community. We should be thinking about closing prisons that have the highest rates of suicide and homicide. Okay? They don't want to think about that. Because if they do think about that, then they have to face the fact that CDC is a gang. Them corrections officers are dangerous. I'm sorry if you got family members in there. I'm talking about them. Yes, I am. I got family members also that are corrections officers and police. And I get on their head just like I get on anybody else's. But it's a gang, and they're violent, and they're taught to be distant from us. They're taught to look at us like we're less than, like we're undeserving, right? So we talk about in here, let's think about these other criteria on why we should be closing prisons. And then we also talk about what we should do with the resources after we've closed the prison. So if you check out the People's Plan for Prison Closure, it's kind of it's a pretty long report, but it has a bunch of information for you to kind of give an overview of why prisons should close, how we should close them, and then what we should do with the funds after we close them. This report was put out in 2020 or 2021. The pandemic always has my timeline off. But around there, we put this report out. This year, 2 days ago, or yesterday, we just released kind of an update to this. It's called the Roadmap. Closed California Prisons Roadmap to Prison Closure, where we go even deeper to say, at this time, this is what the state can do. So what we can actually use a lot of help with is, and I can share a toolkit, I'll make sure, Sergio, that you have it in the links online. We can use your help reaching out to the state. We're trying to get in the governor's ear to say, no, don't revamp San Quentin or try to paint, you know, prisons pretty and bring more colors in. This is actually the roadmap that you should be using. You should be continuing to reduce incarceration and stay on track to close more prisons. And then you should be investing in not only the towns where prisons are closing, because we know that they depend on a prison economy, kind of like how the South was, they depended on a slave economy, right? And that's no reason to keep enslaving people, right? Like, that was never a reason to keep enslaving people. Oh, they need that economy, let's do that. No. So the same thing here. Even though there are towns that depend on prisons and their operations for their economy, we say, actually, no. You can shut them down, and actually we can find green jobs. There's better work for people to do. Even corrections officers, they have a much higher suicide rate than any other profession in the state of California. Yes, because it's dangerous not just for the people who are incarcerated, but for the people who work there. So we say, let's save their lives and save our lives. Let's create better jobs. What if we had jobs in those towns that clean up that land so that there's no more yellow fever and valley fever and all that other stuff, that the land is not toxic, that the air is not polluted? Let's fix those lands, and we can hire folks to do that. Those same folks that have been in CDC.R, maybe they can be retrained to clean up that land. There are better jobs that we can provide for folks, healthier jobs. And so this plan and the roadmap shows kind of those options. We also show options for funding these kinds of things. So the state has currently pools of funding that would support people when they come home. So like reentry funding and funding that can go to folks and organizations who are helping people coming out of prisons. But there's also a lot of federal money There's money from the US government that says, if you're doing these things, we've got a pool of money for you to apply for in order to help you move those things forward. So our roadmap kind of highlights these pools of funding and says, why don't we actually implement this rather than continue on our way to prison? So what we need is support sending in letters to the governor. We have a toolkit where you can literally just copy and paste what we wrote, put it into the governor's, if you go to the governor's website, there's a space where it says like contact. Drop that letter right into the comment box and send it off. We need a groundswell of support for this. We need folks all over the state of California to say, we believe we should be closing more prisons and investing in communities. We believe in care, not cages. That's another tagline. Can't get well in a cell, care, not cages. And so we need your support to do that. We also need your support in reaching out to the budget committee. So the way that the legislature works, it's so complicated and inaccessible, and we hate that. But we try to find ways that community can tap in. And so we create toolkits where you can email the sub-5 committees in the budget. Sub-5 means Budget Committee for Public Safety. So sub-5 committees and the budget committees, you can email them and ask them to implement our roadmap to prison closure. And that's kind of our biggest goal right now. We want to see more come out about closing prisons, reinvesting the money, and repurposing prisons for non-carceral purposes. What we've seen in the past is that if a prison closes, federal government comes in quick and tries to use it for an immigrant prison. We don't want that, right? And we don't want them used for any kind of carceral purpose. So our roadmap helps outline that we actually should be doing other things. Tear them completely down, turn into a museum. New York models in DC, Tennessee, Atlanta, all these other states have models where they've turned stuff into museums, community centers, colleges. There's other things that we could be doing that also brings economy to that town that isn't a prison. So our roadmap does highlight that, and we could use your support in sending in letters to the governor and to the budget committees and also your local jurisdictions. Wherever you live, we have you can just like click the thing, type your name in, maybe type your address, and then boom, all the information goes right to your local government so that they can also help us press the governor into adopting the roadmap. So those are what we have available right now and how people can participate. And again, I'll share the link with Sergio so that could be spread out to anyone who's in this class or who's, whatever the contact list is, because we do need all the support that we can get. Our goal is to get the governor to implement some of these things in the 2023-24 budget. The budget cycle goes from July to July, so we've got until June to convince the governor to put some of this stuff into the enacted budget for next year.
Any other questions?
One question. What do you think? How do we solve the problem of convincing the layperson who, when they hear a prison just shut down, fear and anxiety about their towns being overridden with crime is their first reaction? So I know it's not an easy question to answer, but how do we solve that problem?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, when I get that question, the first thing that I ask folks is, we've got 35 prisons in the state of California. Do you feel safe now? Okay, we've got police. We've got police patrolling black and brown communities all day long, honey. You can't hit the corner from your house without seeing a police squad car. Do you feel safe now? Has that reduced crime? So when people, oh, we're so scared. Without the prisons, what are we gonna do? Well, baby, with the prisons, what have you done? I hate to answer a question with a question, but it's kind of warranted in this situation, right? Because the belief is that police keep us safe and prisons keep us safe. But we have the biggest prison economy in the world here. We have the most prisons. We have the most police present in communities, and none of us are safe. So and we've been doing this for over 50 years. Increasing and increasing. Across the, 58 counties in the state of California, all of those counties, 50% of the budget goes to police. Who's safe? So when people ask those questions, white people, I can say it, I can say it. White folks is safe, Okay? If police kept us safe, and if prisons kept us safe, how come in Beverly Hills, where they don't have a bunch of police patrolling the town, how come they're safer than us then? How come it's safer in Beverly Hills than Pomona? If police kept us safe, wouldn't that mean that they would have more police than we do? Because they're safer than we are, right? So that's what I ask folks.
That's a great answer.
Absolutely. Get rid of this delusion that prisons and police keep us safe and face reality. We have all of that right now and it's not working. So the other question I'd ask is, if you truly believe in safety, realize that what we're having what we use as an answer to public safety right now is not working. Nope. So let's try something different. Let's imagine something different. And I leave it there, and most of the time people are like, oh, damn. Yeah. Any other questions or thoughts?
There's no other question? We close off with one more question, if that's
Sure.
okay? So, just want to start off by saying I admire and I'm just in awe of your energy, your presence as well.
Thank you.
And one of the things we talked about earlier too, about where people or where do you find your energy? What motivates you? Like, I literally want to know, like, before you walked in the room, what did you tap into? And then also just to kind of touch back on why we're here is like, this work is important. It's hard work. How do you not burn out?
Woo, child. So the first question I might have an answer to. The second question, we're working on that. But really where I find my energy from, first I'd say is my inner child. Okay, you see Rose? My inner child. That 17, 18-year-old Amber Rose who got arrested and experienced so much harm in the system. I look at her all the time and I'm like, how can we prevent everybody else, any other youth, from ever experiencing this? So I tap into that a lot. Of course, I tap into the Most High, my higher power. And then I also think about all the other people who are still experiencing these harms now. And that's what gives me like the motivation and the energy to do this work, because people are suffering. And I know what it feels like personally. And so I think also remembering the faces of folks who I know are still incarcerated. I was in county jail, I wasn't in state prison, so I'm pretty sure lots of folks who I saw when I was there in 2004 are out now. But still the feeling of like, when you're released and you've made connections with folks who were there, and you gotta say goodbye to them, it's like survivor's remorse. You feel guilty for going home because they're still there. And you feel like there's nothing I could do about it. And so coming into this work, I realized like there is something I can do about it. And especially for folks who go to state prison, it's even worse, because you know for sure they go, most of them still gonna be in there. You know what I'm saying? So I think that survivor's guilt, that survivor's remorse kind of transforms into like this energy to do this work. And also just my love for the people. I think a lot of my story and a lot of my education is self-education. Malcolm X, Asad Shakur, a couple of my heroes, and they did a lot of self-education. If you haven't read their autobiographies, you absolutely should, because what they talk about is how they transform themselves through self-education, so reading a lot, and also being with the people. And I think I'd say the people inspire me. Like being in touch with people every single day who are experiencing these harms, that's what keeps me going. That's what gives me the energy. And then also learning from all of our revolutionary fighters through the past, right? Like Black liberation is, I say Latinx, but I know all folks who people think are Latinx don't identify that way, but I'm just saying that to capture, you know what I'm saying? But those heroes also who have fought those revolutionary fights all over, the world, they inspire me all the time. So I think keeping my mind flushed with ancestors and elders who have done these fights before, and staying in touch with people who are going through this stuff now, that's what gives me the energy. Now, on how not to burn out, Lord. So Ro pointed to herself before, but I would say folks like Ro in my life would be like, you don't go to work today, sleep in till noon, and girl, book you a trip. You know, let's go to Mexico, let's go to Puerto Rico, let's go to, you know, Africa, let's leave. Let's leave it for a little while and give your mind a rest. Like, and I think it's hard for folks who are like organizers or activists to grasp on that, because it's hard to like enjoy yourself on a vacation and forget about it when you know the people who are inside can't forget about it. So it's like that's why I say, it's so hard to say, because you want to do those things, and sometimes you do those things, but it's very, very difficult because you always have that like feeling of other folks can't break from it. But that's what it is. It's finding time to rest. And even when you can't get away, it's about finding practices in your everyday that kind of rejuvenate you and give you rest. So like for me, I've just recently started back going to the gym, which has been giving me so much energy in life. I'm building community there, drinking tea. I love my herbal teas. I will pause and stop and turn everything off and just sip on my tea, you know, facing a window or go outside, put my feet in the grass. You know, when they say like hug a tree, it's real. Like the earth will literally suck out negative energy from you. It will take it and keep it for you, and let you feel rejuvenated. So it's like finding little practices. And then also anchor relationships. Finding relationships where that you feel anchored, that can kind of hold you down and ground you. I think those are the things that definitely keep me from burning out. Which is not to say I haven't burned out before I have.
Yes, I was gonna ask, almost half jokingly, like, have you ever thought about like giving classes on wellness? Because it just like seriously, you feel like it seems like you're so in touch with like energy and flow, and like you explained it, how nature is beneficial to mental health, and I can say that because I've read the research, but the way you explained it, I was like, oh my god, I wish I could say it like you're saying it, because like I have a section in my class, a day in my class, where I talk about mental wellness, and you know, I try to teach them what the research shows, and we do little exercises. But the way you explained how nature's like beneficial to mental health was like spot on. So I just want to comment about that. You should do classes on like mental wellness as well. So,
Thank you. I'm building up toward it.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends who've done this work before, actually this work has led them into healing work. So I'm definitely inspired by a lot of friends who've done this kind of justice stuff, because we're forced to find healing along the way, right? And we know that like healing is the only way to true safety. People are dealing with unprocessed trauma and pain and hurt, and so I've learned just a lot from the people around me, and so maybe one day.
In other words, necessity is the mother of invention, right?
Absolutely.
You just have to find ways.
Absolutely. 100%.
Healthy ways to cope.
100%.
That makes 100% sense.
Yeah. So maybe one day, but right now I still got a lot to learn because I'm still kind of crazy. But so I still got a lot to learn, but maybe one day I can help teach a lot more about healing. Yeah.
Those ancestral practices, you know.
Absolutely.
Instead of the medication.
Absolutely. And that's another, I think, interesting thing to say. I was actually watching this really weird, I'm so happy I found it. There's this movie on Amazon Prime. I know we have Amazon, but I have Amazon Prime, and there's this movie about an indigenous group in Chile. And this girl, the colonizers killed her grandmother. And this girl's like set out to like, you know, destroy all the people who killed her grandmother. But anyway, the grandmother says to her granddaughter at a certain point in this movie, she says, oh, you left our community to go learn everything that your people have been knowing since the beginning of time. Damn. Damn. Like, so it makes me feel like we already have all the answers. We do. We just don't talk to each other. We're just not building community. We're not building relationships. But if we do that, and intergenerationally, right? Like, if we do that, we'll notice that we have all the answers that we need.
All right, everybody, please join me in thanking Ms. Amber Rose.
Thank
you.
you.
Did you cut that live stream off?
No.
Where were we streaming on? What is it, like YouTube or like? Okay.
YouTube?
We can send a recording.
Yeah, send me your. I never watched my recordings,
He's in
but
a
I'll take it.
snippet, so
Oh, okay.
we'll share it.
All right, thank you, Alvarado.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Happy to be here. Thank you.
What a way to close out.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, and
Well,
also
we
we have
do-
refreshments and some more sandwiches left, if you would like.
So Ivan, Amber Rose doesn't know where her